Merci. Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer sur le rappel au règlement soulevé par le député de Mirabel concernant le projet de loi C-290.
I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised by the member for Mirabel regarding Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Service Disclosure Protection Act, which stands on the order paper under his name.
6/2022, the management of private members' business, I expressed concern about Bill C-290. At the time, I encouraged members who wished to make arguments about whether or not the bill requires a royal recommendation to do so. The member for Mirabel the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader did just that in points of order on September 28th, 21st, and 25th, 2022. I would like to thank them for the information they shared in their statements.
In his point of order, the sponsor of Bill C-290 explained that Clause 5 of the bill stipulates that chief executives must provide support to public servants who make disclosures. He said that this support is not of a financial nature, but instead includes information, referrals, guidance, and advice, and would not entail any new expenditures. In addition, regarding the proposed amendments to the definition of public servant in subsection 2(1) of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, the member said that since the Act already includes provisions on contract employees in the public sector, adding these employees to the definition does not mean the bill needs a royal recommendation.
Fait que le projet de loi nécessite une recommandation royale. Dans son intervention,
the member for New Westminster Burnaby agreed with the bill's sponsor. In his intervention, he noted that nothing in Bill C-290 indicates that the support provided to public servants who make disclosures must be financial in nature. He further remarked that amending the definition of public servant, as the bill proposes, would only prevent the withholding of a payment or the termination of a contract.
D'un contrat. As for the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, he said that the bill's inclusion of former public servants and those retained under contract would expand the scope of the public servants' disclosure protection regime. For this and other reasons, the parliamentary secretary argued that Bill C-290 should be accompanied by a royal recommendation. As stated in House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd editions, page 838, and I quote, "Without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is admissible on the grounds that it infringes on, it is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative," unquote. La présidence a soigneusement.
The chair has carefully examined Bill C-290. Currently, Section 42.2 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act prohibits some forms of reprisal against contract employees, including payment withholding and contract termination.
De contrat. Par ailleurs, les nouvelles
The new definition of public servant proposed by Bill C-290 would, among other things, allow for the payment of compensation or the reimbursement of expenses or financial losses to contract employees who are found to have been subject to a reprisal following an investigation.
La présidence est d'avis.
In the view of the chair, the implementation of Bill C-290 would infringe on the conditions of the initial royal recommendation that accompanied the current act. Accordingly, a new royal recommendation is now required before the bill can proceed to a final vote in the House at third reading.
Royale s'impose pour que le projet de loi puisse faire l'objet d'un vote final à la Chambre en troisième lecture. In the meantime, when the bill is next before the House, debate will continue on the second reading of the motion, and the motion will be put to a vote at the conclusion of the debate. I thank the members for their attention. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, and the Pension Benefits Standards Act 1985. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And Speaker, I'd like to thank our Finance Committee clerks Alexandre Roger, Karine Grandjean, Legislative Clerks Philippe Mella, Marie-Hélène Sauvé, Committee Admin Linda Goudreau, all committee staff, interpreters, services, witnesses, officials, and all members of the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish National Food Waste Awareness Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table my first bill designating the 20th of October as National Food Waste Awareness Day. I thank the member, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for seconding my bill. This bill has a special place in the history of the Office of Port Moody Coquitlam, as it was researched by Yulia, our intern from Ukraine. Food insecurity is a reality, and her work was driven by a global concern. Having a day to recognize the impacts of food waste on food insecurity will raise awareness, inspire change, and contribute to meaningful solutions to make Canada's food system more secure. 60% of the food produced in Canada each year is thrown out. Half of it is fresh, edible, and nutritious food that could help feed 4 million Canadians, 1 million who are children that struggle daily with access to healthy food.
Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001, Anchorage Prohibition. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, for years, communities in and around the Salish Sea have had to deal with the presence of large freighters using our waters for extended periods of time while they wait their turn in the Port of Vancouver. Today, I am pleased and honored to introduce a private member's bill to address this issue by amending the Canada Shipping Act 2001. The bill proposes to introduce a new Section 23.1 to the Act, which will prohibit anchoring of large vessels in an area surrounding the southern Gulf Islands and east coast of Vancouver Island. Any vessel contravening this prohibition will be committing an offence and will be liable to a fine of up to $100,000. Mr. Speaker, the coastal communities in this area are frustrated by years of inaction from the federal government. These anchorages were established on the traditional territories without the free, prior, and informed consent of local First Nations. If the federal government values these same waters enough to establish a national marine conservation area, then they also deserve protection from being used as an overflow industrial parking lot. This bill will do just that. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, for being my seconder. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next reading of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member, right here. Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs presented on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May of 2019, the Veterans Affairs Committee published a report entitled Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans. And then, after 2 elections, so 2 parliaments later, and more than 2 full years later, with no government response to that report, the Veterans Affairs Committee again published a report, again entitled Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans in June of 2021. And in between that time, there also was a motion moved in the House of Commons in June of 2019, indicating that the House affirmed that it would want to end veterans' homelessness and put a date of 2025 to see that end. It seems to me that we have a government here that continues to talk and talk and talk with absolutely no action happening. You know, from 2019 until present, so we're talking more than 3 years later, and we still have no action. We're still moving towards ending homelessness among veterans. Doesn't seem like we're moving very quick. Doesn't seem like this Liberal government is moving very quick. In fact, I don't think they're moving at all. And so that's why we're seeking to move concurrence in this report today. And I'll just mention, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Barrie Innisfil. So, again, I say we have a government who received a very thorough report about the need to end homelessness amongst veterans from a parliamentary committee, gave no response. 2 elections later, there is still nothing happening. And that's why the report was moved again by the Veterans Affairs Committee, and we're discussing that today. Again, it just seems like under this government, we keep hearing that they're going to do things, and we keep hearing announcements and press releases, and then there is never any action. And when it comes to our veterans in this country who served this country, who made sacrifices, in some cases, very significant sacrifices, very significant physical and psychological injuries, and they were prepared to serve this country at a moment's notice. They did serve this country, and they've suffered injury as a result. We have a duty. This government has a duty to ensure that we care for them, that we ensure that their needs are taken care of. And when we hear about the fact that we've probably got in the neighborhood of about 5,000 veterans in this country that are homeless, that doesn't sound like we have a government in this Liberal government that is caring for them, that is ensuring that their needs are met. There should never be reports of veteran homeless or needing food, because I know there's many food banks dedicated specifically to veterans out there in this country. Though that should never have to be the case. And under this Liberal government, it just seems to be getting worse and worse. with no action being taken. You know, this government, this Liberal government, is failing the veterans that gave this country what we have today. And when veterans go to Veterans Affairs now, because they're in a crisis or because they have needs, I've done that. They're met with layers of bureaucracy, and they're met with endless wait times. They're processing times for benefit for their disability applications, for pension applications. There's a service standard that's required to be met, and that standard has not been met in 7 years. Not ever since this Liberal government took office. The last time the service standard was met was in the last year of the previous Conservative government. So this Liberal government has failed to even meet their own internal service standards. What we're seeing now is, in many cases, 2 years seems to be not an untypical time that veterans are waiting for service. They're saying that the average waiting time is 43 weeks to get an application processed for veterans benefits. And in many cases, veterans are waiting 2 years, and there's even cases that have taken as long as 10 years to get applications processed. So this is clearly not a government that takes ensuring veterans are cared for, to ensure that veterans are being served very seriously. There's been a number of reports that have indicated such to the government. The Auditor General has indicated that in a report. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated that in a report. The Veterans Affairs Committee itself has indicated that in numerous reports. The recent Auditor General's report said this about the Liberal government. Said their actions did not reduce overall wait times for eligible veterans. The department was still a long way from meeting its service standard. Implementation of initiatives was slow. Data to measure improvements was lacking. In other words, they're failing on every single measure. And I think it's even more concerning that less than half of first-time mental health-related applications are being processed within the already lengthy 16-week period that's being provided. The Auditor General calls that a significant deterioration of processing times from under the previous Conservative government. We're talking about mental health crises in some cases. And what is happening instead? Well, instead, Veterans Affairs employees are suggesting to veterans that maybe they should consider assisted suicide. And we've heard about a case. It's been in the media. We've heard about it in the Veterans Affairs Committee, where not only was assisted suicide offered to a veteran who didn't ask for it, came to the government seeking help in crisis, looking for their help, and what was suggested to this veteran? Maybe you should consider killing yourself. And even when he said no several times, this Veterans Affairs employee continued to pressure him to consider it. The comment that was made, and according to testimony we had from a veteran at Veterans Affairs Committee, was that this employee said to the veteran that accessing assisted suicide would be better, and I quote on this, better than blowing your brains out against the wall. Can you imagine that one of our veterans had that happen? And what is the Liberal government's response? Well, not much, actually. It seems just trying to cover their own butts. Essentially to try to deny responsibility. When we had the minister at committee, he continued to just defer the responsibility for this to his officials. And he seems to be apparently completely removed from the operation of the department he is responsible for. So I see you're saying I've got 2 minutes there. I'll remind you I'm splitting my time with the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. No apology offered to this veteran. No indication that there was anything being done. I mean, they say, well, we're going to provide some training, but they couldn't give us any indication when that would happen or how that would happen. I certainly didn't leave there feeling assured, and I know many veterans across this country that I've heard from certainly didn't feel assured that the government was going to do anything about this to ensure that it never happened again. And just it's at the point where I think veterans, we've heard this saying often from veterans called deny, delay, and die, the triple Ds. And that is really what veterans feel like they get from Veterans Affairs. They get denied the service they need. They have delays in processing times, and now they're being told maybe it'd be better if you just died. And we seem to have a minister who's asleep at the wheel here, and who's paying the price for that is our veterans. Things are just so backwards right now. These are the people, veterans and their families, served for this country, they sacrificed for this country, and we owe it to them to ensure that they're getting the service they need. We owe it to them to ensure that they're not left out in the cold. And that's actually what this government is doing. This Liberal government is actually leaving veterans out in the cold. We've got 5,000 homeless veterans in this country, and this government is leaving them out in the cold instead of ensuring that their needs are protected. We've had parliamentary reports, we've had PBO reports, we've had Auditor General's reports, we've had reports of the Veterans Affairs Committee, and this government is doing nothing to make sure that our veterans are cared for.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, for bringing this issue forward to the House today. I'd just like to draw attention and maybe elaborate more on an organization, a not-for-profit here in Ontario, Ruck to Remember, who just this year, they've been doing things for over 15 years, but they conducted their Road to Recovery March that they did this year as part of Operation Leave the Streets Behind, where they did the whole Bruce Trail from Tobermory right down to basically Niagara Falls, over 900 kilometers this summer, and really want to pay tribute to Lino and Joey, who were the two people that did it all. I had the privilege of joining them for a little over 10 kilometers in my riding. I want to thank the member for Flamborough-Glanbrook who joined them as well for part of that march. And I did inform all MPs that were part of the trail this year to get out there. And so just draw attention that we got volunteers, veterans, and average Canadian citizens. No, I won't say average Canadian citizens, phenomenal Canadian citizens that are standing up for our veterans. And I'd just like my honourable colleague to elaborate why it's so important for the Liberal government to actually do more to get our veterans off the streets. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the member himself for his service to our country, and that is something that this Liberal government has failed to do in terms of their actions. And I'm glad he highlighted that there are so many groups, and he mentioned the one in his writing, but there are so many groups out there across this country who are picking up the slack. They're filling needs this government isn't ensuring. This Liberal government isn't ensuring are being filled. And I'm proud of so many Canadians who are doing just that. But they shouldn't have to do that. The government should ensure that those needs are being provided. I'll give an example. Recently, discussing this training for, as I mentioned earlier, that is needed for employees at Veterans Affairs to ensure that we have never have an instance again where a veteran has suggested that maybe they should consider assisted suicide. There's an organization out there, Wounded Warriors is an organization that has the ability they could provide that training tomorrow. And the government is aware that could be the case, but they're not engaging that. This is a situation where the government is not doing enough to serve the needs of our veterans, and Canadians and organizations across this country are having to step up and make sure that veterans have their needs filled. They're having to pay for veterans to get the mental health supports they need, to have physical supports they need, and this government is not doing it. So people are stepping up across the country to make sure it happens.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and some of the information he provided to the House. I would like to ask the member if he's aware of the fund that we created back in 2018, the Wellbeing Fund, which is a very, very important fund. It did not exist prior to our government being elected in 2015. And we've had many organizations right across the country take advantage of that fund so that they can continue to help veterans on the ground. So I know many legions were able to benefit from that. The Home for Veterans, Vets Canada, there's many organizations right across the country, and probably in his riding, that is creating new innovative ways of supporting veterans on the ground. So government working with organization, with partners. I'm wondering if he's aware of that and what he would like to share with the House concerning that program.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, you know what I'm well aware of, Mr. Speaker? I'm well aware of the fact that this Liberal government likes to make announcements and put out press releases and try to pretend like they're doing something. And that's what we've seen from this Liberal government. And this is another great example. They make announcements about all kinds of money that they're going to put into Veterans Affairs. But guess what? They don't spend it. There was a report that just came out this week that almost $1 billion in lapsed funding this year. So that's money that was set aside to spend on programs for veterans that this government didn't spend. Now, this government is certainly accused, rightly so, many times of spending far too much money. But one area where they should never ensure that they're saving money is on our veterans. And when you've got money that's been put out there for veterans and their needs are not being filled, and you've got almost $1 billion in lapsed funding sitting around when veterans are needing their needs filled and need care, that is not providing service for veterans and their families. What that is press releases designed to try to fool the Canadian public into believing this government cares when they clearly don't care about veterans or their families.
Hoping I can make this up in the next round because we are out of time, and I'm going to allow maybe one more question.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mascouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for caring for veterans and their well-being. It's very, very important. I would like to have my honourable colleague's opinion to see if he is aware of the biggest delays for Francophone requesters for benefits as compared to Anglophones. It's only the bloquistes that are picking up on this discrepancy between Francophones and Anglophones, and I hope that this is not the case, but I would like to hear what he has to say about this. This is scandalous. That has been denounced by my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to hear what he has to say on the matter. 30 seconds.
Absolument. Je suis d'accord.
Absolutely, I agree. With regards to services to Francophone veterans.
Francophones are in fact receiving even worse service standards than Anglophones. Now, I'll condemn that, but even more importantly, I'll condemn the fact that this government is leaving veterans out in the cold, leaving them to wait for 2 years in many cases to even get their benefit applications processed. That is completely unacceptable, and this Liberal government should be ashamed of themselves for the way they're treating our veterans and our veterans' families.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate to the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to rise today to speak to this concurrence report on the issue of veterans' homelessness and the report that was presented to the House of Commons on the issue of veterans' homelessness. And it's really appropriate, I think, Mr. Speaker, this Veterans Week in advance of the country coming together to salute and honor our veterans and their families who have given so much in sacrifice to our nation, not just fighting for democracy, the rule of law, human rights and freedoms around the world, but also peacekeeping as well. I know this weekend, and I know many members of this House are going to be attending Remembrance Day ceremonies in the lead up to Remembrance Day, and I'm looking forward myself, Mr. Speaker, to being at the Belle Ewart Lefroy Legion, Sandy Cove Acres for their Remembrance Day service, as well as Cookstown. And I will be there to honor and respect those who served our country, those who continue to serve our country, and more importantly, their families as well. Because oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, it's forgotten that families serve as much as those who serve. And so we have to always, in all of the discussions that we have, realize that. Now, this is a pervasive problem that has existed, this issue of veterans' homelessness, for many generations of successive governments, and seemingly we're not doing what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, in order to solve the issue of veterans' homelessness. Oftentimes, this issue becomes a problem during the transition out of services. I happen to believe that transition out of our Canadian Armed Forces, for whatever reason, whether it's medical reasons or otherwise, needs to happen the first day that a member of the Canadian Forces signs up to be a member of the Canadian Forces. It has to be a process, not a process that is an end process at the time of transition, but it has to be an ongoing process to prepare veterans for that transition. Because oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, veterans are not prepared on the issue of transition, and it's often the reason why we find our veterans in a homelessness state. And there have been studies. There was expected to be a study to be released in the summer just to talk about the issue of veterans' homelessness, just how pervasive it is and how nothing seems to be done. And I do agree with my honourable colleague from Banff Airdrie that we're going to hear the government stand up and talk about throwing millions and millions and millions of dollars at a problem which is seemingly what this government does, but it's doing nothing to solve this pervasive problem. The problem in Veterans Affairs, and I'm talking about backlogs, disability claims, all over Veterans Affairs, is not a money problem, it's a process problem. That's the problem in Veterans Affairs. And until and unless we, whether we're in government or the government of the day, finds the will to deal with this process problem, and in every study that's done, and every stakeholder, and every advocate, and every family member, and every veteran that comes forward, whether it's the Defense Ombudsman, the Veterans Ombudsman, they'll tell you exactly the same thing. In my experience in listening to these professionals and those who are directly impacted by this problem, it is a process problem, and the processes have to be fixed. It's not a money problem, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are groups that are out there that are doing tremendous work, as my honourable colleague from Banff Airdrie talked about, to help veterans and their families not just transition, but deal with the homelessness issue that exists. There are lots of solutions out there. There are lots of partners that we can work with to solve this process issue to ensure that veterans and their families are looked after as they transition out of the military. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, in my time as Veterans Affairs critic, I had the opportunity to meet with the Veterans Transition Network, Wounded Warriors, Vets Canada. You know, another one that I was really fascinated by was a organization, a not-for-profit called Homes for Heroes, based out of Calgary. I had an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to meet with Dave Howard, who's the president and the co-founder of Homes for Heroes Foundation. And one of the things that Dave talked to me about was the need to not just work with municipalities to find areas where we can build transitional housing for veterans and their families, but also the need for government support in that regard. And I just want to highlight as one example of many that veterans advocates are proposing. The program is called the Path to Recovery, and the goal of the program for the Homes to Heroes Foundation is to assist veterans with their reintegration into civilian life. And the first step is to provide them with housing, somewhere to be safe, secure, warm, a place to keep their personal belongings and to take care of their personal needs in a tiny home in one of these villages that they're building and propose to build. They have several proposals on the books, but they're having a difficult time finding the funding for that. And the idea behind it is to create this veteran village, this community of understanding that veterans and their families are going through as they transition out of the military. One of the challenges, and the numbers as of 2015, and I suspect that they probably be similar to this day, is that 5,000 veterans are homeless. The last place, and I've talked to advocates right across this country, Don Leonardo, I've talked to those organizations that I've highlighted before, the last place that veterans need to be, Mr. Speaker, is in a shelter. It's the last place they need to be. They need to be among themselves, among an understanding of those veterans who are going through very similar situations. So I would encourage the government, if there's any aspect or any avenue that they can push towards, is to encourage by supporting these types of organizations who understand the needs of veterans and their families and how to resolve the issue of homelessness by building communities of veterans who can work together. And so you know, some of the other aspects of this is, you know, the projection is that each village will provide 5,000 to 9,000 bed nights per year for veterans experiencing homelessness. There's a whole plan, and I would encourage the government, if they haven't met with Dave and the Homes for Heroes Foundation, to make that a priority, to talk about how what their vision, what their goal is to helping veterans and their families as they transition. And it is a broader problem right now. It's not just affecting veterans and their families. The state of the economy, Mr. Speaker, we're all aware of the inflation and affordability crisis that are facing Canadian families, Canadian businesses. Veterans and their families are dealing with the same situation as everything. The cost of groceries, the cost of housing, making it unaffordable, and then you add to that the challenges that they're facing with disability backlogs and claims, oftentimes waiting up to 2 years for claims to be processed, despite the fact that the government, as I said earlier, have thrown millions of dollars at the problem. It's not solving the problem, because the problem is a process problem. And so families, veterans dealing with transitional issues, mental health issues, occupational stress injuries, they don't need the process to be as cumbersome as it is. And one of the things, and I know the government has started to some degree on this, and I would encourage them to look at this more, is this presumptive benefit claim process. You know, I've said this publicly before. I believe I've said this in this House. When a tax filer files their taxes, Revenue Canada, if there is a rebate to come back, will often deposit that rebate into a bank account within 10 business days. And yet veterans and their families who are transitioning out of the military face a cumbersome process of delays as a result of claims and benefits that are attributed to service. We need to create a presumptive benefit claim process that if a veteran does file a claim with Veterans Affairs, that we presume it to be attributed to service and that they should be entitled to the money and benefits that they deserve in the service of this country. So there are simple processes, again, processes, that can solve not just the issue of those benefit claims, but also the issue of homelessness. And I would encourage the government to heed the advice and the recommendations of the committee after listening to stakeholders from right across the country, those who are in the trenches, who are working to help veterans, social agencies and veteran agencies. Heed the advice of those agencies and work to solve this problem, especially now given the affordability and the inflation crisis that Canadians are facing and that veterans and their families are disproportionately facing in a great degree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'm going to try to catch up from the round last time. So the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River, and questions and comments.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and I thank him for mentioning so many local organizations that are working so hard to keep our veterans in a safe place. And I'm just wondering if the member would comment on the fact that London, Ontario, was actually the first city in Canada to attain functional zero veterans homelessness status, and how important it is for all levels of government to work closely with communities and organizations that are getting the work done so that whatever process is put forward actually works. Thank you.
Yep. Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's an important point that the honourable member makes, and it's a place that we should all aspire to be, that there is zero veteran homelessness. And it's not just the stakeholders that are involved, and certainly government has a role to play, but all levels of government have a role to play when it comes to, for example, the example that I gave earlier about Homes for Heroes, making sure that there is proper zoning to allow for micro-housing, for example, tiny villages that can be built within built boundaries of municipalities, dealing with zoning issues to ensure that those types of things happen. So I agree with the honourable member that it's not just the federal government that has a role to play. It's not just advocates and stakeholders that have a role to play, and they're doing great work as it is across this country, but all levels of government. The will to help Canada's veterans should be universal among all levels of government and among every Canadian. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear the member from Barrie speak about Homes for Heroes. This is indeed an incredibly ambitious project that's being led by individuals that genuinely care about making housing available for veterans. He indicated some of the challenges that they face. However, one of the biggest challenges that they face is finding land and very quickly getting this land rezoned for the purposes that they need. I know that the provincial government came into Kingston and basically from an order from the minister rezoned the land without going through the city council process that I know he would be very familiar with, having had experience on Barrie City Council. And quite frankly, it expedited the process to start moving forward much quicker than waiting the year or year and a half that planning application process normally takes place. I'm wondering if he can comment on whether or not he thinks that's a good initiative for the provincial governments to be doing that, and if he would encourage the provincial government to do that in more areas throughout the province.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the issue of veterans' homelessness, the issue of affordability and attainability among housing stock for Canadians is something that needs to be addressed. And if you talk to the Canadian Real Estate Association, the Ontario Real Estate Association, as I have, they talk about the cumbersome process with respect to zoning applications and development applications. This is something that needs to be done by municipalities to ensure that the process is expedited so that we are building houses. Young people across this country feel that they've been let down in many ways or lied to in terms of, the hope and opportunity that they exist. I would actually say that young people are despondent right now in the sense that they're not going to be able to afford a home like their parents did. So throughout the entire process, the zoning process, the municipal, provincial, and federal process, I will say too, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government does have a role to play, and that is there's excess real estate that can be used and purposed to help not just veterans, but the homelessness and attainability problem in general. Thank you.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really speaks to me when a colleague talks about veterans projects. In Quebec, we have Soldiers Rest project that is dragging on because of legislative issues, but with respect to funding to help veterans, there is an infrastructure program that gives $9.8 million to lift veterans out of homelessness. I find this not to be enough when you think about the fact that the monarchy receives at least $67 million a year in a recurrent fashion. So I think we could put more than 1/3 of what the monarchy receives. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Combien?
How much time do I have?
At the onset of my discussion today, a lot of money gets thrown at the problem, but it's the processes that really need to be streamlined, filtered, expedited, if you will, so that the money gets to where it needs to be, and the effect of that money is realized when it comes to homelessness for veterans, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Now my normal public service announcement where I remind folks to keep their questions shorter and their answers short so that everybody gets to participate in this debate.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm profoundly honoured today to provide a government response to the first report in the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans. It's especially important to note that it's Veterans Week, of course, that starts tomorrow. And leading up to the Remembrance Day on November 11th, we'll be commemorating those who've done so much to safeguard our democracy. For generations, Canadians have drawn to military service for reasons that can be both unique personally and remarkably similar all at once, most notably the common desire to protect and defend the values that they and their fellow Canadians believe in. More than 650,000 bravely served in World War I, Mr. Speaker. During the Second World War, over 1 million from Canada and Newfoundland would enlist to for service on battlefronts all over the globe. Thousands more would serve in Korea, Persian Gulf, Balkans, and Afghanistan. Here at home, members of our military have responded at natural disasters like major flooding and devastating ice storms. And of course, they've been counted on during the COVID-19 pandemic, most notably tending to our seniors, including veterans in long-term care facilities. Today, 1 in 60 is a veteran. 1 in 60 Canadians are a veteran. And it is our responsibility to meet their needs in post-service life and to commemorate and remember their incredible service and sacrifice. Now, Mr. Speaker, many former members will release from the military without needing any major assistance. Their transition is, for the most part, smooth, and from one day to the next, they're able to move on to a new chapter in their lives. But for others, the transition from a career in the armed forces to post-service life is much more difficult, owing to any number of factors, from dealing with physical and mental injuries that limit post-career employment opportunities to experiencing financial instability that makes it hard to make ends meet, to having difficulties adapting to a life that is far less regimented than what a former member is accustomed to. The consequences can be devastating, Mr. Speaker, with homelessness being one of them. The government's position on veterans' homelessness is clear. One homeless veteran is one too many. But of course, the issue is much more complex than that. As the report notes, homelessness likely affects between 3,000 to 5,000 veterans, or between 4.6 to 7.7 per thousand of the nearly 650,000 veterans living in Canada. So there is quite obviously a problem. It is one that we know that we can address and prevent with a determined and coordinated effort. But before we can do even that, seek to address homelessness, we have to know exactly what it is. So let me spell it out, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a symptom of a failed or challenged transition process. It's an outcome of a system that lacks the right supports and the right time, and one in which gaps exist. And most obviously, it's a grave concern that impacts a person's overall well-being. Each of these points bring up some tough questions that we must ask ourselves. What do we know about homeless veterans? What leads them to end up without a home? What are the key factors? What don't we know? Who is leading the research in this area? What have our partners found out? Where is the latest information on the issue? Who offers what service? Who are the most innovative and effective? How do our allies approach veteran homelessness? And what can we learn from them? These are questions that are constantly asked, and working with allies, countries, community organization, homeless sector, and the veterans group, the federal partners, to address and understand. And as more is learned about the issue, we will be able to do even more to identify and help our veterans. One way is through public consultation and stakeholder engagement. Last winter, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion hosted 3 national roundtable events on veteran homelessness. Participants included Veterans Organization, Homeless Sector Organization, and veteran who themselves has experienced living without a home. They talked about identifying gaps and barriers for diverse groups of veterans experiencing homelessness, the impact of COVID-19, the best practices, and how different sectors can work together to find solutions. And they explored a number of themes related to veteran homelessness. Some of the themes are as follows: ensuring veteran housing supports, for example, through rent supplements, making wraparound services available in conjunction with affordable and safe housing to ensure a personal route out of homelessness, integrating mental health, additional counseling, and other health and medical services to support our veterans, having better data and data-driven approaches to veteran homelessness, increasing awareness and available programs and services for veterans at risk or of experiencing homelessness, and coordinating across sectors, government departments and levels of government to prevent and reduce homelessness. We have also worked in collaboration with partners as the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness in addressing homelessness among veterans to provide all Canadians with a safe and affordable home. Mr. Speaker, the government itself has also taken several steps to address this issue. Over the last 2 years, we have invested over $100 million to launch a new veteran homelessness program that will provide wraparound services and rent supplements to veterans experiencing homelessness in partnership with community organizations. These investments show how important this issue is for our government, and they add momentum to our efforts to address homelessness. Veterans experiencing homelessness have unique circumstances that require unique supports. We are always seeking to work with outside organizations and other government departments to ensure veterans have a safe and affordable place to live. Veteran Affairs also supports homeless and at-risk veterans in other ways. This includes the VAC Assistance Service, which provides free psychological support for veterans, former RCMP members, family members, and caregivers. These services are free and is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by simply calling the toll-free 800 number that can be easily found on the VAC website. Veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk can also obtain assistance through the Veterans Emergency Fund, which provide prompt financial supports to veterans, their families, and survivors who are facing the unforeseeable financial emergencies that is threatening their health and their well-being. It can cover essentials such as food, clothing, or mortgage payments, medical expenses, expenses required to maintain safety and shelter. The Emergency Fund exists to provide financial assistance to veterans and their families quickly without complicated eligibility requirements and approval processes. For longer-term help, veterans will refer applications, VAC will refer applications to other resources and other internal and external programs to assist our veterans. We also have the Veterans Family Wellbeing Fund, through which it provides supports to organizations that are coming up with new and innovative ways of improving the well-being of Canadian veterans and their families. In 2018, over 60 organizations across the country have received more than $25 million through that fund. Thanks to the new increased funding in Budget 2021, the Wellbeing Fund awards $8 million a year until 23-24. This year, we have funded projects to support veterans and their families during COVID-19 recovery, including those experiencing homelessness. The Home for a Hero Foundation is a good example of an organization that has benefited from this fund. Earlier this year, they received $250,000 to go towards the Calgary Veteran Village and another $315,000 each to similar projects in Halifax and Winnipeg. These villages give veterans access to affordable and innovative housing as they transition into life after service. Not only that, they also have access to the resources, the training, the counseling that can help them live independently in long-term care. We also awarded Home for Heroes $712,000 in 2021 to hire a national coordinator to oversee their Operation National Expansion Plan. Fredericton Homeless Shelter is another organization that has received support from our Veterans and Family Wellbeing Fund. In 2020, they were awarded nearly $60,000 to support their homeless veterans pilot project, which identifies veterans in the Fredericton area who are experiencing homelessness, gets them temporary shelter, and gives them access to services and supports that will help them find long-term housing and bring more stability in their lives. For example, help to access doctors and specialists, or to find a job, or to go back to school. This type of baseline assistance that makes life easier, not just for veterans, but for everyone. Fredericton Homeless Shelter also received $40,000 in 2021 for their From Crisis to Home project and $75,000 in 2022 for a project called Continuum of Care for Veterans. These are the kinds of projects that the government created the Wellbeing Fund for. Ideas that can change the lives of veterans in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's tragic to think that anyone who served our country in uniform could one day end up homeless. On any given day, members of our Canadian Armed Forces, our military, can be anywhere in the world, putting their lives on the line for the safety and security of Canadians. They go where they're sent, and they go and do what they're told to do for our country. By the time their careers are done, some may sail into the sunset, while others land in the more choppy, difficult waters. As a government, we are fully committed to every Canadian who has worn the uniform, whether they have served for decades or were released honorably discharged. All deserve a safe and affordable home in which to live after they are released, and this government will continue to do everything it can to ensure that all our veterans receive the support they need and have a home to live in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, I want to make sure I get these right, Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention and his service on the Veterans Affairs Committee that we worked together on. My question regarding his intervention, he talks about the existing military being shipped overseas and could be called upon at any time, and recognizes that we have an issue with housing for veterans. Could he make any comments with regards to the pressing issue that existing military members have trying to find housing at this point in time, and what the Liberal government's doing about that? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and his work on our Veteran Affairs Committee, which is really important. Well, in my speech, Mr. Speaker, I spoke about some of the partners that we have on the ground, which is very helpful, which I mentioned Homes for Heroes and tiny homes that we talked about. And I, this summer, had the opportunity to visit Tiny Homes Village, if you want, in Edmonton, Alberta, as well as in Calgary. And as you know, some funding has been allotted to support veteran homelessness in Halifax and in Winnipeg, as well as some great work that's happening in Fredericton and as well in London, Ontario, where we have worked towards zero homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Unfortunately, I don't agree with a lot of the content. He paints a rather positive picture of government assistance to veterans. He was on the Veterans Committee when this situation was studied and when the report was made in 2019. And he got, there were 9 recommendations in there. Does my colleague agree that none of those recommendations was implemented 3 years later? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his outstanding work on the Veterans Affairs Committee. I'd like to acknowledge that the work we did to advance the whole issue of francophones that seemed to take a bit longer, and we managed to create a unit to deal with the francophone question so that it wouldn't delay the rest of the work. And we took advantage of the francophones and bilingual people on the committee. A lot of recommendations that were made in the report are currently we're creating and developing programs to support those veterans. And I'm very proud to mention that we've spent over $11 million, and a lot has been done to create programs along these lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech today. And I also serve with him on the Veterans Committee and have served for many years and was there when the first report was tabled and then was there when it was retabled again to get a response from the government because, of course, when it was tabled, it didn't get a response because of the election in 2019. And it's too bad to see that really we're not seeing the numbers change. 5,000 veterans, they're saying on estimate, are still without a home, without a safe place to be, and those are the people that served our country. So I'm just wondering if I can ask the member, the Auditor General was very clear in her report. One of the biggest challenges is there isn't correct data to identify where those places are that there is a shutdown of the services. So when you look at the system, services aren't being delivered. We don't know why because the data doesn't tell us why. And that seems like a big concern. Will this government invest in making sure that the data is there so that we can identify the bottlenecks and serve veterans much more effectively?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, of course, for her question and her excellent work as well. I believe she's been on the Veteran Affairs Committee for 4 or 5 years now and doing some excellent work on that front, which is very important. Our government, as I've indicated in my speech, we have invested monies to create programs, and one of the programs, of course, is the mental health program. We just invested $140 million. But what's important about that program is an immediate program, which means that while you're waiting for your application to be processed, you are receiving the services from day one. So that is an immediate program, so there's no wait time on that front as well. And we've created also the Office of the Women and LGBTQ Veterans by opening that office and supporting those veterans in particular. And of course, we're not talking about that, but much of the wait time was created because the Conservative, of course, let's not forget, had closed 9 veteran offices and fired over 1,000 frontline workers that we rehired and reopened as soon as we took government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, questions and comments. The Honourable Member of Hubbard River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague, not only my colleague, but all of the colleagues in the House that sit on the Veterans Committee and do this really important work. Some years back, I was a critic, and I had a real great opportunity to learn about what was being provided and what wasn't being provided, and I was quite appalled at the situation we were in. The fact that we're focusing on housing in this report and that we're doing a concurrence motion gives us a chance to talk about the good things that we're doing, but also about where there's still unfilled gaps. One of the programs that I helped create was called Helmets to Hard Hats. And I wonder if my colleague is familiar with it. It was specifically to help veterans position themselves when they came back to getting into the construction industry, which had tremendous needs. I wonder if my colleague can comment on that program.
The Secretary Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. And there's so many programs out there and organizations helping our veterans. It's quite remarkable when we think about it. But let's also look at the new, we're going to be studying in the next few weeks or months, we're going to be studying the Veteran Employment Strategy, which is exactly in line with many of the organizations that my colleague mentioned to support our veterans, which is a key factor. Like I said, some of our veterans have had challenges, and this is an opportunity to help them along if you want. I believe there's many organizations, I know of a number of private sectors that are now hiring cohorts of veterans. Those are the type of things veterans need to continue in life with opportunities, and this is one way of helping them to get back on their feet or supporting them as they're transitioning from to a civilian life, if you want. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and other honourable colleagues in this place. Yesterday I spoke of war heroes who happen to be my constituents, and I specifically mentioned retired Commander Charles Chick Goodman, who served in France and Belgium and helped liberate the prisoner of war camp in the Netherlands, and I mentioned he was near death. He died this morning. The nurse placed a fresh poppy on his chest next to his French Legion of Honor, an award from the French government for his service. He received many accolades from Veterans Affairs, but not what he most wanted, that his wife, now a widow, would not face homelessness. We must get rid of the so-called gold diggers clause. Please, will the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary say the government is going to remove this unfair and absurd anachronism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for an important question, and my sympathy goes out to the family of our lost veterans overnight that she mentioned I believe yesterday in her speech, which was very important. I do want to say that our government has put forward $150 million to study the data and looking how we can best support the survivors of veterans that marry after 60. And that report is being studied in the committee as we speak, and recommendations will follow, which is so important. And I want to thank the men and women who have served and continue to serve. I know I was in Dieppe, France this summer to see and commemorate our men that were lost on the beach in Dieppe, and I just can't share enough the emotions, how the people of France, of Dieppe, of Netherlands, of Belgium look at Canadian military, thank us for their freedom and their liberation. And that's powerful, and I was so proud of them, and I'm proud of our men and women that have served and continue to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his remarks, the Liberal member made the comment, one homeless veteran is one too many. And I can certainly agree with him on that, but it's everything that came after that I disagree with him on, because this isn't, he talked about, he gave all kinds of figures of dollars they're spending on studies and things like this. It isn't a question of more money being spent on studies. This is a question of will. It's time for this Liberal government to actually take action instead of talking about the problem. There's 5,000 homeless veterans, and we've got almost $1 billion in lapsed funding this year. How much of that lapsed funding was in these programs, and when will this Liberal government stop keeping our veterans out in the cold and actually take action and address this issue rather than study it and talk about it?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Very happy the member asked that question because it gives me an opportunity to share with the House and to share with Canadians what the former government, Conservative government, did prior to 2015. And I think it's very important to note, they actually cut the budget on the backs of our men and women that served. Mr. Speaker, they closed in 2014 9 veteran offices that was giving services and supports to veterans right across the country. And what did we do? We reopened that in the first year we were in government. The second thing they did, Mr. Speaker, they fired 1,000 employees, frontline employees, that caused a lot of backlog. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? We rehired the 1,000 and we trained them as well. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about wait times, the wait time is focused on 2 things. The $11 billion our government has put to support veterans, which is allowing them to have up to $2 billion per year in their pockets, and, of course, to re-improve the cuts that were made by the Conservative government. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me for smirking a little bit. I should point out that I'll be sharing my time with my very honourable and esteemed colleague, the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Saint-Hubert. I'm still in shock. I have a little story to tell you, Mr. Speaker. In December of 1908 in Montreal, an old man by the name of James Daly was found unconscious in the lobby of a downtown building. He had hypothermia, he was malnourished, and he was dying. He was brought to the Montreal General Hospital, and it was there that a hospital attendant named Arthur Hare noticed a piece of blue paper sticking out of the old man's coat. Mr. Hare was a veteran himself, so he quickly recognized the type of envelope that was normally sent to demobilized soldiers in the British Army. And he opened the envelope and found, to his horror, that the man in question, James Daly, had served for 21 years in the Crimea, and he fought in the Crimean War between 1854 and 1856. So 21 years of service, 2 of those at the front, on the street with nothing but his military papers. One little bit of a scrap of blue paper. He was just one blue scrap of paper away from being anonymous, from being nobody. James Daly died in hospital. And Arthur Hare was horrified that James Daly would not be buried. And so Arthur Hare created the Last Post Fund a year later. This organization is still active today, and its mission is to provide dignified burial for veterans who have no financial resources at the time of their death. Since 1930, there have been a number of burials at the National Field of Honor, which is a private military cemetery in Pointe-Claire on the island of Montreal. As of today, more than 22,000 veterans are buried there, including Leo Major. I visited that cemetery this summer, and it's a very impressive spot. And I would, in fact, encourage all members to go there and visit that cemetery in Montreal. It's impressive. It's very moving. And I especially encourage my colleagues on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs to check that out. So the purpose of my anecdote was just to show that 114 years ago, homeless veterans were dying in the streets of Montreal anonymously. What upsets me is that 114 years later, a 50-page report is highlighting the same problem. and the problem has only gotten worse. In 2019, when the report was tabled, there were between 3,000 and 5,000 homeless veterans in this country. And roughly speaking, that's one veteran out of 150 who's homeless. That's obviously crazy. The study is entitled Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans. And that study took place at the end of the 41st Parliament. 23 MPs served on the committee during that time, including some who were veterans themselves. There were 6 meetings on this study, and over 20 witnesses were heard. Out of all this came 9 recommendations. As the Bloc Québécois housing critic, my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, who I'm sharing my time with, he will no doubt have a better analysis of the housing situation than I do. And I'm thinking in particular of the National Housing Strategy. The first recommendation of the report, Mr. Speaker, is that Veterans Affairs Canada work in partnership with community agencies dedicated to helping veterans and establish ways for continual contact between the department and veterans with the latter's permission. Obviously. It's clear the department still has a long way to go. Community organizations are far from having the assistance they need to meet the needs of homeless veterans. Their funding has not increased. Allow me to share with you, Mr. Speaker, an initiative that I care deeply about. Every year, the 22nd Regiment Veterans Group, in partnership with the Bonneau Reception Centre in Montreal, organizes distribution of hot meals, clothing, and personal care products for homeless people. Nearly 800 meals were served last year. It's a wonderful initiative, but it's going to take a lot more than that. Veterans Affairs isn't walking the talk. And it's a shame to put it this way, but shelter and hot meals are just a Band-Aid solution. They do not go to the root causes of homelessness. I am sure that the root cause of homelessness among veterans is prevention. I'm talking about improving services during the transition from military to civilian life. I'm talking about hiring more case managers. I'm talking about timely processing of applications for assistance, especially when it comes to the Veterans Emergency Fund. The solution to homelessness among veterans is prevention. It's a very complicated, that Veterans Emergency Fund is very complicated to, especially for a veteran, to apply for assistance through that fund. I'm also talking about access to mental health services for veterans and their families, and about meeting the 16-week service standard for disability claims. I'm also talking about providing equitable and quality services to Francophones. The department needs to address this homelessness problem upstream before a veteran winds up in a situation of homelessness. A veteran who waits, who gets tired, who doesn't get help, who gives up, ends up on the street. And the suicide rate is very high, and the homelessness rate is very high among veterans. Mr. Speaker, what's extremely disappointing in this is that of those 9 recommendations, which are all relevant, logical, and connected to the needs of veterans, not one has truly been implemented. I see my time passing quickly. So one of my colleagues has an amazing private member's bill It's called Repos du Soldat. It's a project, rather, in Quebec City to support veterans in needs. National Defense has agreed to having this housing project built in Sainte-Foy. So we're waiting to see if this project will be approved, because that will allow for 80 new units to be built. 80 units with premises for health professionals such as psychologists and chiropractors, etc. It will be led by a woman who lives in Lévis, Ms. Pelletier, a wife of a veteran suffering from serious PTSD. So we're still awaiting approval for this project. We're waiting for the Minister of National Defense's green light. Mr. Speaker, my time is up. I had a lot to say, but I'd just like to wrap up with my last point, being that our committees make recommendations that shouldn't just be shelved. This is a good example. 9 recommendations, not one has truly been implemented to date. And it makes you wonder, what's the point? What is the point of sitting on these committees? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments
for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the work that he does on behalf of veterans, and the fact that I know how much we all very much care about this particular file. I have to ask if the member is aware of the fact that there is a dedicated unit to the issue of the Francophone veterans that are coming back. There's been a significant increase in support in the Francophone areas, as well as a dedicated unit. Is he familiar with that? And what is his thoughts on that dedicated unit, if he's aware of it?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, Mr. Speaker. Of course I know that. I've been fighting for 3 years for Francophones to obtain the same level of service than Anglophones. The unit was implemented in Montreal, but there is a mess within this unit, which means that the answer rate for Francophones is hugely lower than that for Anglophones. Francophones have never had equity at that level. When it comes to requests, they've never had equity as compared to Anglophones. The resource is there, but the results are not.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the great testimony from my colleague, who is always interesting to listen to. He is very aware of the issue of veterans. I would like to commend my father, first of all, who is a veteran, a World War II veteran, who today is 99 years of age. 2 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days. At that age, we count it hour by hour. My question for my colleague is as follows. He mentioned there are 9 recommendations in this report, and unfortunately, most of these recommendations are simply ignored. According to the member, what is the main recommendation that should be highlighted? His priority. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. It's very interesting, and I would be remiss not to mention the following. Delays in answers, which is a terrible source of stress for families and for veterans. Once again, Francophones are waiting longer than Anglophones. That would be my ultimate priority. Perhaps it has little to do with homelessness, but no, it does have to do with homelessness, because homelessness is part of a spectrum. If upriver no work is done, which in this case is adequately meeting Francophone needs, then it can lead downstream to homelessness. That would be my main recommendation, that upon which the government should focus itself.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his very important speech. We have worked together on the Veterans Committee for years, and I really appreciate his dedication, especially to Francophone veterans. I'm just wondering, though, earlier this year, we were honored to go with the minister, and we went to some important places. We went to Vimy Ridge, and we went to Menin Gate. And those are places where there is such a deep respect for the men and women who served Canada and who served those places during times that none of us hopefully can ever imagine. And what concerns me is that we hear from his story that this long-standing history of Canada failing veterans, continuing to have over 5,000 today veterans that are without homes. Why do we appreciate their sacrifice, but we don't see this government, or quite frankly, the past Conservative government, recognize what needs to happen for veterans?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you to my colleague that I appreciate a lot. It's a question for which, of course, I have no answer. There was a slogan that used to say, if you want an interesting life, then enroll in the army. It just comes back to mind to me very regularly at the Veteran Affairs Committee. One of the questions we often ask all of us members of the committee when we meet witnesses is, if we had to do it again, if you had to do it again, would you enroll in the army, given that when you are in the army, things happen a certain way, there is a respect for people in the army. But when you leave the army, all of a sudden, there's a huge cleft and a difference in respect and service. I see that I have no more time ahead of us. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise today on this important matter, homelessness in amongst veterans. My colleague for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles does excellent work in this committee. He has worked on this report. He's worked on these recommendations. It's a crying shame that, unfortunately, most recommendations therein have yet to have been implemented. It's a shame. I would like to go in a slightly different direction when one talks about homelessness. It's difficult not to talk about housing. What we want is for these homeless people to have a roof over their head. We want to give them a roof and housing. Unfortunately, what we can see, Mr. Speaker, oh, there's a new speaker. I would like to mention that in Canada and in Quebec, people aren't taken care for. People aren't cared for when they are homeless. We are close to Remembrance Day, an excellent day to speak to this matter. I also wanted to pay tribute to people in my riding. In my riding, there is an entire ecosystem of help, assistance for homeless people. This was created over the past number of years, a remarkable effort. The Altes du Coin is one example. My friend Nicolas Gildesleeve, who started this initiative during the pandemic, during the pandemic, we realized that around Longueuil, there were people from Montreal who would flee Montreal for reasons linked to the pandemic. People thought that Montreal would be a center for COVID, and so they came to Longueuil. And then there was a risk of this spreading outside of the community in Longueuil. And so there was an immediate reaction in amongst people who work with the homeless, people who work in housing. Gilles Bourgard, who does excellent work. Everyone united, everyone worked together. Marlène Jening works with another excellent resource to help homeless men, an intermediary 6-month assistance program, and other people who do excellent work in Entretemps, which is here to help homelessness in amongst youth, 16 to 21-year-olds, young people. When we think homelessness, we often think of grizzled old people. But yes, that is an issue. But there's also young people who are homeless. Unfortunately, young people who leave their home and they leave their foster home. They end up in the streets. But there are organizations to help them. Lucie Latulippe from L'Abri de la Réussite, who I commend, Joseph de Sizuma, all these people, I know them well. I really appreciate them, and I would like to talk to you further about the matter. I went to l'Altes du Coin recently, which accepts most applicants. They accept all applicants. It's a 24/7 resource. People arrive. They are not interrogated. They are just helped. I went to serve some meals there for one day, and I saw something that really troubled me to my very core. 50 meals can be served, but there are not a sufficient number of places for these people. And that is an issue. There's not enough funding for homelessness. Not enough funding for homelessness. People aren't being helped enough. And so, in the summer, there are 20 beds. In the winter, 30 beds. Winter is coming, as we know. It's an important issue. 50 meals are served, and that's fine. We serve these 50 meals for the 50 people that turn up. But unfortunately, after the meal, and this happens in a church that has been reconverted into this homeless center. But there's not enough space for anyone, for everyone. And so there are about 50 spots to eat after their meal. People go outside, they smoke. They sometimes partake in drugs. After the meal, the room was transformed into a boarding room. So we put beds where there were tables. And then I went outside, and outside, everyone was still there. About 50 people were still there. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they were not all going to be able to come in. They all would love to sleep inside in a warm environment, but there was not enough space for them. There was not enough space. People don't have enough space. We don't take care of our homelessness people. We not take enough care for our homeless veterans in this country. It's a big issue. When we speak about homelessness, at the end of the day, and it's in the report, what we need is housing. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Canada has failed in housing Canadians. In Canada, the system has failed. Oh, there was a huge national housing strategy. Oh, lots of declarations, $72 billion. Everyone's going to have a roof. But in this strategy, in this $72 billion, what they didn't say is that it includes the money that municipalities will invest, that provinces will invest in the matter, that organizations will invest. It's not just $72 billion of federal money. After 5 years, Mr. Speaker, after 5 years, it is estimated, Scotiabank has estimated that Canada's needs make it the worst country in the G7 when it comes to the average of housing per capita. It's a scandal, a true scandal. This week, we saw that we were one of the worst countries in the G20 when it comes to investment in fossil fuels, which is another huge scandal when there's great words bandied about a green transition. Liberal ministers keep hammering away about their green transition. We're the second best country in the G20 in public funding in fossil fuels at the same time. That is a crying shame, Mr. Speaker. It's a crying shame. And it's the crying shame in the housing. 424 units of housing per 1,000 inhabitants. We are the worst country in the G7. It's completely illogical. Just last week, we talked about C31. And my Liberal friends across the way and the NDP friends believe that they are going to solve the housing crisis with a $500 check to people. But not a single unit of housing is being built through C31. I talked about Homeless Night, and I met my friends who work to help the homeless in Longueuil. And I talked to them about C31, and they were completely shocked. They were completely shocked how many billions of dollars are in C31, and not a single house is being built. We need to build houses, Mr. Speaker. $3.5 billion. That's what we need over the next 10 years. Well, 3.5. Well, after 5 years, halfway through the National Housing Strategy, only $35,000 has been invested. 60,000, 100,000 renovations, great, wow, well, problem solved. It's a complete failure of the program, Mr. Speaker. And that is not even counting, and there's another issue right now, Mr. Speaker. There are projects. And yes, we need to build more housing. We need to build more housing units, social housing, housing that people can afford in the first place. But now there's an issue that has come back again, and it's linked to the pandemic, and it's linked to the increase of construction costs and the scarcity of labor. There are projects that are funded by the government that won't even be able to put shovels in the ground because there is a lack of refinancing. Projects funded in the past, about a year or two in co-investments. 1 year later, with the increase of costs, all of a sudden they put a shovel in the ground. They realize, whoops, if we want to finish the 55 housings, the 70 housing units, we will need $1 or $2 million more. That's a serious issue. These are good projects funded by the government that will not be able to see the light of day. These projects are getting worse and worse and are multiplying throughout Quebec and Canada. And it's completely illogical to not be talking about this, because on top of all this, the other thing, Mr. Speaker, now, the government keeps boasting about the fact that, oh, we're spending money left, right, and centre. But halfway through the National Housing Strategy, only 30% of the funds have been spent. 30% of the funds in the strategy have been spent halfway through the strategy. Just in Quebec. Just in Quebec. 3.5 million in Canada. A CMHC economist talked about this. He said, building 500,000 housing units in Quebec. The market itself is going to build 500,000, but what we need is 1.1 million just in Quebec, and so 600,000 more than this 500,000 amount. The government, in one way or another, needs to intervene in the market, help the market in order to construct this extra 600,000 units, but it's simply not happening. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but talking to my friends who work in housing, over the last 10 years, and I will finish with this, we have lost in Canada 600,000 affordable housing units that people could afford, that the middle class could afford. But now they're in the private market and now they are completely unaffordable for the average Canadian. And so not only are no houses being built, but what has already been built that was perhaps affordable in the past, then these houses are no longer affordable for the average Canadian. There is a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I certainly appreciate the passion of this member, Mr. Speaker. There are not a lot of people in this room that I think can get to more vocal than I can at times, but this is certainly one of those members. You know, he brought up a lot of interesting and I think debatable points about affordable housing. This government has done a lot, and for him to say that there's nothing that's been done and nothing's been built just simply is not the case. I can reference my riding alone, where a number of projects that have been funded by the federal government are now open and housing individuals that are in need of affordable housing. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, I unfortunately, and I was listening closely, did not once hear this member talk about the actual issue, which is affordable housing for veterans. You know, there have been a lot of good discussion today from all sides of the House. I've heard the Conservatives talk about homes for heroes. I've heard many other discussions about housing veterans. I just wonder if the member would like to reflect specifically on housing veterans that are in need right now, and depart from the more general topic of homelessness, but focus on veterans.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. So if I understand my colleague expects me to boast on behalf of the government, which I will not do. With regards to housing, I dream of Vienna. I was in Laval on a colloquia about housing, and I would like to commend the organizers for that initiative. The former mayor of Vienna, who came to see us 100 years ago after the First World War in Vienna, they realized, probably because all the veterans were coming back, that they needed to take care of housing. The government at the time had to invest in that domain. They had to house people. But in Vienna, the city of Vienna has now 62% of social housing. 62%, imagine that. People's livelihoods are being built. There are cycle paths. There's organic markets. It's amazing. I saw pictures and I dream of this, but it would take an actual modicum of will from the government, which is not the case right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Bruce Gray.
The Honourable Member.
De Longueuil Saint-Hubert pour son discours.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech. It is obvious that he is concerned about our veterans. And why does he think that the CEO of Vets Canada said earlier this week
have expressed that they don't feel valued, they don't feel important. She's referring to veterans. These are men and women who put their lives on the line for our country, so I think we owe them a lot more than what we're providing. Pourquoi elle a dit ça?
Why did she say that, in his opinion? The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. I agree with my colleague, and I agree with the statement he just mentioned. We're talking about lodging people, everyone who's vulnerable in Canada. If we talk about veterans, that's very important. But women who are victims of domestic violence, people who are drug users also who are often veterans. One of the problems related to veterans is often mental health. They have PTSD, and we need federal investment in health. We need health care transfers if we want to help people. It's an epidemic with respect to suicide, mental health, people who are committing suicide in emergency rooms in Quebec. And the federal government says, no, we're just going to write you a check if you do that and add strings. The federal government does not mention any hospitals, train any nurses, but they want to tell the province how they should manage their healthcare systems. It doesn't make sense. Questions and comments?
And comments? The
honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil for his dynamism and his sense of service. I'd like us to talk about processing times for veterans. There's a serious issue that was mentioned by our critic, who does extraordinary work, and it doesn't seem to be getting solved despite the funding that we're putting towards it. We're talking about homelessness, and when you neglect veterans, you put them in distress, emotional and intellectual distress, and this can lead to homelessness. So we have to take care of our veterans carefully, fully, and with respect. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Quickly. How much do I have, Mr. Speaker? How much time? A few seconds. My colleague is right. It's an important issue, but I'd like to say that wait times were 19 weeks for Anglophone requesters and more than 50 weeks for Francophone requests. So the service times have deteriorated for English requesters, and I have to say that there is some systematic discrimination towards Francophones in this country. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the amazing member from Edmonton, Griesbach. Mr. Speaker, when I reflect upon this report, I remember back in 2019 when it was initially tabled. And there was a sense of urgency from all parties in this House that this needed to be a priority for this government and that action needed to be taken. So it is frustrating to be here again having this discussion, knowing that this Parliament, this report from 2019 was retabled by the committee, waiting for a response from the government, which we have received, but it still doesn't address the key issues. And I remember when we retabled this, I wrote clearly in the supplementary report that it has been almost 3 years, or a full 3 years, and yet very little action has been taken on this critical issue. And I think a lot also of how many veterans that I've spoken to, how many veterans who have come to the House of Commons to witness us, and how many veterans have sat at the table of the Veterans Committee. And many times they are asked, would you serve again? And they always say yes. And what surprises me as well is how many of them are asked, would you encourage your own children or relatives to serve? And they say yes. So when we look at this reality of, at this moment, about 5,000 veterans, homeless, not with a safe place to live, dealing with things that most of us can't imagine, and they're still there. They're still there. And even though they're there, they would still serve our country again. Their commitment to service runs that deep. So I think it's important that we remember that when we have these discussions, that their dedication to serve is so profound, and that our dedication to serve should at the very least match theirs. And our service to veterans as parliamentarians is to make sure that they have the best services that they can, that they're accessible, that they're not waiting a long, long time, and that 5,000 veterans aren't going to go to bed tonight not having a safe home to live in. So when I think of this, I think of recommendation 3 that talked about Veterans Affairs Canada, working with Employment and Social Development Canada, and organizing support for academic research to continue its efforts to better understand veterans' homelessness, taking into account the overrepresentation of women and Indigenous people. You know, I think it's important to research this, but at the same time, we have to figure out what is going on and do actions. And I talked earlier today about London, Ontario, and the work that they've done collectively to identify veterans in their community that are homeless and to make sure that they have a safe place to live. So it is important that we recognize and we know that sadly, in those veterans that are homeless, women and Indigenous people, which all of us know in this place are still a very small part of the forces that serve us, are really high in this population of homelessness. So why is that? We need to figure out why that is. And we have to acknowledge that sometimes these groups are marginalized groups within a larger group, are even more marginalized by our systems. So it's important that research is done and that we honor that. But I come back to something else that I've also mentioned earlier today, which is the fact that the Auditor General in their report were very clear. Right now, Veterans Affairs Canada does not collect data in a way that allows them to identify where the problems are. So when we have veterans that don't have a home, when we have veterans that are waiting and waiting for the services that they need, when we see veterans falling through the cracks, feeling a great deal of distrust for the ministry, for the department, and for the people that work there, we have to also look at the fact that data is not there to provide the information to correct the problem. So what we see continuously is money being poured in, but we don't know that that money is being spent effectively because we don't know where there's bottlenecks. We don't know where there's blockages where veterans just simply can't get through. We don't know that. And that's on this government. It's on them to fix this core problem. And I know that we can talk about a lot of exciting things that get people really upset, but data, good data, means better services to veterans. So I'm very firm in this place that we cannot stop talking about how important this is, because it is a lack of data that means that our veterans don't get the services that they deserve. Recommendation 4 specifically talked about a partnership with other federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal organizations concerned with these challenges and the community agencies. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I have 11 legions. Across some of the smallest communities you'll ever see, the legions are cornerstones to those communities because they provide support and services and they create a place for community to get together. Those organizations want to do the work. And we asked this government to take all of those stakeholders and make sure to work with them to implement action plans such as the National Housing Strategy to actually get to the core and eradicate homelessness in veterans. So what we do know is there's piecemeal investments under 2021 under the National Housing Strategy. And it really focuses on Edmonton and Ottawa, but it doesn't have any concrete plan to address this. And that is a concern, and we know it can be done. Strategies can help veterans get into homes. In fact, and I will say it again, on February the 16th, 2021, London, Ontario did just that. They did it. Build for Zero Canada, working with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness on the national effort to address the problem. Built for Zero Canada monitors the progress of 12 participating cities. It endorsed London's claim that the city had the first Canadian community to attain functional zero veteran homelessness status. So they did it because they focused on the issue, they gathered the relevant data, they looked at community-focused solutions, and they did it. This is a model that we could be implementing, working with communities, regions, with organizations, with municipalities to identify what's happening in your community. Can you help us identify veterans that are falling through the cracks? And I think this is important because I'm going to say this again. Veterans don't often complain. They're homeless, they're ashamed that they're homeless, like it's their fault, and they don't step up, they don't disclose. So many witnesses have come before us and said veterans often are homeless and they won't disclose that they're veterans, so we don't even know how to connect them with those resources. Shame, and also a feeling that the department won't do anything for them. Those things need to be addressed. They need to be taken seriously, and we need to demonstrate for veterans that there are solutions and that if they reach out for help, they're actually going to receive it. I think of not too long ago, I actually had a family member come to speak to me about a veteran in their family. She's an Indigenous woman. She spent many, many years serving this country, and now she's couch surfing. She's living on the edge because how she left was not a good way to leave. And I don't have permission to share what happened to her, but it was not a good thing. And she left in desperation for her own safety from the military. And now she's sleeping on couches, and she has so much need. But no matter how much her family loves her, no matter how much they reach out to her, they can't get her to ask for the services because she no longer trusts the system. We need to look at that. We need to own that in this House and stop pointing fingers and start saying we're going to stop doing that and we're going to start serving veterans. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to talk about Recommendation 7, which is around Veterans Affairs Canada and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They signed a memorandum of understanding to make RCMP veterans eligible for the Veterans Emergency Fund under the same terms and conditions as Canadian Armed Forces veterans. We've heard from the president of the RCMP Veterans Association that this has not gone into place. Mr. Speaker, however people serve this country, we have to show them that on the other side of their service, they will be respected enough to get the support that they deserve. So I'm here in this House asking for that to be a reality because veterans served us, we best serve them back. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from North Island Powell River for her intervention today. I thought that it was quite insightful, and the one thing that I think she really hit the nail on the head with was a comment towards the end where she talked about how there are many veterans out there that just don't know how to access or that services are available. And I think that government needs to play a stronger role, quite frankly, in getting in touch with these veterans. I know that in my riding of Kingston and the Islands a few years ago, there was an effort one Sunday morning, and I believe it was happening throughout the country, where we went out into our community, specifically to the areas where we knew homeless people were living, to get in touch with veterans, to try to locate them so that they could be made aware of, so that we could account for them for starters, but help them become aware of the services that were available. I'm wondering if she can comment on further on where she sees opportunities there to reach out to veterans, in particular those that aren't aware that services are available for them, so that we can give them the services that, quite frankly, they deserve and that the government should be providing to them.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for this question. And I think that one of the key things that we've heard from veterans repeatedly is the transition period from service into moving into their role as veterans is fraught with problems. The information back and forth is fragmented. They're often carrying a large load of trying to figure out how to make the system work. So the orientation of what services are available is not clear, and it's not in a way that they need it. Mr. Speaker, when we think about serving people, one of the best and important things that we can do, especially when we're in a seat of government, is to listen to people who go through those transition processes, hear where the problems are, and then fix them. It certainly isn't to blame veterans for not being able to ask for help, but to understand that we need to provide better help. And that transition period is absolutely key. If the trust isn't built there, then veterans won't feel comfortable to come forward and say, I need assistance.
Question commentaire?
Questions and
comments? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you. I really agree with my colleague. The responsibility for giving relevant information to people who are leaving the Canadian Armed Forces is up to the government. It's the government that has to do this, that's responsible for this. So I really liked my colleague's answer, but I'd like to give her a few minutes so she can talk a bit more about a London project that actually got rid of homelessness. So I would like to know who funded it, how did this project come about, what organization did this report to? Thank you.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his really important question. And I did note where the organization and what the organization's name was. But what was so important is that stakeholders and the municipality came together and said this is an issue that we really want to address. And so by bringing everyone together within that community, they identified, I believe it was about 20 veterans in their area that were homeless, and then they actively created strategies collectively. I think that one of the things we know is, especially here when we sit in a federal seat, we are big and we cover a huge, large country. But local solutions make the most sense because local people know how to work collaboratively together. So it is important that as a federal level of government, we always look at the ways that we can support the people on the ground. But if those resources are not given to those organizations, then the actions can't be taken in a meaningful way. So I'm glad London could do this, but I think it's very important that the federal government step up, support these kind of programs, and look at models that work so that we can do what we must do, which is get veterans in homes.
We do have time for maybe a quick exchange. So the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention, and just wanted to ask her. It's tragic. The Liberal government has not responded, and the Conservative government, although they've moved this motion today, are responsible for cutting supports to veterans. And now we have a crisis where people that, sacrificed themselves are living on the streets. I know that the NDP has offered solutions, and I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can discuss some of those solutions.
We are out of time, but I will allow the member to answer. The member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, the NDP has again recommended that we need more non-market housing. At the end of the day, what we need to deal with the housing crisis across this country is actually affordable, not defined by corporations, but defined by people's incomes.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what a remarkable speech, and I think one that hits on the very important aspects of today's debate. Today, we're talking about veterans, and it's always an honor for me to recognize the contributions of veterans and also the veterans who are present in this House. I want to thank them for their service. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what we're seeing across Canada today is truly deplorable. We're talking about homeless veterans, something that should never have been a topic in this House, to the extent to which nearly 5,000 of our active serving members, which make up about 630,000 veterans across the country, continue to live through every day. Madam Speaker, what we're seeing is veterans on the front lines of poverty, whether it's in my community of Edmonton-Griesbach or Powell River or Winnipeg. Indigenous, women, and other vulnerable groups hit the intersection of this crisis. When we're talking about veterans and the barriers that they feel. They're immense. And I want to highlight some of the history of Veterans Affairs in Canada and my own experience with advocacy for veterans from the Métis community. For a long period of time, Métis people have contributed greatly to the Canadian Armed Forces at home and overseas. I'm reminded of the stories of veterans who shared with me in September of 2019 when the government and the Prime Minister apologized for the mistreatment of Métis veterans in Regina. I was present at that apology, and what I had heard was the recognition that Indigenous veterans were left behind. They served in World War II, whether it was the Cree code talkers or those the expert snipers from Indigenous communities. They put their lives on the line, even when Canada didn't recognize them. They knew that the fight for justice and the fight for freedom is one that we all share, and one that unites each and every one of us as Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's deplorable to think that during World War II, this country was able to maneuver and make what was financially impossible materially possible. We were able to house, feed, clothe over 1 million Canadians during the war. Today, Madam Speaker, we're talking about 5,000 veterans who do not have that means. Madam Speaker, this is a true matter of our nation's dignity. The treatment of those who put their lives on the line. The treatment of those who sometimes go ignored for their service. This must be a day we recognize their sacrifices. Not just during their service, Madam Speaker, but during the time that comes afterwards. We just heard from the New Democratic critic from Veterans Affairs describe the importance of veterans and the issues that they're currently facing in transition. When we think about the services that the government should be providing for veterans, we often surmise the other groups that are doing that work, the groups that are filling the gaps for veterans, the groups that are continuing to feed, house, and clothe with barely any resources. I think about the Veterans Association of Edmonton, for example, which started as a food bank and today has grown to a larger mandate of supporting veterans. When I toured that food bank, I met with veterans who are proud of the service that they have contributed to our country. But Madam Speaker, what they're not proud of is the fact that Veterans Affairs and the government won't provide them that same level of dignity. There are remarkable people working and volunteering on behalf of veterans, for veterans, who are doing this work in my city right now, helping veterans access those programs where Veterans Affairs won't. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that all veterans have that access. These programs that veterans have been unable to access are truly part and parcel of how we look towards a better future for veterans. But when they don't work, Madam Speaker, it's the opposite. It shows these veterans that the door is closed, not open. When I think about the tremendous work of veterans and their own contributions to communities, I think about the folks in my community that are volunteering at homeless shelters, even though they themselves face that same crisis. These are men and women that are contributing and want to contribute, but need to also have their government contribute. We have the means, Madam Speaker, in Canada, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and to all of my colleagues in the House, Madam Speaker, I know each and every one of us are dedicated to the prosperity and betterment of veterans. This should not be a partisan issue. Each and every one of us can recount our own family members, friends, neighbors who have served, some who continue to serve. These barriers should not be present. Like I said in the beginning of my speech, Madam Speaker, in Canada, when we had less wealth, when we had less people even, we were able to house, feed, and clothe 1 million Canadians. Today, Madam Speaker, we must fight poverty. That is the challenge that is facing veterans and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We can, in fact, make a contribution to veterans that eliminates poverty. We can, in fact, do the work that makes financially impossible materially possible. Madam Speaker, I'm confident with members of this House that if we can see beyond our differences for the betterment of all veterans in our country, we can, in fact, house 5,000 veterans. We can clothe those veterans, and we can feed those veterans. Madam Speaker, there is no amount of money that is too much to ensure that the veterans and their families are taken care of, because what they're offering is far more than our country could ever give back. They're offering their lives, their families, their time, a huge sacrifice. One we cannot take for granted, Madam Speaker, one that Canadians owe a debt. And we can, in fact, eliminate poverty for veterans. I know we can. If we're able to see veterans as the truly remarkable people they are, not just when they serve, but the people they are in our communities. These are our neighbors, our community members, people who show up at the Legion and help out when they're asked to. These are real people, people who do not, like many others, deserve to be homeless. Canada is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. I know that with cooperation from each and every member of this House, we can, in fact, eliminate poverty, and we can eliminate houselessness. And what better way to start by ensuring that our veterans are housed, fed, and clothed? Madam Speaker, this day of our debate, I hope we could continue to hear contributions from all of my colleagues about the importance of veterans, not just in their communities, but across the country. But what I also hope to hear is their commitment to work across party lines, to eliminate the issues of transition that veterans face today, to see the nuanced divisions and intersection between Indigenous veterans and women veterans, that we need to do more. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that if we do that, we will not have to return to this place and debate again the fact that we have houseless veterans. A true tragedy in Canada, and one that we can eliminate. We can eliminate poverty. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Edmonton-Griesbach for his intervention today. And I would agree with him. There is nothing, we should allow nothing to stand in our way to house, in particular, these 5,000 veterans that are out there that are homeless. I know that, Madam Speaker, it would be very easy to put money at this, and I don't think there'd be anybody in this House that would disagree with that. I think, as indicated by the member from North Island, Powell River, who spoke before this member, one of the real challenges has to do with getting in touch with these particular veterans that are homeless, because quite frankly, many of them don't know that supports are there. Many of them, we don't know where they're physically located because they're homeless. I'm wondering if he can comment on the position that perhaps the government should be taking in order to get the word out there and to try to get in touch. Is there anything that we can do beyond putting money towards something that I know everybody in this House would agree we should do?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And I think it's an important one to note that there's existing community organizations doing this work. And when we partner, like we've seen, for example, with the example from my honourable colleague from Powell River in relation to the elimination of veteran houselessness in London, we know that partnerships with local communities, we know partnerships with municipalities can in fact provide the data that is important for us to actually identify those veterans, offer better supports, and at times fund support programs that are already in place. The Edmonton Veterans Association, for example, hosts peer nights where veterans come together, share stories, and participate together. Madam Speaker, we need to invest in these solutions.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for his speech. In the bloc, we're very aware of issues affecting the French language. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, the veterans critic, has often raised this. It's a huge battle. There are inequities between Francophone veterans and Anglophone veterans. Francophone veterans have their applications held up, they're processed slower. So there's two different systems. There's a fast track for Anglophones and a slow track for Francophones. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this important advocacy to the attention of the House. It's important that we understand that Francophones have often in Canada's history been discriminated against, Madam Speaker, not just in Veterans Affairs, but oftentimes in other social programs that they're eligible for. And this is a part of a systemic problem that not only this place, but also local legislatures across the country continue to grapple with, is promotion and protection of Francophones across the country. And so I'm in solidarity with the member from the Bloc Québécois who's raising this important point that Francophone veterans do deserve the same level of respect and access to programs that they deserve.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. A brief question.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. So I know the NDP members in the Edmonton area. He's close to base Edmonton. And I'm just wondering if he could elaborate on how big of a challenge this is in his own riding with homeless veterans. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague not only for the question but for his service as well. I know that Indigenous women and other minority groups are often across Edmonton Griesbach are the ones seen and visibly seen across the community in tents and on the street. But what we don't often see is that some of these members are veterans. Some of them don't want to come forward and self-identify as veterans because of the shame associated with the condition of their living. But that's not their fault, Madam Speaker. That is the fault of the system that failed them. What we're seeing is when that transition period comes, we see that there's a massive drop-off, almost like going off a ledge where they seem to plummet and not find the support they need. And so, Madam Speaker, what has happened is this grassroots movement across Edmonton. We have the Edmonton Veterans Association, for example, that's picked up the pieces to identify these veterans, to house them, to clothe them, to feed them, to provide that peer support, and to unite them with community. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Lac St. Louis today. You know, normally, Madam Speaker, I am very critical of the opposition, the Conservative Party in particular, for moving motions of concurrence like this, because I usually feel as though it's an opportunity to try to slow down government legislation. But I am very grateful of the opposition for moving this one today, because I think it's very important that we have this discussion, in particular as we lead up to Remembrance Day. And quite frankly, I've learned a lot myself sitting here this morning, listening to the debate and listening to what other members have said. And I think that any opportunity that we can give ourselves to further educate ourselves on the issues that veterans are facing, in particular as it relates to homeless, are opportunities that we should absolutely take. So I'm more than happy to participate today and have the opportunity to speak. You know, I mentioned that we're approaching Remembrance Day. Literally on Tuesday morning after Halloween, my 6-year-old started talking about Christmas. And as young children do, as they move from one day to one festive day to the next one, and I made a point of saying, Frankie, I think it's better if we talk about Remembrance Day for the next 11 days at least before we get to Christmas. And he said to me, he said, well, Daddy, what's Remembrance Day? And so it gave me this opportunity to explain to him about the men and women who have gone out into various different parts of the world to defend the values that we hold so dear, to give us the quality of life that we have. And you should have seen his eyes just completely expand as he was absorbing what I was saying, because obviously a 6-year-old can't understand the realities of war and the complexities of global and foreign affairs and the struggles that quite literally our country has gone through to give us the incredible quality of life that we have. So any opportunity that we have, quite frankly, to talk about this very important issue, I think is one that we need to have inside this chamber and indeed outside. You know, it was referenced by the member from the parliamentary secretary to veterans that 1 in 60 Canadians are veterans. And I think that you know, is something that we should really stop and reflect on. The number of individuals that have come from our country and that currently reside in our country that have given us that incredible quality of life. He talked about his recent trip abroad and talking to those countries that Canada helped liberate many years ago through various different wars, and in particular, I think he was talking about World War II. And I was immediately reminded of my own family. You know, I literally, Madam Speaker, wouldn't be standing here today if it had not been for the men and women that fought for our country. My grandparents on one side of my family, from my father's side, come from Holland, and my mother's side come from Italy. They literally moved to Canada in the 1950s from their war-torn countries. And my grandfather, up until when he passed away in the mid-90s, would tell the story of the Canadians liberating Holland. He owned, with my grandmother, a corner store in Hilversum, which is about 20 minutes north of Amsterdam. And they, when the Germans started occupying Holland and moved into Holland, he literally had to hide, as many men, quite frankly, did during that time, from the Germans every time that they would come through the country looking for men to work in factories. And particularly as the war dragged on and the Germans started to run out of people to work in these factories, and it was becoming more and more clear that they were struggling, they would literally walk into houses. They would bang on the front doors of houses in Holland, walk in and take men that quite often would not return home. And my grandfather, quite frankly, would tell the story of how he would hide, as many other men would, from the German soldiers to avoid being ripped apart from their families. And one day he came out of hiding, Madam Speaker, to see Canadian soldiers walking in the streets of Hilversum, literally liberating in front of his eyes his country that had been under German rule for 3 years, I believe, by that point. Literally liberated by Canadian soldiers. And it was at that point that my grandfather said, that's where I want to live, in a country that has individuals like this that can travel across the world to defend values and freedoms. And as a result, my grandfather, my grandparents literally picked up their family, left their war-torn country with nothing, literally nothing but the idea and the dream of having a better life. Traveled on a boat. My dad still has the ticket from being on that boat to Canada, where they eventually ended up in Kingston. And my mother's story is not much different, just from another European country of the time. And as a result, I'm literally the product of that decision from both of my families to end up to be here today and to end up in Canada. And I say this because quite often I think that when we talk about Canada being this peacemaking country, this country that promotes peace around the world, quite often I think that historically we get caught up in this idea and we lose sight of the fact of what that really means. You know, I think we get caught up in thinking that means that people that stood in this chamber and debated in this chamber and created laws and policies and engaged in diplomatic foreign affairs throughout the generations before us somehow created this incredible reputation that Canada has. I would argue, Madam Speaker, that it has very little to do with the politicians that came from this room, and so much more to do with those actual men and women who are on the ground even today as we speak, representing Canadian values. When I was on the Defense Committee, Madam Speaker, had the opportunity to travel to Eastern Europe to study Operation Reassurance and Operation Unifier. And nothing moved me more on that trip than when we were sitting with the chair of the Defense Committee for Ukraine, and he said, by the way, do you know why the Canadian Brigade has all these other countries lined up in part of their brigade? It's because those countries had the option of joining the brigade of the United Kingdom or the United States, but they weren't interested. They wanted to be part of Canada's brigade. And you know, so when we talk about Canada's leadership throughout the world, it's not the leadership, quite frankly, in my opinion, that comes from this room. It's the leadership of our men and women and how they engage with people in other parts in the world. And so I say all this to set the premise for how I believe we should be taking care of these individuals, these veterans, when they have come back from serving for our country. Serving our country. And the member from Barrie Innisfil brought up, in addition to others today, Home for Heroes. And this is about an operation, an organization specifically geared towards helping homeless veterans find stable places to live so that they are not homeless. And quite frankly, I think it's an absolute travesty, as many people in this House have said, when we talk about and when we recognize the fact that there are 5,000, which I didn't know, quite frankly, before I was hearing this in the debate today, 5,000 individuals that are veterans that are homeless in our country, after we consider the incredible sacrifices that they made for us. So, you know, we talk about this organization, Home for Heroes, which I think is doing great work, and I understand that the federal government has been helping to establish and to employ people to engage in growing this organization and making their operations successful. Homes for Heroes, I'm very familiar with it because they recently established a location in the city of Kingston to house veterans. And one of the biggest problems when we talk about housing veterans and finding and establishing communities like what Homes for Heroes is striving for is ensuring that we have the right pieces of land to make that happen. Unfortunately, because of decades of processes that have been put in place in order to properly rezone property, it can become quite cumbersome for organizations that are quite feeble in their operations and don't have the resources that larger developers might to properly go through that process of rezoning land to be able to create these villages like Homes for Heroes, Home for Heroes is doing. And so what I asked a member from Barrie Innisfil, and I think that the federal government needs to continue to explore with our provincial counterparts, is how we expedite that process. We saw in Kingston where the provincial minister was able to come in and basically say, we're going to put an end to the process. I know you want to interrupt me. Perhaps I can pick up on this in questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kilbeck-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for his remarks. And we all in this House share a great respect and a tremendous debt of gratitude for all those who've served our country and have fought and paid the ultimate price for our freedoms. Not only our veterans, but their families who carry such a weight along with those who serve and make those big sacrifices. But one of the most tragic things that has emerged of late is a veteran who was in crisis, who was experiencing tremendous trauma, I'm sure, and at a low point, needing help, reaching out for assistance, was encouraged by a staff member of VSC to consider MAID as an option. That is a tragedy. That is something that should never take place. And I would like to know what this government is going to do to address that and make sure that safeguards are put in place so that never happens again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I am unaware of this particular incident, although I have heard about it today in this debate. And so if I can accept what the member is saying to be factual, and I will trust that he's done his research to be able to say that, I will respond to that by saying that I certainly do not believe that it is anybody's business discussing medical options with any individual other than that person's doctor, that person's physician, and in this case, somebody who's qualified to be making comments to that end. Do I believe that any staff member, as this member has suggested, should be talking about such things? Absolutely not. I think it's absolutely horrendous if this is the case, and I think that if this is the case, there should certainly be an investigation into this by that individual's superior.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since 2004, the government has set targets for Francophone immigration in Quebec. Since 2004, it never reached them. In an answer to a committee report, admitted that there was racism in IRCC and that this had caused inequity against African Francophone students. In the case that we are debating today, we clearly see that Francophone veterans are discriminated against as compared to Anglophones. Will the government finally admit that it completely does not care about French in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I won't admit to anything that I am unaware of the details on, but what I will say, Madam Speaker, is that absolutely nobody should be discriminated against in our country. In particular, when we talk about veterans, I think that if there's one issue that all members of this House should be able to get behind, is that the safety, security, and supports for our veterans are of absolute paramount, and we should spare no expense to ensure that that is the case. We will always have different opinions as to how that should be done, and I think that we can work in a collaborative way to forge some kind of consensus on how we move forward with that. But to the member's question more specifically about discrimination, clearly I don't see a place for that. I don't condone it, and I certainly I would certainly urge anybody who is in the position of authority to do something about that, to look into it.
Questions et commentaires. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Even just one veteran that is homeless is too many, and yet we're here today debating and discussing the ways in which the government can move forward with solutions to ensure that veterans are not homeless. And I'm wondering, as a member of the Liberal government, what the member proposes should be changed today to ensure that veterans have access to accessible, barrier-free access to supports that are, that we're not leaving veterans on their own to sort this out, that we're providing these supports for them.
Sir, from the Parliamentary Secretary.
One of the things, Madam Speaker, that I think that the government should be focusing on, quite frankly, and it actually comes from a comment that I heard from the member from North Island, Powell River, her colleague, is that we need to do more to find where homeless veterans are. The reality is there are many homeless veterans out there that we just don't know their physical location, and we know that they're unaware of a lot of the supports that exist. And I understand that we rely a lot on community and volunteer-based organizations to collect that data. I don't know the extent personally to which the government is collecting that data, but I think that we need to work better at finding individuals who are homeless, that veterans in particular, so that they can be made aware of their supports. And I think that the federal government, in my opinion, should be focusing, in addition to everything else, on that.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend the excellent speech from my colleague that I found very interesting, especially that which regarded the history of his family and his father and his mother. As all in the House of Commons, I'm deeply grateful for what the Canadian Armed Forces do for the common good for this country and for their work towards peace in the world. We are all very deeply grateful for the sacrifices from these veterans who often paid the ultimate price to promote and protect our freedom and peace in the world. Madam Speaker, I represent a community towards the west of Montreal that has very close ties to this country's military past. It's not because we are more aware than others, it's because we have a particular history. Many veterans after the Second World War, and there were many veterans in Canada, of course, in various communities and coming from urban and rural centres in Canada, but there was a very large pool of veterans in Montreal, and many settled on the western side of Montreal Island. On top of this, in 1917, a hospital was built, the Sainte-Anne Hospital for Veterans. This hospital treated veterans who needed medical care coming from the First World War, and this hospital still holds a place of choice. The hospital that was replaced by a new hospital in 1968 is the tallest building in the region. It is a building that one can see upon one's arrival on the island of Montreal. You can see it from the village of Hudson on the way to Montreal. It's a building, a hospital, that is well known by all those who live in the area. Attached to the original hospital was a centre that was reserved for those who came from war. Those living with post-traumatic stress disorder, although this term was not used at the time. Many of these people remained in a campus attached to the Veterans Hospital called Sanneville Lodge. It doesn't exist anymore because the hospital offers these services to veterans. Sanneville Lodge, next to Sanneville Lodge in 2019, Sanneville Village dedicated a park, a lovely park on the Deux de Montagne Lake called the Park of Remembrance now, in tribute to veterans, those who went to Sanneville Lodge or who went to the Sainte-Anne Hospital for Veterans. At the end of the week, in my riding, there will be a series of ceremonies to commemorate Remembrance Day. This, starting with an extraordinary ceremony that happens every year, and that happens in the Park of Heroes, an extraordinary locale. I would like to command the catalyst behind the creation of this park. The catalyst was one of my constituents, a friend of mine, Major Richard Gratton. Major Gratton, who is now retired, served in Afghanistan, and upon his return, he reintegrated the domestic forces of Canada. and he was more on the administrative side of things. It is thanks to Major Graton that Remembrance Day can be commemorated at Beaconsfield at the Park of Heroes, which pays tribute not only to military personnel but to all first responders, including members of police bodies. On Saturday, the ceremonies will begin. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight that Major Graton, retired Major Graton, is not really retired because he is working very hard to help with the integration of veterans. And he's working tooth and nail for a foundation. This foundation is called Le Sentier. This foundation has the following mission, and I would like to try and find the wording: promoting excellency in helping veterans in crisis in Quebec and in Canada. The foundation currently has up to now opened 3 service centres for veterans to help them transition and reintegrate society. 1 service centre in Mirabel, 1 in Quebec City, and 1 in Notre-Dame-de-Grâce in Montreal. Currently, the foundation is working very hard to open a housing centre on the western side of Montreal Island. Housing for veterans who are transitioning. The foundation is currently filing a funding request under the following program. I have the title here somewhere. It's a program that has existed for a while, but that was strengthened and improved upon thanks to the 2021 budget. It is a program that works with community organizations. It's called the Fund for the Well-Being of Veterans and Their Families. Through this program, the government supported, for example, Old Brewery Mission in Montreal, Emergency Transition Veteran Services, the Home for Heroes Foundation, and shelters in Fredericton, the Good Shepherd Centre in Toronto, Likely Place Society, just among others. And I hope that Le Sentier will also receive funds from this program in order to reach its objective of buying a housing building. And so there's always room for improvement, and I think that is the reason for which we have committees that undertake studies, such as the ones for which we are studying the recommendations. It is thanks to this work at committee that recommendations, sometimes very precise recommendations, are made and are sent to the government, which gives the government the opportunity to create a roadmap in order to improve our country. In this case, with regards to service to veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle here and appreciate his intervention. And one of the things that he mentioned was the committee, which I sit on, and the number of reports and recommendations. And in this committee, we have received reports from the Ombuds, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, our own committee, and now the Auditor General, and this report, which have all given this government a failing record. And so what is the point of having all these reports and the government doing nothing about it? What is this government going to do?
L'honorable député de l'Axe.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Madam Speaker, I am not a member of the government myself. I'm a member of Parliament I don't sit in cabinet, and so I share the mission, the objective of other members of Parliament, including those in the opposition, the goal of bringing attention to issues that the government needs to deal with. So I hope that through the debate we're having today, and yes, through the report, etc., that some good concrete action will come out of it. The government has many programs that are benefiting veterans, but governments, as our Prime Minister has said, governments, better is always possible. Governments can always do better and more.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy with the list that my colleagues cited of organizations across Canada that help veterans. Nevertheless, in Quebec, we have the Repos du Soldat that is asking for lands that belong to the Department of Defense, and the Department of Defense gave lands to Anglophones, but it's not giving any to Francophones. How can we explain that we are favoring Anglophones and not our veterans? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. As you know, this is quite interesting, the point that my colleague has just made. I was talking earlier about Centerville Lodge. That was an asset that belonged to Veterans Canada. And a group in that area wanted to get that property so it could build a home for seniors that would have given a priority to veterans. But there's a whole list of things you have to do when you have to sell an asset. It's a complex process, and as my colleague mentioned, that situation, I'm not aware of how that unfolded, so I cannot comment on that. Sorry.
Honourable Member. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden, I'm drawing a blank. Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, I participated in a Vancouver Island motorcycle run for homeless vets, and the funds that we raised were given to Cockrell House, Homes for Heroes, and the Legion. I'm just wondering if my colleague can offer some thoughts on why, with this problem in this day and age, we're still relying on the efforts of individuals to raise funds to address this problem. If he has any comments on that, this problem is so perennial, but we're still relying on the efforts of individuals through no resources of their own are trying to highlight this issue and do the work that government should be doing.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis, 1 minute to answer, please.
Mentioned in my speech, Budget 2021 and Budget 2022 did include some infusions of funding specifically to address the problem of homeless veterans. So yes, there is funding, and I'm sure there are areas where there could be more funding, and citizens step in. Even when there is ample government funding, you see it in the hospital sector, for example. Foundations are created because people want to help. But yes, this is an important priority, and it deserves a great level of government support.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to recognize the riding that I represent, Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, and all the efforts that they've put towards Remembrance Day that's going to be coming upon us. And I also want to recognize that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Yorkton and Melville. There is no doubt in my mind that our military has a proud heritage, not only for the service on the battlefield, for those times in peacekeeping, but also behind the scenes. Madam Speaker, I am reminded, as many others in this House have shared their own personal stories of the exchange between Canadian military members and civilians. My own mother, living in Scotland during World War II, was also interacted with Canadian soldiers who had traveled overseas and had left their own homes, left their own families, but recognized the devastation and the war-torn country of Scotland and gave freely, gave dolls, gave candy, gave food to those that were in need. And this discussion about homelessness for veterans breaks my heart when I know what Canadian soldiers have done, again, on and off the battlefield. How then do we treat our vets? Right now, the only word that I can think of is betrayal. Just recently, our Canadian Armed Forces returned back from Afghanistan, Madam Speaker, and I think about the code and the honor in which they live by. And for them to know that they've left people in Afghanistan, interpreters and their families, and for that betrayal, for them to feel that betrayal by their own country. Our Canadian Armed Forces are under duress. Right now, there's a housing crisis existing in the Canadian Armed Forces, and now we get a report about veterans that are homeless. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier on, I'm very passionate about this subject. And I'm very, very deeply wounded to be reading this report. Madam Speaker, there are 5,000 veterans that are homeless across this country. And that's just in this report that we've received. 5,000 veterans. Madam Speaker, as we sit in this committee and we get reports from the Ombudsman, we get reports from our own Parliamentary Budget Office, and we get reports from the committee, and recently the Auditor General, on top of this report, this government has not done anything for veterans. They have failed veterans, according to the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, I want to read a quote to you that was given by the Veterans Affairs, given in Veterans Affairs by the Auditor General. Its Veterans Affairs actions did not reduce overall wait times for eligible veterans. The department was still a long way from meeting its service standard. Implementation of initiatives was slow. Data to measure improvements was lacking. Both the funding and almost half of the employees on the team responsible for processing applications were temporary. As a result, veterans waited too long to receive benefits to support their physical and mental health and their families' overall well-being. Madam Speaker, this was in a report from the Auditor General. This, combined with all the other reports and 5,000 veterans who are out on the street homeless, is appalling. What is this government doing about this? All we hear is money being thrown at the problem, but no concrete solutions. Madam Speaker, I believe that politics is a performance-based industry. And if you do not perform, you should not be there. 7 years this government has been in power, and they have failed time and time again veterans and the existing military. The minister is asleep at the wheel right now, Madam Speaker, and leadership starts at the top. Take ownership, take responsibility, and start looking after our vets. Madam Speaker, I could go on about quotes and I could go on with stats, but what good is it to a government that isn't going to listen? This year so far, VAC has over $921 million in lapsed funding. That's money that was set aside for VAC in the budget but wasn't used to support veterans. So money isn't the problem. Someone's got to pull their finger out here. Someone's got to start getting the job done and start looking after our vets. There is a morale problem here, not only in the existing military, but for people that have served. We are on the verge of Remembrance Day, and when people take that moment of silence and bow their heads to think about those fallen soldiers, we need to think about those that have served, that are surrounding us. And what are we doing for them? Money doesn't solve every problem. It's about getting the job done, it's about strong leadership, and it's about recognizing the problems. Madam Speaker, I'm very passionate about this. I'm very upset about this subject. And again, I could rattle off statistics and numbers, but the consistency throughout this is that this government has failed its veterans. And that is an exact quote from the Auditor General. What are we going to do? What does a committee do when they sit there and produce reports and work together, like my colleagues from the Bloc or from the NDP and across the aisle? And it's a good committee. We've achieved a lot. But from there, nothing gets done. There is no recognition. Vets are being failed time and time again. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? Just under 2 minutes. Well, Madam Speaker, I think about those soldiers. I think about those soldiers that looked after my mother, that helped my grandmother, that fought alongside with my grandfather in Holland to liberate a country that wasn't even theirs, but recognized that it was the right thing to do. The question I have to ask my colleagues, what is the right thing to do for veterans? What is the right thing to do for our veterans? And who is going to lead the charge? Who is going to fix this problem? Because right now, the minister is asleep at the wheel, not doing his job. And Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed. And not only am I disappointed, but my fellow colleagues in the Conservative Party are disappointed. My colleagues in the committee are disappointed. And not only do we deserve better, but our veterans deserve better. Madam Speaker, thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. I can't say there's a lot that I actually agree with what he said, and certainly in my riding of St. John Rothsay, I was pleased that we announced under the Veterans Connection to Home program over $450,000 to identify and assist veterans. Madam Speaker, let me give you a little story about 2014 when I was actually not a politician, really not involved in politics at all. And I was watching, I believe, one of the TV channels, and it was a Minister of Veterans Affairs, Fantino, that actually refused to meet with veterans on the Hill. And I'll never forget the response from those veterans. And then I dug a little deeper, that was the government that cut call centers to veterans and made cuts on the backs of veterans. So I want to ask the member opposite if he agrees with what happened under the previous Conservative government to veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, we go back in history here with the Liberal government trying to paint their problems with the previous government and failing to take responsibility for the job that they were elected to do. Madam Speaker, this government that's in power has bragged about opening up offices, but the service has gotten worse. The wait times have increased. The number of issues that are brought forward has increased. The number of vets that are waiting to get served has increased. So, give me a real question.
Questions and comments. And comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to my honourable colleague. I really appreciate his compassion and his passion for this subject. And I agree with basically everything that he said in his speech. Through you, Madam Speaker, would my colleague agree with me that a lot of the reason that we cannot get more youth, young men and women into our military is because of lack of housing, because of the morale issue that we face today? Is that not a certain driver into why we have such low rates? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague, and sometimes when I look at him, I feel like I'm looking at myself. Yes, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, the number one conversation that I had at the 50th anniversary of the Snowbirds with some of the people that are presently serving, I was, what's the issues that you're talking about when you're talking about the Canadian Armed Forces? And I turned the question, I said, well, what's the challenges that you're facing? And they said, housing. Housing is one of the number one problems that we're facing. Now, governments don't build housing unless it's for the military, and they're not doing that. So that is a big challenge that this government is facing, and again, doing nothing about.
Questions and comments. Quick question from the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It really touched me, and it's a very good speech. And it's a great pleasure to serve with him on the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs. And it's something that comes to mind every year. It will soon be November 11th. Everyone will be placing wreaths and commenting on our veterans. And then we'll be here in the House the next day. We'll be on the Standing Committee. We'll try to move things forward. And then we'll just go around in circles. I'm not saying it would be better under the Conservatives, but here's what I've noticed. We have a report with recommendations that are extraordinary, but there has been no follow-up. Does anyone have any comments on that?
On the member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I'd like to recognize my colleague and all his hard work and his passion for getting good service. And I will say that it would be better under Conservative government than this committee. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. You know, Madam Speaker, I know that my colleague and I share this same feeling because I've shared it in my speech. We're disappointed. We're upset because we work so hard. We commit time to look after our veterans, and then nothing gets done. And then when we get reports back that nothing gets done, it feels like that we're not being heard, and that those numbers, those vets, those stats are people, and they're not getting the service. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a recent Take Note debate on mental health, I spoke to our veterans who have unique challenges that impact their well-being and mental wellness, which very few civilians face. They embody the emotional and mental toll of having been deployed to many theaters of war or peacemaking or peacekeeping, where they and their comrades face peril, injury, and death, where they participate in and witness violence that they cannot and do not even want to begin to share with anyone outside of those who have also had that lived experience. Many, too many, have experienced abuse, mental, physical, sexual abuse, from those that they thought were the ones who would be their mentors and have their backs no matter what. Many come home with physical and or mental emotional injuries after serving, and they struggle to cope. They struggle on a whole other level also as they start to realize they're failing in their relationships with their spouse and their children. Many struggle with trying to fit into a civilian world that from their life experience and perspective, they have trouble finding their place. And then there's a challenge that is so counterintuitive to me and so disturbing that this is something that grieves my heart and keeps me awake as I think of the added injury that sanctuary trauma inflicts on so many of our veterans. Sanctuary trauma is what happens to the spirit and the mind of a veteran when they experience the failure of their government to fulfill its promise to take care of them and their families while they served and put their lives on the line, and then when they chose to leave, retire, or are released due to injuries that in the mind of their superiors prevents them from any form of continued service in the Canadian Armed Forces. Having served now for 7 years on Veterans Affairs Standing Committee under, I'll say, multiple ministers and actually ombudsmen as well, everything from homelessness to mental wellness to seamless transition and the growing backlogs have been studied multiple times in different ways. Recommendations on top of recommendations have been made in reports that sometimes I don't feel get the proper response from the government. The recent report from the Auditor General reinforces the need for VAC to have clear paths and metrics to determine their outcomes. The bureaucracy is broken. Yes, buckets of money have been announced for veterans, but the processes in place are not capable of getting it out the door. Veterans Affairs Canada is broken. Veterans and their families are experiencing unprecedented levels of sanctuary trauma because of that. Last night I reached out to 4 individuals in very different veterans organizations that I deeply appreciate and that are part of those that are making a difference in combating veterans' homelessness. Stephen Beardwood, Veterans House Charity, said to me, "If we only treat the symptoms but not the cause, we will have rows of housing with full bank accounts and no one spending the money or living in the accommodations. We have missed an incredible opportunity to change what causes homelessness. We need to change our approach. We must first start by greeting humanity with humanity, not bureaucracy and political solutions. I'm hopeful one day soon we will embrace change as an opportunity to grow." He says, in the end, imagine if instead of wading into the stream daily to rescue drowning victims, we instead went upstream and kept them from falling in. Alan Mulwashin, Deputy Executive Director of Veterans House Canada, is actually in Toronto today at a 3-day Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness conference, where they are having a Veterans Homelessness breakout session stream for the very first time. His words for me today were to remind Parliament of their all-party motion of June 2019, which set the goal to both prevent and end veterans' homelessness in Canada by 2025. Debbie Lowther, CEO and co-founder of Vets Canada, emailed me last night to say all levels of government must come together in a nonpartisan way and commit to addressing veterans' homelessness. It's not enough to talk about the issue, we need action, not words, and we don't need more research. A big step in the right direction would be to provide sufficient funding to those on the front lines, trying not only to confront the problem, but also to prevent it. Policymakers should consult these groups and veterans with lived experience to ascertain the greatest needs and listen to what they're told. The problems are only going to worsen as the national housing crisis and the rising cost of living increase. You know, organizations such as Vets Canada are no longer recognized as a specialized service provider according to the Auditor General's report. This is, I just can't even understand this. I know Deb, I know Vets Canada well, and I cannot comprehend any good reason why they are not valued and validated by VAC. Like the States, it is time for Veterans Affairs Canada to have a catalog of all of these amazing veteran-centric organizations, veterans helping organize other veterans, listed so that veterans can reach out and they will choose the ones that they know are being the most effective in this country. David Howard, President and CEO of Homes for Heroes Foundation, told me developing solutions needs to come through partnerships between municipal, provincial, and federal governments, and at the same time from private business and charity organizations like theirs. The Senate, he says, and we've heard this today, published a report stating that there were 5,000 veterans experiencing homelessness across Canada. Well, he says they believe the numbers are closer to 10,000. And Speaker, I have to agree, because I'm becoming more and more aware of many homeless veterans in my province alone that are not getting the care that they need. Traditionally, he says, our veterans do not self-identify, they're proud, and they're not using these services because they believe they are there for the women and the children. It's more than just homelessness, it's veterans that are living rough, living in the woods, and couch surfing. There's a number of our vets, again, he says, that are struggling to transition back to civilian life, and their program, Homes for Heroes program, builds tiny home villages with wraparound social supports to address the problem. That means they come in off the street, into a home, work with social workers, work on the issues that got them to the streets in the first place, and now they're finding a sense of belonging. They then transition out of the program, with the majority of them working full-time, and move to permanent housing, making room for more veterans. He says we are fortunate to have the support of Veterans Affairs, as they are a partner in supplying funding for our social workers. CMHC is a partner providing funding for builds, but more is needed. He says, I've been involved in supporting our veterans for 25 years. We have an opportunity to eliminate this issue. But every day that goes by, the problem is getting worse, and action is needed immediately. He does say it's a struggle to convince municipal and provincial governments to grant them land for access for their projects, while also says they are struggling to find funds at the federal level, as the current government has not implemented housing for homeless veterans in their mandate. It's cheaper, he says, to house our veterans, give them work with social workers, and to move on and transition back to civilian life than it is to have these heroes that stood on guard for us living on the streets. And so I'll end my intervention today as I reiterate what I believe Stephen, Alan, Debbie, and David have said. Imagine if instead of wading into the stream daily to rescue drowning victims, we instead went upstream and kept them from falling in. Who is serving who and when? The government is not preventing them from falling in. The broken processes are pushing them in. The intentions expressed in the all-party motion of June 2019, which set the goal to prevent and end, do both, prevent and end veterans' homelessness in Canada by 2025, must be honored. All levels of government must work together in step with private businesses and charities to succeed. In the case of the federal government's direct role, right now, right here, they have a duty to consult, listen, and implement what they hear from the lived experience of veterans organizations that veterans and their families are trusting by providing sufficient funding that empowers them to do the work that, quite honestly, I do not believe, and clearly it appears, government cannot accomplish directly. They have a duty to consult, listen, and respond to the lived experience of individual veterans and serving members. They have a duty, Madam Speaker, to end the sanctuary trauma that has become increasingly harmful to our veterans over these last 7 years. I hear it over and over again. There's a higher level of demoralization there has ever been in our Canadian forces. There is a lack of willingness to even enlist, and our veterans are being encouraged to consider other options rather than care. As one comment was made in committee, they can access MAID in 90 days. It's taking them over 265 days to get the care that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and her years of commitment on the committee dealing with the situation of our veterans. I have a question for my colleague. How is it that, because she sits on committees and committees report to the government, we hear witnesses, we take the time to do our research, how is it that a report from 2009 with recommendations in it that could be promising solutions, how is it that those are allowed to just sit on a shelf so that today we find that there are thousands of homeless veterans still in Canada? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank the member for that very good question. As a new member of Parliament in 2016, I was dumbfounded that when I went to VAC for the first Veterans Affairs Standing Committee for the first time, there was a new report that had been created in 2014 along those same lines with all kinds of recommendations from the entire committee in agreement. And yet here we were considering and actually did restudy those same issues. You know, and I just said, new to this, but I don't understand. Why aren't we taking previous reports and looking what the government agreed to being recommended and study where that's at now and why it has or hasn't been accomplished and move forward with these things. So I agree with her. There's a lot of frustration when, as I said in my speech, we do study a number of these things over and over again. We're hearing the right answers from the shareholders, the stakeholders in this issue, the veterans and organizations, but somehow that's not getting through.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of North Okanagan-Shuswap.
I thank the member from Saskatchewan for her passion for veterans. She's displayed that on committee for a number of years now, and I think we all are looking forward to getting back to our ridings and participating in Remembrance Day events next Friday. I certainly am, and attending as many as possible throughout the day to honor our veterans that we truly need to do and which this government has failed to do. And she mentioned that and had been questioned about why is it that we see report after report but no action. And it reminds me of one of the first reports that I came across on my committee at Fisheries, where something had been promised decades ago, re-promised a decade later, and then the response from the department was, well, we will develop a plan to develop those plans. And that sounds like this government, that they simply can't even plan to put a plan together. I'd like to hear the members' comments on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
He's basically echoing what we heard from the Auditor General in regard to where the current government is in its ability to manage, really, this business of providing for our veterans. Their systems are such that they don't know what's happening where. Even when they've tried to follow something, they didn't put the right metrics in place so that they could truly determine what was happening. So I appreciate that, and that's part of why I say the government has a role here, a very important role, but there are areas where I believe that small businesses, charities, veteran-centric organizations that truly understand the dynamics are the ones that we should be empowering to do this work.
I'm sorry, there's just not enough time. The question is as follows. Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Brossard, move that the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs presented on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, be concurred in.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. The honourable member for Owen Sound.
Recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. La Chambre va maintenant poursuivre avec
the House will now continue with the daily routine of business. We're under the heading of motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to table with the House today. The first petition, the signers are recognizing that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons has been signed by 86 countries and ratified by 66, but not by Canada. And they state that as a non-nuclear state, Canada is in a best position to comply with the articles of the TPNW and to guide its allies and other nations towards a world free from nuclear weapons. Therefore, Madam Speaker, they are calling upon the Government of Canada to sign and commit to ratifying the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and to urge allies and other nations to follow suit. Madam Speaker, the second petition I have, the signers are recognizing that companies based in Canada are contributing to human rights abuse and environmental damage around the world. People who protect these abuses and defend their rights are often harassed, attacked, or killed. Indigenous peoples, women, and marginalized groups are especially under threat. And Canada encourages but does not require companies to prevent such harms in their global operations and supply chains. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-262, an example of human rights and environmental due diligence legislation which would require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts, require companies to do their due diligence, and require meaningful consequences for companies that fail to carry out this and report on adequate due diligence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table both these petitions today.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions 768 to 770 and question 772. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions numbers 766, 767, 771, 773, and 774 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day, government orders, government bills common, consideration at second reading of Bill C-20, Public Complaints and Review Commissions Act.
Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Ms. Jaczek, moves that Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am honored to open up the debate on second reading of Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. Je tiens à remercier les membres.
I'd like to thank members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for their important examination of systemic racism in law enforcement.
Review Commission, this bill will provide new tools to ensure transparency and accountability of the institutions Canadians rely on to keep them safe. To keep them safe in their communities, Madam Speaker, through the work of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and to keep them safe by protecting our international borders through the work of the Canada Border Services Agency. Canadians depend on these public safety organizations, but at the same time want assurances that these organizations will use the powers which have been entrusted to them responsibly. Canadians have a right to consistent, fair, and equal treatment when interacting with RCMP and CBSA officers. And if members are not acting appropriately, Canadians naturally want and deserve assurances of a thorough review of these actions and consequences for any officer who engages in misconduct. C'est un principe.
This is a fundamental principle of our democracy.
Depends on the principle of trust and confidence in our institutions, including law enforcement institutions. Independent civilian review overseeing is an essential element to that principle. And this bill underscores it by creating an independent body which will strengthen transparency and autonomy through the independent review exercises of this new body. Independence assures that Canadians can have their concerns taken seriously, and the bill also underscores that principle. That is why this is a standalone piece of legislation rather than simply amending either the RCMP or CBSA acts. Currently, under the RCMP Act, an independent review and redress process is provided for by the RCMP through the CRCC, or Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. Current cases under the CRCC will be continued under the Public Complaints and Review Commission, that is the PCRC, under the bill before us. The CBSA, on the other hand, currently has no independent review and redress process.
The CBSA is subject to review by various independent boards, tribunals, and courts.
There is no avenue for independent investigation or review of public complaints against the CBSA. Madam Speaker, the government has tried twice previously to address this shortfall by creating a review body for the CBSA. Some colleagues will recall that in 2019, our government introduced Bills C-98 and then in 2020, Bill C-3. These pieces of proposed legislation sought to add CBSA review to the mandate of the existing CRCC, but both died on the order paper. Cette question est restée une
This issue has remained a priority for this government.
Included it in our agenda. The creation of a review body for the CBSA was a top priority and component of the mandate that the Prime Minister gave to me when I took on this role in December of 2021.
It is time, Madam Speaker, to give Canadians the responsibility they deserve.
In the bill before us, the CRCC would be replaced by the new Public Complaints and Review Commission, which would continue to review the RCMP and would also become the independent review body for complaints concerning the CBSA. The bill contains several mechanisms that strengthen accountability beyond what has been available under the current CRCC for the RCMP. And after engaging and listening to Canadians across the country, we've made significant reforms to the regimes proposed under Bills C-98 and C-3 previously. We listened and we acted. C'est pourquoi.
Therefore, in addition to the creation of an autonomous law, other changes have been made.
Subjecting RCMP and CBSA to codified timelines. We heard complaints from Canadians regarding RCMP's at times delayed response to reports from the CRCC. This time around, we're getting it right. The RCMP and the CBSA will have 6 months to respond to the PCRC's interim reports. They must also respond to certain reviews and recommendations of the PCRC within 60 days. Second, the RCMP and the CBSA will be required to report annually to this office, the Minister of Public Safety, on their progress in implementing PCRC recommendations. And the third major change responds to a mandate the Prime Minister gave to me to combat systemic racism and discrimination in the criminal justice system and advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, this is a critically important priority, especially at this time in our history. Over the past number of years in Canada and indeed around the world, we've had necessary conversations about the presence and existence of systemic racism in law enforcement, about the disproportionate mistreatment of Black, racialized Indigenous peoples across the country, and it is high time that we act. Il est d'une importance.
It is vitally important that this review system sheds light on how to address these issues further.
Under the bill before us, Madam Speaker, the PCRC will collect and publish disaggregated race-based data on complainants in consultation with the RCMP and the CBSA. And I want to thank the Commissioner of the CRCC, Micheline Lahy, and her colleagues for their advice and their vision on how the review process can become an essential tool to help not only understand systemic racism, but to eradicate it once and for all. The fourth major change introduced in this bill provides the PCRC with a public education and information mandate. The PCRC will implement programs to increase public knowledge and awareness of the PCRC's mandate and the right to redress. And finally, Madam Speaker, the bill addresses a gap in the current accountability and transparency regime involving how the CBSA responds to incidents of a serious nature.
These incidents can result in death or serious injury or violations of federal or provincial law.
The CBSA currently conducts its own internal reviews of such matters, but the bill before us will amend the CBSA Act so that the CBSA would be obligated to conduct such reviews. It would also need to notify both the PCRC and the police of appropriate jurisdiction. The CBSA would also be required to provide the PCRC with reports and other information of serious incidents. The PCRC would have the authority to send an observer to assess the impartiality of these internal investigations. And as part of its annual report to this office, the PCRC would also include the number, types, and outcomes of serious incident allegations. Madam Speaker, taken together, these 5 changes represent a major step forward in the accountability and transparency mechanisms governing both the RCMP and the CBSA. The PCRC will be given the tools that it needs to help balance Canada's public safety and security priorities, as well as respect for the rights of the individuals with which they intersect. To support the establishment of the Commission, the government is investing $112.3 million over 6 years and $19.4 million ongoing. By creating an enhanced independent review body, the Public Complaints and Review Commission will help assure Canadians that they can continue to expect consistent, fair, and equal treatment under the law when receiving services from the RCMP and the RCMP. J'invite tous les
I invite all honourable members to join me in supporting this important bill,
so that Canada can assuage Canadians' concerns by creating greater transparency, oversight, and trust and confidence in our law institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job, Mark. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister of Public Safety bringing forward this important bill. It is critical that we have oversight bodies to hold those who hold power in this country accountable, notably in this bill, the RCMP and the CBSA. And recently we've been talking a lot about holding the RCMP accountable, particularly at the Public Safety Committee. Recently in the Globe and Mail, there's been discussions by certain journalists in the Globe and Mail talking about how our Commissioner of the RCMP was texting the Commissioner of the OPP concerning using applications on their phones that would not store deleted messages, which to me seems like the Commissioner was trying to avoid accountability for her communications on the Emergencies Act invocation. I'm wondering if this bill does anything to hold the RCMP Commissioner accountable for trying to hide any evidence, and if the Minister of Public Safety is concerned about the Commissioner looking to use applications that would permanently delete text messages that could be used as evidence in the Emergency Act invocation.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. I want to thank her for her work on the Standing Committee at Public Safety. And of course, I'm proud to be part of a government that believes in transparency. And the Commissioner of the RCMP's testimony repeatedly before the Standing Committee on Public Safety, other committees, her upcoming appearance before the Public Order Emergency Public Commission are a vehicle to ensure that we are shining a light so that there can be accountability when it comes to not only law enforcement's role, but indeed the government's role with regards to our interactions when it comes to upholding public safety. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I do want to encourage my colleague and all of the members of her Conservative caucus to support this bill, because if she believes in transparency, if she believes in accountability, and she sees that the work that we have put into Bill C-20, which sets up enhanced rigor around civilian review so that there can be indeed that accountability that she advocates for, then by supporting this bill, I believe we are taking a step in that direction so that all Canadians can have trust and confidence in their institutions, including the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for honouring his commitment to bring C-20 before the House. I think this is an important debate. And, you know, my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford is policed entirely by the RCMP. And I do enjoy good relations with them, but it's no secret that the force as a whole has some major problems. And this has been detailed in the Public Safety Committee's report on systemic racism in policing. We know particularly with Indigenous people in Canada, the problems they have had with the RCMP. The actions of the Community Industry Response Group of the BC RCMP has been well documented, the types of tactics they use against Indigenous protesters. And so I think it's important that we add this layer of accountability and transparency with legislative timelines for review. My question to the Minister is, however, while I do believe that report influenced a lot of what we see in C20, I want to know how he is going to work to include Indigenous oversight on this review body, how he is going to include Indigenous investigators and decision makers so that they are a part of this process and truly walking that path of reconciliation to involve them in an issue that affects them more than most Canadians combined. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question and his concerns that while we enhance civilian review for the RCMP, that we are also walking the path of reconciliation. I want to assure him that as part of my broader mandate, that we are taking concrete steps to diversify through better recruitment and retention of Indigenous peoples within the RCMP, within the CBSA, within all frontline agencies that work within the public safety community, so that Indigenous peoples see themselves reflected in the institutions that are there to keep them safe. As my colleague will know, we are also making huge strides when it comes to stabilizing and enhancing First Nations and Indigenous policing right across the country, and he will know that recently we worked with our colleagues in Alberta to set the foundational framework to bring back a Siksika First Nations police service. We recently worked with our colleagues in Saskatchewan to put in place the money that is required to invest. Similar steps taken for the Prince Albert, including the James Smith Cree Nation community, should they choose to do so that we see more Indigenous-led policing initiatives across the country. We've also recently created the Correctional Services Deputy Commissioner for Indigenous Affairs. There's so much work that we still need to do. I look forward to working with my colleague when it comes to reconciliation and public safety.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Oh, 2 in a row, Madam Speaker. This is a rare occurrence. I will take advantage of it. I want to ask the Minister about another part of Bill C-20. I know that within the text of the legislation, it allows provincial ministers and the Minister of Public Safety, the federal one, to initiate investigations. What I'd like to know, though, because as parliamentarians, we are frequently made aware, not only by our constituents, but at committee, of certain transgressions that may be attributed to both the CBSA and to the RCMP. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if he would be open to amendments at committee that would allow parliamentarians and committee bodies to ask this commission to investigate both the RCMP and the CBSA because of information we may have received. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I'm inclined to say whenever it comes to questions of working with committees and their independent study of bills like this one, I will always keep an open mind, but I do want to underscore that the focus of this legislation is, of course, to give Canadians greater access when they have concerns around the conduct or potential misconduct as it relates to the RCMP. And I do want to highlight to the CBSA. And this is one of the major vacuums that this bill addresses, which is right now, currently, as the law exists, there is no independent civilian review of the Canada Border Services agencies. Right. And in my many conversations with communities across this country, ethnic communities, religious communities, racialized communities, Indigenous peoples, in their interactions with the CBSA, they have called for this legislation. And to the credit of the CBSA and the president of the CBSA, they embrace this legislation. They understand that we need to continue to push forward with reforms and that those reforms have to be done in conjunction with civilian review. so that we can enhance transparency and accountability as an extension of the public confidence that we need to have in our institutions. And of course, I do look forward to continuing a dialogue with my colleague with regards to the work of the committee as well.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think I'm setting a record here in the House of Commons, 3 questions in a row with the Minister. I'm glad he mentioned the CBSA because, as many people would know, there have been at least 16 deaths in CBSA custody since the year 2000. So what I would like, Madam Speaker, through you, is for the Minister to clarify, how exactly we're going to hold the CBSA to account with respect to these deaths in the past. If he has any words to the families, both here in Canada and abroad, who have had their family members die in CBSA custody, I think it's really critically important that the Minister stand in this place and underline how important it is we hold this particular agency to account, given that very sorry and dismal track record. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Of course, I would begin by extending my sympathies and condolences to the families of those who lost loved ones while in custody or in any interaction with law enforcement. And that is one of the reasons why it's so important that we are putting this legislation forward, because as a result, whether it's they or any other individual who has a concern about the conduct of either the RCMP or, again, for the first time, the CBSA, this will be a vehicle, a tangible, practical vehicle through which we can ensure that there is accountability. And the mechanisms that are built into this bill also require that incidents that are of a significant nature are, first of all, being carried out through internal investigations where the PCRC can have some oversight, but in addition to that, the separate processes that will be carried out by the PCRC itself. So taken together, this is about raising the bar, Madam Speaker, when it comes to transparency and accountability as a means of strengthening public confidence in our institutions, which is a hallmark of our democracy. And when you consider all of the challenges that we face with regards to public safety, it is more important now than ever that we are leaving all, that we're sparing no efforts, that we're exhausting all of our efforts to ensure that we have all the mechanisms that are in place to have those pillars in place when it comes to our democracy. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to put some words on the record concerning this bill, Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. So this is certainly something that the Liberals have talked about, I believe, since the 2015 election. So there's been about 7 years where this has been in the making. So it's been certainly a very long time that they've been talking about doing this, and finally we are there. So certainly there are aspects of this bill that the Conservatives are interested in, particularly given that this bill reviews the Public Complaints and Review Commission, which of course it's renaming itself from the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. And what exactly does that do? Well, it ensures that there is a complaints review process for everyday Canadians should they have an issue with the RCMP, and in this case, because of this bill, with the CBSA. So of course, it's very important that we are able to hold any sort of law enforcement accountable in our democracy when we provide very large powers. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, perhaps the Liberal members would like to have their conversations in the law.
Order, yes. So I just want to remind members that if they want to have conversations, they should take them out into the lobbies, because it does disturb the proceedings here in the House. The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So again, as I was saying, it's very important that we have strong mechanisms to hold those in law enforcement roles accountable, and I think everyone would agree on that. These are individuals that we empower to enforce law and order, so we need to have an equally powerful oversight body to ensure that there's no abuses of that power going on. And before I go into the rest of this, I do want to say a very sincere thank you to all the men and women in this country that do wear a uniform to keep Canadians safe. Thank you very much. it's very important that as parliamentarians, when we talk about oversight, we also talk about the incredible sacrifices that our RCMP and CBSA officers make. RCMP officers with their families are carted around the country to various small towns, often in rural northern Canada. We need those officers to keep those communities safe, and so they make a lot of sacrifices for their families. And we know the CBSA as well. Those are often border towns or border communities that are far away where a CBSA officer would normally live, and so there's a lot of movement around and a lot of weeks away from home. And as we know, CBSA officers and RCMP officers are consistently putting themselves in danger, again, to keep us safe. So thank you to all the officers out there who don a uniform and do that for our country. Certainly, though, as I was saying, the oversight body is very important. Particularly, we've been talking a lot about CBSA in recent years and their role in preventing things like gun violence, for example. And it's been discussed with many policing bodies the great threat we have of having, frankly, the largest undefended border in the world with a country that owns more firearms than people, which is just part of their culture and their history, and that isn't up for debate in this House. But what is how it impacts Canada and the important role that the CBSA has in ensuring that none of those firearms make their way into Canada illegally. And unfortunately, in cities like Toronto and Montreal, we're seeing significant issues and deaths and murders from evil criminal elements and gangs who take advantage of our porous border and smuggle prohibited, not just restricted, but prohibited firearm models into this country, using them illegally, possessing them illegally, and really damaging particularly our vulnerable communities in Montreal and in Toronto and other cities across the country, but not just those neighborhoods that are particularly vulnerable. It's just we're seeing gun violence across the country in rural Canada. We're seeing them leak into suburbs that normally feel very secure and safe from these types of elements. That's what's happening with the criminal elements in our cities, and they are being fueled by the ability to what seems to be quite easily smuggle or drone in guns, both at our border, at our ports of entry, etc. We also know that it's deeply tied to drug smuggling and drug trafficking across our border as well. CBSA comes in, has a huge role to prevent that as well. So we're depending on our CBSA officers to prevent significant criminal activity that contributes to death and mayhem in our cities. So we're empowering them to do that. We need to make sure they have the resources and the equipment and the training to fulfill those important duties for Canadians. Unfortunately, we don't hear nearly enough about it from this government. They're far too focused on going after law-abiding, trained, tested, and vetted Canadian firearms owners, and they are taking seriously the issue of our border. Perhaps that's a debate for another time, but given that we're talking about oversight of the CBSA today, I think it's worthwhile to bring in the important work that they do and how much we need to prioritize resources to the border to ensure we're keeping Canadians safe from the impacts of gun smuggling and drug smuggling. We've also been talking a lot in recent weeks and, frankly, months about the RCMP. And we know that the RCMP is facing a significant recruitment and retention issue. I have a lot of RCMP and Winnipeg police officers in my riding, and they are incredible men and women, but they're saying morale is quite low. So where is the oversight and the responsibility from this government, and we could also say from other levels of government, to ensure that our RCMP and our civic police officers are feeling valued in their role? That is something that deeply concerns me, Madam Speaker. We're facing a deficit of police officers when, frankly, with a 32% rise in violent crime since the Liberals formed government 7 years ago, and since this Prime Minister became the Prime Minister of Canada. And actually, another stat I'd like to share is there's 124,000 more violent crimes last year than there were in 2015 when the Liberals came into power. So the need for police to keep our communities safe is greater than ever, and yet we're facing serious retention issues. So again, we're talking about oversight of our RCMP, but we also need to be talking about policies that ensure that our RCMP members are adequately supported. What happens when you have overworked police officers, when there's not enough of them, and so they're being spread thinner and thinner, and their workload is going up higher and higher? Well, we get fatigue, we get depression, we get accelerated impacts of PTSD from the things that they say. If you don't have officers that can rest and take care of their mental health, then you have serious impacts on their ability to adequately do their job and keep themselves safe, keep their fellow officers safe, and ensure that they're doing their duty to keep the community safe. So I think when anytime we're talking about RCMP or CBSA or Armed Forces members, there needs to be an equal conversation about ensuring we're adequately supporting those officers and those members, that they are feeling valued and being supported enough that they can adequately do their job to the best of their mental and physical ability. Because mistakes get made when you're tired. Mistakes get made when you're demoralized and frustrated and irritated and overworked. That's when the biggest mistakes happen. So I think if we're going to talk about oversight, we have to talk about better support for our police officers and our officers at the border. And certainly I think when we're talking about RCMP as well, there's been a lot of discussions of how we better serve vulnerable communities that are seeing the most impacts from violent crime. And then we could talk about the revolving door that also exhausts police officers. Of course, about 5 years ago now, the Liberal government brought forward a bill, Bill C-75, that instituted bail reform. Now, this is something that I've been looking into in recent weeks and months and discussing with police officers of the impacts that they've seen with these bail reform changes. And it would seem that quite significantly, Bill C-75 has contributed to the revolving door of crime. So those who are looking to break the law, perhaps harm others, are just in and out of jail, over and over again. The same people police are encountering week after week that are committing the same types of crimes. It's often just petty theft, petty crime, but often it can be also more significant crimes: stabbings, shootings, rapes, other types of assault. And so can you imagine being a police officer and arresting and risking your life to arrest the same person over and over? What does that do to a police officer? What does that do to their morale, to their ability to consistently keep their spirits up, do their job when it's the same people over and over again? So again, we want to talk about oversight. Well, we have to talk about adequately equipping our police officers with the resources they need, and that goes back to our criminal justice system and how that ensures that the people that they arrest in the first place stay in jail if they're a threat to society. And then we have things like Bill C-5, which our party has really talked about a lot in terms of we believe the threat that it's going to pose, particularly in vulnerable communities. So just to refresh the memory of those watching, Bill C-5 eliminates mandatory prison time for serious offenses, serious firearm offenses, like assaulting a police officer with a weapon, drive-by shootings, so firing a gun with the intent to injure someone with the bullet, no longer mandatory prison time under this Liberal government. And it also allows for serious offenses to, rather than have a mandatory minimum sentence, there's the option now to serve house arrest. So if you're in a vulnerable community, for example, and you are a criminal, part of a gang, doing very bad things to those in your community, can you imagine, rather than going to prison, you could be serving house arrest in that community that you've terrorized? I don't think that that's fair to those communities. I don't think that they want those criminal elements in their communities. It also doesn't provide any opportunity for rehabilitation that is provided in our penitentiary system, although, in my opinion, we should have far more rehabilitation opportunities in our penitentiaries, but that is a conversation for another time, Madam Speaker. We also have a lot of concerns with leadership in the RCMP that I asked the Minister today if this bill would provide any oversight to the RCMP Commissioner, given the recent scandal and accusations with corroborating evidence that the RCMP Commissioner politically interfered into the worst mass killing in Canadian history, notably the Nova Scotia 2020 mass killing. And so this is a very serious matter that the Conservatives, together with the Bloc and the NDP, have been investigating for 5 months. I'm not convinced that this bill, although it will improve the oversight of the RCMP, Madam Speaker, I don't think that that translates to the top leadership in the RCMP, unfortunately, though it is desperately needed. In committee just the other day, we were talking to the Commissioner of the RCMP. Now, it's the second time she came to committee about this same interference scandal. It was also, she also went to the Mass Casualty Commission to discuss this as well. And it was quite a challenging experience. I was hoping for some sentiment that she was remorseful, that she'd handled the situation the way that she did, just any sort of legitimate explanation that we could understand that would provide us some some relief that she didn't do this, but unfortunately we didn't get any of that. And again, this is our only ability to hold her accountable is through the Public Safety Committee, at least as an opposition. The government, of course, could fire the commissioner, but they have not taken those steps, so we believe that they should. But again, Bill C-20, we're talking about oversight, and yet there's no oversight mechanism in here that I'm aware of for the RCMP commissioner in this circumstance. So just to recap, the commissioner a few years ago, during the heat of the fallout, about 10 days into the tragedy that took 22 lives, including the life of a pregnant woman, we have found out through the evidence that we've built and through the MCC that the commissioner first and foremost warned the government that sharing the weapons information of the evil killer in that situation that killed, again, 22 people plus a pregnant woman, that sharing that information would jeopardize the criminal investigation. She made that very clear, that it should not be shared beyond the minister and the prime minister. Unfortunately, a few days later, she turned around, and we now have an audio recording where she was reprimanding her Nova Scotia deputies on the ground. She reprimanded them for not sharing the very information that she warned her bosses not to share. We've asked her, the MCC has asked her, what changed your mind? She has not provided a single coherent answer of what changed her mind. We have theories, but she has not provided a single coherent response. What we have found out in the audio recording, and that was certainly corroborated before we got that audio recording by the Nova Scotia deputies and their meticulous notes, that the commissioner was connecting the Liberal forthcoming gun control policies in that the reason that she did this was because she wanted to help usher along the Liberal government's gun control policies. And so when you have a commissioner of the RCMP that has 22 murdered Canadians and the largest criminal investigation in Canadian history in that regard, looking at this as an opportunity to further her political boss's gun control policy, we obviously have a lot of questions and concerns about that. We believe that that is political interference, and what really tied it back to the Liberal government was her own words saying that they requested that she do this, Madam Speaker. They've repeatedly denied this. We have her words in an audio recording. We have that corroborated with the Nova Scotia deputies who were in that meeting where she stated those things. They've written notes. They've testified at committee. They, without a doubt, in their minds, and given the audio, we can see where they're coming from. The commissioner of our RCMP looked to take advantage of the deaths of 22 people to further the Liberal political agenda, Madam Speaker. And she also said that that was requested by the then Minister of Public Safety's office. So we have gone through this for 5 months. The evidence has trickled out, building the case. To us, it seems irrefutable that this happened. And yet she still has her position. We find that disgusting and appalling. We don't understand how someone could come to committee, the head of our law enforcement, and just kind of worm her way around the facts on the ground. The audio recording that we have, that she directly connects these things. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet she said things like, oh, that was just a conversation. That's taken out of context. This is all a misunderstanding. It was just a miscommunication. That's what we were hearing. And yet we have the audio recording. We have the testimony from the people who were in the room. And so it's quite frustrating that the most powerful RCMP officer in the country, we weren't able to fully hold her accountable. Perhaps that's a shortcoming of my own. Perhaps I could have done a better job. However, I do feel that if we're going to talk about Bill C-20, the government also needs to talk about holding the RCMP commissioner accountable, which they've so far failed to do. And it's one thing if it was just in this scenario that she was using that kind of slippery language to make excuses for her behavior that was, as we believe, was on the order of the Liberal government and their ministers. She also mentioned the PMO in that audio, so perhaps it goes as far as the Prime Minister's office, so we were unable to get any further evidence to convince media and others that that is the case. But should any more evidence come up, rest assured we will be revisiting that issue, Madam Speaker. But what I would say, I think the reporters are finally experiencing a bit of what we experienced with the commissioner over the past 5 months. Recently, Madam Speaker, again, we're talking oversight of the RCMP. Recently, a Globe and Mail story just came out, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Of course, we're talking about the Emergencies Act. And now it seems that the commissioner is pulling the same sort of behavior with the Emergencies Act. So she apparently was texting with her counterpart at the OPP commissioner. This was back in the height of the convoy when the government invoked the Emergencies Act. And again, just as a refresher, the Emergencies Act allows the government to supersede charter rights. Very big deal. That's why there's a built-in inquiry to hold the government accountable for doing that, to ensure the very high threshold of the Emergencies Act was met. So we're going through that process right now. It's quite riveting. Though what I would say, the commissioner is sort of pulling the same stuff with the media, because there are text messages between her and the OPP where, and I'll just read the title of the article, Top Mountie Can't Explain Text Messages in which she suggested federal government wanted retroactive support for Emergencies Act. Where's the oversight on this, Madam Speaker? She said this to the OPP commissioner. It's unbelievable. Has Minister Blair hit you up for a letter to support the EA? Again, my understanding from the articles that this is after the Emergencies Act was invoked by the Liberals. So we have the head of the RCMP, the commissioner of the RCMP, asking for a retroactive support letter for the invocation of the Emergencies Act from the OPP commissioner. Two very powerful people talking about backdating a letter, retroactive, to show that, oh no, we're supporting this, we're supporting this. I think that's pretty peculiar, pretty suspect about the integrity there, Madam Speaker, and how desperate perhaps, now this is speculation, how desperate perhaps the political bosses in that scenario were to build their case. And we know that the Minister of Public Safety said mistruths in this House when he said that the police asked for the emergency powers when in fact they did not. So just building on that narrative a little bit more. Further than that, she told reporters she never requested such a letter, and yet we have texts that say that she did. How can you have texts that say she requested this letter and then she tells reporters, no, I didn't? This is what we've been through for 5 months with this commissioner. We say, you said this. She said, no, not really. That's not what that meant. Over and over and over again. So we're talking about RCMP oversight. Where's the oversight for the RCMP commissioner, Madam Speaker? And further, she said, and I'll just conclude with this because this is the part that shocked me the most. She was texting, again, our top RCMP, the commissioner, texting the top of the OPP. Commissioner Lucky's texts show that she twice asked Commissioner Carrick, the OPP commissioner, about using a different messaging app that she does not quote, store deleted messages. Store deleted in the context of talking about the emergency powers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My concluding moment or minute. Isn't it peculiar to anyone that the head of our RCMP is texting the head of the OPP about the emergency powers, saying we need to use an app where our messages can be permanently deleted? Is no one concerned about that, Madam Speaker? The head of our law and order are talking about we need to use an app to permanently delete records? I mean, that is insane to me, Madam Speaker, and it is unbelievable that the commissioner is still the head of law and order in this country, Madam Speaker. I think it is appalling. She should absolutely resign, or better yet, be fired by the public safety minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I spent the better part of the last 20 minutes listening to my colleague's intervention, hoping that we would have heard more about the substance of the bill itself, and I will come back to my question for my colleague across the aisle. But look, I'll be the first person to stand up in this House and defend the incredible work that is done by law enforcement every day when it comes to keeping public safety across the community, and the investments that we have put into place, the technology, the resources, frankly, the work that the Canadian Institute of Public Safety Personnel Research and Treatment, which is a group that we just met with a couple of days ago, is proof of all of the supports that we will invest in our law enforcement so that they can carry out their work. But the purpose of today's debate, Madam Speaker, was Bill C-20. And I think my colleague, if she were to be candid with this chamber, would acknowledge that there were very few comments with regards to the substance of the propositions around reporting and discipline and recommendations and all the things that will enhance civilian review so that we can have public confidence in our institutions, including the RCMP and the CBSA. Where does she stand on the specific merits of this bill, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister will have to take my apology. His government is just keeping us so busy whenever we talk about oversight. I mean, I could talk for days and days and days of all the oversight the Liberals need, Madam Speaker. But I would say that overall the bill does look promising, and we are open to supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Where are we going to next?
Comments.
Pardon me?
Questions and comments, or unless you're going to do that right now.
We have time for one very quick question, and then the honourable member will have about 8 or 7 minutes coming to her. The honourable member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. When she was talking about the police officer morale, she's probably heard about Janet Merlo, who spent 20 years in the RCMP, reported persistent bullying, is still hearing from RCMP members about persistent sexual harassment in the force. So I'm just wondering if she has any comments on how C20 will address those concerns and maybe may even act as a morale booster. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I take well her comments about the Commissioner and the episodes we've had the Public Safety Committee. Does she have any comments on my private member's bill C303, which seeks to add some clarity and specificity on the relationship the Minister of Public Safety has with the Commissioner of the RCMP? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildoon and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague. And I just have to say I really admire that he looked at the past 5 months and really made a lot of efforts and endeavoured to find a piece of legislation that could possibly fix the issue and the scandalous behaviour we've seen between the Liberal government and the RCMP Commissioner. His bill looks very promising. I did a quick read. I'm not convinced that it would have solved the ethical behavioural problem that this Liberal government repeatedly faces, but we are open to supporting his bill. And on his first question, with my remaining few seconds, I am deeply concerned about any sexual harassment in our RCMP and as well as our armed forces. I've talked at length in this House about the resignation request we had in the last Parliament, about the former Minister of Defence and his lack of action for, 6 years to address sexual harassment and assault in our military. So I don't have any confidence that the Liberal government is going to take care of this, but I'll work 7 days a week with my fellow NDP member to solve that issue in our RCMP.
We'll now take a break, and when we come back, the honourable member for Kildoon and St. Paul will have 6 minutes and 20 seconds coming to her to finish up the questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. On November 8th, Sikhs in Canada and across the world will be celebrating the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the first Guru and the founder of Sikhism. Guru Nanak Dev Ji emphasized the importance of hard work, kirt karni, sharing with those in need, one ki shakna, meditating, nam japna, and selfless service, seva. He was a strong advocate for gender equality, believing that no one is high or low, only rightness is supreme. These lay the principle of Sikh values. This week, I met with Amardeep Singh and Vaninder Kaur, who are showcasing a 24-episode documentary series called Allegory, guided by Guru Nanak Dev Ji's travel and his spiritual life, so that more people can learn about the philosophies and teachings. Canada is home of one of the largest Sikh communities in the world. I want to thank all the organizations in Brampton and across Canada selflessly serving our communities. Happy Gurpurab to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nice. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' ArriveCAN app is a scandal of epic proportions. It was supposed to cost $80,000. Turns out it costed a whopping $54 million.
Unbelievable.
$54 million for an app that did nothing to keep anyone safe, that was full of glitches causing thousands of healthy Canadians to needlessly quarantine, and that trampled on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. The Liberals refused to say who was grossly overpaid for this worse than useless app, and in a transparent cover-up attempt, voted against our Conservative motion to audit this scam. Canadians deserve answers. They deserve to know which Liberal friends and insiders got rich at their expense.
That's right.
It's time to follow the money. It's time to call in the auditors.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, 23 years ago, a group of dedicated volunteers held their first blood donation event in Surrey to commemorate the lives of Sikhs brutally killed in India in 1984. Since then, the Blood Donation by Sikh Nation annual campaign has expanded to include donation events across Canada and countries worldwide, which has helped save over 165,000 Canadian lives. The Sikh Nation is the largest contributor to the Canadian Blood Services Pledge-Based Partners for Life program. On November 5th and 6th, I urge Canadians to visit Princess Margaret Secondary School to donate blood and plasma in support of patients across Canada in need. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in thanking Blood Donation by Sikh Nation, its volunteers and donors, as they represent the very best Canada has to offer.
L'honorable. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Lisette Leblanc-Landry has lived a life of dedication to the service of others. A member of the Daughters of Isabella for over 60 years and a member of the Evelyn Dalcourt Residence Committee, she regularly visits the ill and acts as an escort for people needing support during their medical visits. Considering herself fortunate to have good health and time available, she's dedicated herself to serving others in various organizations all throughout her life. After being a personality in the Echo in 1985 and winning the Gaëtan Blais Award in 2014 and being featured in the Nouvelliste in 2018, she received the highest honor at the age of 85. In today's world, being available and listening to others is a great asset. In this sense, you are an outstanding role model. You deserve the greatest of respect, and I wish to pay tribute to you. On behalf of all those people you've helped, thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, 38 years later, we still remember the dark days of November 1984, when government-organized mobs took to the streets of Delhi, India, with voter lists, school registration forms, and ration lists in hand, so they could identify Sikh homes and businesses. Court evidence has made it clear that these mobs were paid with money and alcohol, provided weapons, and instructed to loot and burn Sikh properties, and were demanded by politicians to make sure that not a single Sikh survived. Thousands of men, women, and children were murdered, burnt alive, and raped. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a Sikh versus Hindu issue, as so many that seek to divide make it seem. In fact, many Hindu families risk their lives to protect their Sikh neighbors during this time, and for that, they will always be grateful. This is an issue of human rights, and if I can quote the High Court of Delhi, the mass killings of Sikhs in Delhi and elsewhere in November 1984 were in fact crimes against humanity. They will continue to shock the collective conscience of society for a long time to come. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, there used to be a formula that worked here in Canada. It was simple. Job plus hard work equals paycheck. Minus mortgage or rent, bills and taxes equals money to save and put towards the future. Under the Liberals, that formula has become fundamentally broken. Now, most people are barely getting by with the wages they earn. The prospect of owning a home, being able to raise a family or retire are all impossible dreams, out of reach for most people. Every time a small business closes, a senior gets their heating bill, a young couple looks to buy a house, or a parent waits in the emergency room with their child. We are reminded of how broken that formula has become. The Liberals are ignoring the ever-growing gap between the few who are comfortable and profit from this broken formula and the majority who are struggling without hope for the future. Conservatives will keep fighting to turn hurt into hope and make paychecks meaningful once more, and to reestablish a successful formula that will work for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 45 years, the Women's Centre of York Region has served women and children who are victims of gender-based violence. Thank you to Jennifer Gibbs, Chair of the Board of Directors, and Leora Sobel, Executive Director, who are at the helm of this organization, as well as Julie Black, songwriter and philanthropist, who sung and spoke so passionately at the 45th anniversary celebration, which I attended with them last week. Our government is clear that gender-based violence will not be tolerated. That is why we're working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to implement a national action plan to end gender-based violence. We have proposed to invest $540 million over 5 years. The priority is increased support for the most vulnerable, Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ individuals. We, with other levels of government, can provide leadership, policies, and funding, but change happens through the work of these dedicated community organizations. Thank you, Jennifer, Leora, and all the staff, board members, and volunteers at Women's Centre York Region for helping women overcome obstacles, heal from trauma, and begin new chapters in their lives. We will continue to work together to protect all those who suffer due to gender-based violence and ultimately to eradicate it completely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Skilled Trades and Technology Week, an important initiative led by Skills Competence Canada to help young Canadians discover careers in skilled trades and technology. With over 700,000 skilled trades workers expected to retire in Canada by 2028, it is critical we do everything we can to help inspire young Canadians to pursue careers in these fields. From carpentry to mechanics, construction, cooking, welding, hairdressing, and more, there are countless rewarding and well-paying career opportunities ready to be filled. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize two amazing young women in skilled trades with us in Canada today, Corey Notfiat and Emma Kilgannon. Corey and Emma are recent World Skills Competition 2022 medal winners in the cooking and baking categories, and they are joined by Skills Competence Canada National Board President Dr. Patrick Rubel. Welcome to Ottawa, and congratulations on your great accomplishments.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
There are tough times coming this winter for all Canadians. This is especially true for the hardworking people of Saskatchewan, which will see the triple increase of gas, groceries, and home heating bills. And yet the leader of the NDP has the nerve to go on Twitter and complain. His hollow demand to remove taxes from home heating would be more believable if he and his NDP comrades would have voted in favor of our leader's motion last week calling to axe the carbon tax on home heating. The current NDP leader looks more irrelevant every day. It's no wonder the Saskatchewan NDP rescinded their invitation to have him appear in person at their latest convention. Even they know how much brand damage this leader can do. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how many more failed elections the NDP will have to go through before they realize their policies, their party, and their leader are all out of touch with the real struggles Canadians are facing today.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Every year from the last Friday of October to November 11th, Canadians wear a poppy to honour veterans and to remember those who sacrificed for the freedoms we enjoy. Like every year, the KW Pompey Fund hosted the Poppy campaign launch at Branch 530 in Waterloo. I joined veterans, cadets, executive members, and volunteers from the KW Naval Association, the Royal Canadian Air Force Association Wing 404, the Elgin's 31 Combat Engineers Regiment, the Royal Canadian Legion, among others. Yet this year, for the first time, the Legion is distributing biodegradable poppies to reduce our environmental footprint. I encourage every Canadian to engage in Veterans Week to honour and learn of the sacrifices and efforts of veterans. Mr. Speaker, I thank all in uniform for their service and commend the Royal Canadian Legion for this now biodegradable symbol of remembrance. We will remember them. N'oublions jamais.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's inflationary policies are forcing Canadians to tighten their belts like never before. Some 1.5 million Canadians went to the food bank in the last month alone, a whopping 35% increase since 2019. Higher interest on a $400,000 mortgage will cost Canadian families $15,000 more per year. Mr. Speaker, we call on the Liberal government to reform our tax system to encourage work, remove taxes and duties on fuel and fertilizer for farmers, cap spending with legislation requiring ministers to find $1 in savings for every new dollar spent, reduce wasteful spending like ArriveCan, and work with all levels of government to increase labour efficiency and produce more of what Canadians buy. That, Mr. Speaker, is where we will be heading under the next Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The burden on Canadians has never been heavier. The Prime Minister's tax and spend policies have driven a record number of Canadians to the food bank. Recently, 1.5 million Canadians used a food bank in 1 month. Nearly a third, or 500,000, were children. This is unacceptable and an increase of 35% in 2019. This government raising taxes on gas, groceries, and home eating has increased the costs of essentials that Canadians rely on. Their continued reckless spending has led to a record of inflation, causing this Liberal government to get rich on the backs of Canadians. As a result of rising interest rates, Canadians already on the edge are being pushed over that edge. The Liberal government needs to stop working for themselves and their friends and start working for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in this House to highlight Matheson Fan, an exceptional grade 5 student in my riding of Vancouver Granville. Inspired by the bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian people, Matheson decided to raise funds for the Canadian Red Cross Ukraine Humanitarian Crisis Appeal by making blue and yellow ribbons adorned with the Canadian flag pin. Since February, Matheson has worked with family and friends and his younger brother Lincoln to cut, sew, and assemble these symbols of solidarity to be worn by members of our community. Matheson has sent me a pin for each member of this House, which I know we will all wear with pride. In Matheson's own words, I hope for a future where everyone helps those in need, and I know that every member of this House would agree. Thank you, Matheson, for your leadership and belief in a better world. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, economists say when you increase demand, supply increases. But when it comes to public transit, it's the other way around. You have to increase supply for demand to follow. In other words, if you build it, they will come. You need efficient and appealing public transit for people to get on board. Public transit is essential for getting around in cities and reducing our carbon footprint, but it's also essential for intercity traffic in our regions. After 2 years of pandemic and the toll it's taken on the industry, there's an urgent need to reinvest in public transit. The government must ensure that people have access to fast, comfortable, and reliable transportation. In addition, we need to electrify our systems. This will help reduce our GHGs and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. This shift will also allow us to create good jobs at home with the local expertise we already have. Frequent and reliable public transit service requires permanent and reliable federal funding. The NDP is committed to good transportation systems for everyone. We call on the Liberal government to do the same. I'm going to ask members to listen and perhaps show some respect for those speaking, because it's a bit loud in here and it's hard to hear. Perfect. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Aerospace Industries Association of Canada, the AIAC, and we should be happy there's an association dedicated to ensuring this strategic industry is properly supported. The late Jean Lapierre used to say that aerospace was to Quebec what auto is to Ontario. Greater Montreal is one of the 3 main aerospace hubs in the world, along with Seattle and Toulouse, and one of the only places where you can get all the components to build an entire aircraft. Aerospace represents an extremely vital research cluster and a network of small and medium-sized businesses. Such an ecosystem deserves a policy worthy of the name. We can't afford to neglect this strategic industry. This is the necessary reminder that the AIAC constantly gives us. Long live the AIAC. Happy birthday.
Well, Member for Thornhill.
When the diversity minister was confronted with his department's funding of a notorious anti-Semite, Laith Maruth, he swore that it was a mistake and that it would never happen again, even though he covered it up for a month. Now we know the minister's sincerest promise was nothing more than lip service to this House, to his caucus, and to Canadians. Yesterday we found out that there's more funding from the Department of Heritage. Nearly $30,000 were given to 2 news outlets that call for the elimination of Israel and that perpetuate the dangerous hate against Jews. This is freely available on the internet. Either nobody bothered to check, or more likely, nobody cared. These aren't unfortunate mistakes. They're not even incompetence. They're repeated actions by government that's coming dangerously close to complicity with the worst anti-Semitism by spending Canadian tax dollars to proliferate it. We have a problem in this country. Canadians deserve to know about it. Conservatives here are here to stop it, and more members of the Liberal caucus need to stand up to it.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to mark the accomplishment of my constituent Morris Goodman, who has received his welcome into the Order of Canada. Morris is being recognized for his incredible achievements in business throughout his career, as well as his dedication to transformative philanthropy. Morris has been a pioneer of the Canadian generic pharmaceutical business for decades, including co-founding Canada's largest pharmaceutical company, Pharmascience, nearly 40 years ago. While his work in the business space has been remarkable, his dedication to giving back is also noteworthy. Charitable works are incredibly important to Morris, and through the Morris and Rosalind Goodman Foundation, he has made a significant difference in his home community in Montreal and helping countless others throughout the world. It is no surprise, then, that his positive impact to Canada is being recognized today. Morris and his wife Lillian Weinberg are pillars in my community, and I want to congratulate them both on this incredible achievement.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learn if this Liberal government truly cares about Canadians. The fall economic statement is the last chance to stop tax increases and out-of-control inflationary spending. Canadians are paying more in taxes today than ever before, and Liberal inflation has raised prices for gas, groceries, and home heating to record highs. This Liberal inflation tax is levied off the growling stomachs of Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending to finally stop his inflationary tax?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that my colleague opposite is interested in the fall economic statement, and we will learn what is in that plan in just 2 short hours, Mr. Speaker, but rest assured that he can rely on this Liberal government to do what is right, which is to support Canadians with dental and rental supports, with doubling the GST tax credit, with making sure that child care benefits are in place, and making sure that we have the backs of Canadians when they need it the most. They don't have a plan. We do. That's what Canadians have asked us to do.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
It's clear to see from that answer that this government's greed knows no bounds. Their solution to every problem is to make Canadians pay even more. Liberal inflation led to higher interest rates. A single mom who works as a youth worker reached out, saying her viable mortgage payments just went up another $500 because of the Liberal inflation tax. She's barely hanging on. Canadians are hurting and cannot afford more spending and higher taxes. Will the Liberals just stop spending?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is asking us to do more on taxes. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We've reduced taxes on Canadians 5 times. And how many times have the Conservatives voted against those measures, Mr. Speaker? Every single time. On this side of the House, we're supporting Canadians. They're voting against Canadians. And we'll see today, Mr. Speaker, just how much of a plan we have to support Canadians and grow the economy.
Honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Only Liberals would think that they can fight their own inflation with even more inflation. 53% of Canadians say they are concerned about making mortgage payments when it comes time to renew. Over a third of them are already planning to cut back on spending and food. That comes at a time when grocery prices are too high and Canadians can't afford their home heating bills anymore. Will the Liberals stop the spending spree, stop the record taxes, and should Canadians just prepare for a long, cold, hungry winter instead?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to support Canadians. It is a plan that started in 2015. It has been bolstered by our affordability plan this spring, bolstered again by the work that we've been doing recently. The other side has a plan, Mr. Speaker, and it's typical conservative austerity, cutting employment insurance benefits, cutting the Canadian pension plan, cutting childcare benefits, cutting climate action track. Mr. Speaker, they want to cut, we want to support. That's our job.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada aims to keep inflation at 2%, the Consumer Price Index. Although the bank has failed to do so, the Prime Minister is in no hurry to see inflation return to its normal level, as this would reduce his government's revenues. This explains the reason for which he continues his inflationary spending and seeks to raise taxes. Canadians are suffering because the Prime Minister is taking advantage of the inflation he has created to make more money. Today, will he commit to not raise taxes on Canadians and to reduce the waste of public funds? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, the argument is not only economically false, it is simply cruel. To say that supporting the most vulnerable Canadians increases inflation is false, because we are in an inflationary cycle of a global nature where all countries in the world are facing inflation. We are doing what is necessary to support the most vulnerable. They blame Canadians themselves for being irresponsible. That's cruel. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we're blaming are all the measures that were implemented by the Liberals over the last 7 years, which means that today there is inflation not seen in 40 years. Mark Carney, the potential future head of the Liberal Party, says that inflation is a Canadian recipe. If Canadians are hungry, when 1 in 5 people miss a meal a week, it's because of irresponsible spending from this government. Will they finally commit to take measures that will help Canadians? The Right Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada, Steve Polis, stated that our pandemic investments avoided deflation, irresponsible deflation. We acted. We helped Canadians. They want us to cut because that is the typical Conservative plan. They just want to chop things down. On this side of the House, we will support Canadians. That is what we will do. We will deliver. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I wear a bow tie to remind us that we have to fight against prostate cancer. And also reminds us that we have to lose weight from time to time. The Prime Minister seeks to increase immigration levels up to 500,000 in 2025. In Quebec, it would be 128,000 new immigrants on top of those who arrive through Roxham Road. Most of these people don't speak French. Quebec doesn't have the means to franchise them, to give them education, housing, childcare and healthcare. Does the government not understand that Quebec cannot welcome 150 immigrants? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs many new people. Like the member knows full well, it is not the Quebec government that will establish immigration levels. We are working evermore with provincial governments, and I will work with my counterpart in Quebec, and we will work together for demographic and economic growth, and we will work in partnership with our partners in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the government and the Prime Minister want us to welcome something like 150,000 immigrants per year. They will not have franchisation services necessary, healthcare, childcare, or good jobs for them. If we don't welcome them, Quebec's weight in the Federation will collapse. And if we welcome all these people, we risk our language and our identity. The Quebec nation will be weakened in any case. Does the government want to weaken us through language or through numbers? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. It is a shame that immigration is a question of numbers and percentages for the Bloc. These are men, women, children. Quebec has all the powers necessary to welcome the number of migrants they want. All francophones if they want to as well. So I have a question for the Bloc. If Quebec welcomes 70,000 people who speak French, 70,000 francophones, they have to franchise how many in amongst them? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, according to a recent report, the government is losing $30 billion a year to tax evasion. That's monumental, $30 billion while digging into the Paradise Papers. Enquête, a show. I would like to interrupt the honourable member just for 1 second. We are finding it hard to hear questions and answers, so I'd like to ask everyone to respect the person who has the floor. I only speak if you are asking a question or answering a question, so let us have a modicum of respect for everyone else in this House. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Take it from the top. Mr. Speaker, according to a recent report, the government is losing $30 billion a year to tax evasion. That's monumental, $30 billion. Whilst digging into the Paradise Papers, the Enquête TV show discovered a sinister example of these practices. For years, the Irving Empire has systematically used shell companies in Bermuda to avoid paying what they owe. Whilst people are scrambling to pay their rent or groceries, the Liberals are allowing this legalized theft to go on. Quick question. Does the government control the Irving Empire, or does the Irving family own the Liberal Party of Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to note that my colleague shares my enthusiasm when it comes to fighting tax evasion. The Canada Revenue Agency continues to fight against tax evasion in Canada and abroad, thanks to a solid tax convention network and our investments. It is much more difficult now to hide money abroad. I have a very clear and simple message, Mr. Speaker, for all those who want to commit tax evasion. The CRA are going to knock at your door, irrespective of how long it takes.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, a recent report shows that in the last year, Loblaws made their biggest profits ever, to the tune of an extra $1 million in profit for every day of the year. So while families are turning to food banks or skipping meals to reduce their costs, Galen Weston and his shareholders are lining their pockets. The NEPs called on the government to make these chains pay what they owe to Canadians so we can do things to help, like remove the GST on home heating. We want stronger consequences for price fixing, and we want a windfall profit tax, but we haven't seen it. So are the Liberals finally going to get going on this and tackle greedflation, which is making the rich richer while everyone else pays the price?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Speaker, I respect and thank the honourable member for his question, and let me just say what we're doing as a government to make sure that people and companies pay their fair share, limiting the ability of wealthy Canadians to use foreign shell companies to avoid taxes in Canada, examining a minimum 15% tax in Canada and around the world for multinational companies, implementing that minimum 15% tax, and providing $1.2 billion to CRA that has a 5-to-1 dollar ratio for the money we put in for them to find people that are not paying their taxes. That's responsible fiscal management, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Elmwood, Edmonton and Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have never been paying more in taxes, all because of this Prime Minister's reckless inflation spending. While Canadians are paying more for gas, groceries, and heating their homes, the Liberal government is lining their pockets on the backs of Canadians suffering. They're collecting record-high taxes because of the inflation crisis that they created. Will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending and stop the inflation tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what the government is spending on. We're spending on the Canada Dental Benefit that is going to support hundreds of thousands of Canadian children access dental care. Mr. Speaker, we're spending on the Canada Housing Benefit, which is helping the lowest income Canadians pay their rent. To suggest that that is inflationary is absolutely absurd, Mr. Speaker. Then we're spending on the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, that's helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families thousands of dollars a month so that they can pay for basic necessities. Mr. Speaker, we know what the Conservatives would cut if they were in power.
Honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, when will they realize that you cannot spend and print your way out of an inflation crisis, one that they created? The inflation tax punishes Canadians while the Liberals collect more in taxes, and Canadian families are suffering because of it. Yes. In fact, over 1.5 million Canadian families had to visit a food bank in 1 month. That should not be happening in Canada. When will they end the inflationary tax?
Yes.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, helping low-income Canadians pay for basic necessities is not inflationary. Mr. Speaker, we know that Conservatives talk a big game, but they're not actually there when the measures are on the floor to vote in support. When it came to the Canada Child Benefit, what did they do? They voted against it. When it came to the income tax cut for middle-class Canadians, what did they do? They voted against it. When it came to childcare for Canadians across this country, what did they do? Vote against it. And what about the Canada Dental Benefit and the Canada Housing Benefit, Mr. Speaker? They voted against that too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying higher taxes than ever before under this Prime Minister. Inflation is at a 40-year high. People are getting further behind. People are paying more for basic necessities like food, gas, and home heating. Higher taxes means more money in the Liberal government's bank accounts, all on the backs of hard-working Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop the inflationary spending and stop the inflation tax?
Good question. Full Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the Conservative record on reducing taxes for Canadians. In 2015, when we gave a tax break to middle-class Canadians and taxed the wealthy 1% more, who voted against it? The Conservatives did. When we gave workers a tax break, who voted against it? The Conservatives did. When we put in childcare benefits, who voted against it? The Conservatives did. When we decided to help businesses, Mr. Speaker, who voted against it? The Conservatives did. We've got the backs of Canadians. We're supporting the most vulnerable. That's our job. We're doing our jobs.
Here, here. Bravo. Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's the Liberal government that has forced Canadians to pay more taxes. It's taking money out of their bank accounts and putting it in the Liberal government's bank account. Right. That's people on fixed income. It's seniors. It's people with disabilities. It's young adults trying to build a life. It's families who are just struggling to get by. The Liberal government is lining the pockets of themselves while people are paying into it. Again, will the Prime Minister stop the inflationary spending and stop the inflation tax?
Stop the tax. The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable colleague opposite is saying is simply untrue. It was this government that actually increased the GIS for seniors. It was this government that increased OAS for seniors over 75. It was this government that brought in the Canada Disability Benefit, and it was this government that brought in the Canada Child Benefit, affordable daycare across this country, the Canada Dental Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but we have been there every step of the way to support Canadians. And what have the Conservatives done? They voted against every single one of those measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. It's this government that is going to triple the carbon tax, making everything more expensive for Canadians. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, the Minister for Finance will tell us that never in Canada's history have Canadians paid so much taxes. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, inflation is increasing the price of everything. Everything is more expensive, so the government makes more tax, makes more money. Inflation punishes Canada. The Liberals are putting all those bills in their pockets. Will the Prime Minister be transparent and give a break to workers and put an end to inflationist spending on the back of Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we're hearing that the Conservatives have absolutely no plan to help Canadians. We see in the United Kingdom that they decided to cut services for the British, which was a complete failure. If the Conservatives, and here the Conservatives are proposing what? Cutting EI benefits, cutting pensions. Mr. Speaker, that's austerity, Conservative austerity. That is purely typical of what they do. We, on our side, will invest in Canadians. That's our job, and we'll do our job. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, first of all the Parliamentary Secretary just said, unfortunately, the Minister, whatever, is verbal inflation that is completely out of reality, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government can find any excuse, but they are the ones who are responsible for the current economic crisis that harms all Canadians. Wallets are empty. Household debt is exploding. Inflationist spending from the Prime Minister is increasing. More interests mean higher debt, mean less money in the pockets of Canadians. Will this afternoon, will the Prime Minister finally be compassionate? Will he finally reduce taxes? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that when the Conservatives start insulting me, it's because they have no plan. They won't talk about what is necessary for Canadians. We are very clear on this side of the House. We invest in Canadians. We invest in Canadians by doubling the GST tax credit. We are helping people with the child care benefit. They want to cut. We want to support. That is our programme. That's our plan, and it's the best plan. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP have tabled a gag order in committee to close debate on the Official Languages Modernisation Act. After half a century of inaction on their part, it is slightly suspicious that there suddenly is such a rush. It is so urgent, apparently, that they are limiting the debate on the amendments to 7 hours. Clearly, they want to avoid talking about the amendments that the Bloc wants to table. Clearly, it's not our amendments, it's the Government of Quebec's amendments. The amendments from Quebec, which represents 90% of Francophones, deserve to be debated. Why manoeuvre to avoid them? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, what is suspicious today is that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives are playing political games. To stop the adoption of the bill as rapidly as possible, we have tabled a bill to ensure that we can meet the needs of Francophones in the country and to meet the needs of official languages in minority situation. I don't understand why the Bloc and the Conservatives don't want to see this bill to be adopted. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, we had invited experts until February to talk to us about official languages, but the government and the NDP, hand in hand, have decided to cancel more than 30 expert testimonies. In amongst them, important groups such as Alphabétisation Québec and the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Association, but also the French School Boards of Ontario, British Columbia and Acadia, the University of Moncton, the French-speaking jurists of New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, I would like to interrupt the Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. I'm not quite sure what people had for breakfast, but everyone wants to speak to one another, apparently. I would like to ask everyone to whisper to one another at worst. You're allowed to talk to one another, but not here in the House. When you are speaking across the aisle, come together and speak quietly.
Going to talk to each other, please get close to each other and talk to each other, or go in the hallway, but don't talk at a distance 4 or 5 benches away or across. And
I would ask the member for La Pointe de Lille to start from the top so that we can all hear the integrity of the question. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had invited experts until February to talk to us about official languages, but the government and the NDP, hand in hand, decided to cancel more than 30 expert testimonies. In amongst them, important groups such as Alphabétisation Québec, the Société Saint-Jean-Baptiste de Montréal, but also the French School Boards of Ontario, British Columbia and Acadia, the University of Moncton, the French-speaking jurists of New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, why is the voice of these people suddenly not important enough to merit the attention of the NDP and the Liberals? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, quite the opposite. We have clearly heard what these people had to say, and they said that it was time to move on to the next step. Interveners want this bill to be adopted because they recognise that it will bring real change to the life of Canadians. We tabled a bill that is ambitious and bold to make sure that we can do everything we can to support our official language minority communities. I don't understand why the Bloc and the Conservatives want to end this bill in its tracks. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP are gagging the work on C13. They are setting a limit on debate, which includes the amendments put forward by the Government of Quebec. And to limit these debates, they are also prepared to betray their invitation to dozens of Quebec, Franco-Canadian and Acadian experts. So, the NDP and the Liberals have an agreement to cut off debate on the amendments. They have an agreement to cut witnesses. Do they also have an agreement to cut Quebec's amendments, such as Bill 101, to businesses under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. We are the first government to recognise French in the country, and that is the reason for which we are moving forward with a bill that is bold and ambitious. We want to make sure that our government does everything to protect our official language minority communities, as well as making sure that we will address French. Once again, we have heard many people who want this bill to be adopted as rapidly as possible and don't understand why the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives want to stop this bill in its tracks. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, I think these Liberals need to be honest with Canadians. They're benefiting from inflation. While record numbers of Canadians use food banks, they're raking in record revenues. But their greed knows no bounds, Mr. Speaker. They want more and more of Canadian dollars. When will these cold-hearted Liberals finally show some compassion, give Canadians a break, and pull their tax hikes off the table?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives want to talk about compassion. They're the ones that blocked for a number of days the ability to pass dental benefits for low-income children. Mr. Speaker, compassion, they're the ones that voted against supporting low-income renters pay their rent. Mr. Speaker, they voted against the Canada Child Benefit that supports 9 out of 10 Canadian families. They voted against affordable childcare, Mr. Speaker. They voted against tax cuts for middle-income Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's beyond comprehension that they would talk about compassion when they vote against supporting Canadians at every single instance.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, under this Liberal government, Canadians are paying record high taxes, and Liberal inflation means Canadians are also paying record high prices for gas, groceries, and home heating bills. Millions of Canadians are skipping meals or using the food bank because they can't afford to buy groceries, and millions more will have to choose between heating and eating this winter. Canadians are out of money, and this government is out of touch. So why don't they stop making things worse, stop their out-of-control spending, and stop these Liberal inflation taxes?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's out of touch. What's out of touch is blaming the most vulnerable Canadians, and this government supporting them on somehow increasing inflation. It's hogwash, it's poppycock, it's simply not true, and it's cruel, Mr. Speaker. Our supports are 1/1000th the size of our economy. It will not increase inflation, and misinformation and disinformation have no place in this chamber, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
It is unbelievable for this government to brag about a system and policies that have 1.5 million Canadians using the food bank every month, that have 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals because they can't buy groceries. We will take no lessons from a government whose policies are creating higher interest rates, higher inflation, out-of-control spending that is driving up the cost of living to the worst record, the worst situation for the cost of living in decades. Why don't they stop making it worse, stop their out-of-control spending, and stop their Liberal inflation tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich coming from the member opposite that he wants to talk about supporting Canadians when every single chance he has voted against measures that support Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when they talk about the spending that we have done, Mr. Speaker, that's thousands of dollars for Canadian families that are helping them with the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we know what would happen if the Conservatives were in power. They would abandon those most vulnerable Canadians who need that support. And when they're talking about taxes, they're talking about things that pay for EI. They're talking about things that pay for CPP.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples enshrines the right to housing for Indigenous peoples, yet many struggle to find an adequate home. This Liberal government has failed to recognize these rights and invest in an Indigenous housing strategy for people who are compelled to leave their home communities. As a result, many Indigenous peoples end up in units in disrepair or homeless. When will this government acknowledge UNDRIP rights to safe, affordable housing across Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that the gaps are immense and they must be closed. Every person has the right to live in safe, affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, and that's why Budget 2022 committed $4 billion to...
We have I'm just going to interrupt for a second. Je crois que nous avons un problème.
I think we have an issue.
OK, alors, il n'y avait pas pour la question.
There wasn't any interpretation for the question.
There's no translation for the question. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for Nunavut to repeat the question, and then we'll go to the Minister after that. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples enshrines the right to housing for Indigenous peoples, yet many struggle to find an adequate home. This Liberal government has failed to recognize these rights and invest in an Indigenous housing strategy for people who are compelled to leave their home communities. As a result, many Indigenous peoples end up in units in disrepair or homeless. When will this government acknowledge UNDRIP rights to safe, affordable housing across Canada?
Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that the gap is astronomical in terms of housing on First Nation, and that's why the government in Budget 2022 invested over $4 billion to begin to close that gap, Mr. Speaker. We also know that it's not the government that has the answer about what the best housing is. It's Indigenous people themselves, and that's why solutions are Indigenous-led and designed. We'll continue to work with communities, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that people have the right to safe and affordable housing.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals are failing to fix their urgent, unmet housing needs for urban, rural, and northern Indigenous communities. The money they allocated isn't even enough to meet the needs of the downtown east side alone, let alone for the rest of the country. It is a cruel joke when the Prime Minister said record investments are being made. Over 80% of Indigenous people live away from their home community. Indigenous peoples are dying on the street. Will the Minister of Finance make the necessary investments in the full economic statement to address the urgent, unmet housing crisis for Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm puzzled by the Honourable Member's comment. We know that we've doubled the investments to tackle homelessness, including in the Honourable Member's riding of Vancouver East. But coming to the issue of urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing, we are committed to working with Indigenous peoples to co-develop an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. Budget 2022 is investing over $4 billion in Indigenous housing, including $300 million to co-develop an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy, Mr. Speaker, following the four Indigenous by Indigenous principle.
I just want to remind the honourable members, when they ask a question, to have the common courtesy to listen and not shout down the person answering the very question they ask. The honourable member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding and the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador, seal predation is an important topic for local harvesters. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans inform the House what our government is doing on this important topic?
Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Bonavista Burin Trinity for his very important question and his great work for his constituents.
Amazing work. Amazing work.
Seal Science Task Force just this spring, and our government is already taking action on it. I'm happy to share with the House that on November 8th and 9th, I'll be hosting a SEAL Summit in St. John's, and we'll be exploring opportunities for Indigenous and rural communities. So I do look forward to working with Indigenous peoples, industry, scientists, and others on this very important goal.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, 20% of Canadians skip at least one meal per week to save money. 1.5 million Canadians visited food banks in 1 month alone. How do we get here? With the mismanagement of this government that has created inflationary deficits year after year after year after year. After all, it's not surprising. Monetary policy is not part of the PM's vocabulary. Can he at least assure us here in this House that he will not raise taxes on Canadians? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are here every day to support Canadians with the Canada Child Benefit, with tax reductions for the middle class, with benefits for dental care and rental support. Also during the pandemic, this government has been here and will continue to be so for Canadians, and it's unfortunately that every opportunity the Conservatives vote against these initiatives that are important, that help Canadians who are in need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have never paid more taxes than they do now under this Prime Minister.
That's right.
The inflation rate is the highest in 40 years, which means Canadians pay more for gasoline, groceries, and home heating. Some say it's just inflation, but inflation means higher prices for Canadians and more money in the Liberal government's pocket. It's the inflation tax, the cruelest tax of all. When will the Prime Minister stop the inflation tax and stop his inflationary spending?
Good question. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Speaker, if pandemic spending, investments in Canadians that got us through the worst pandemic in a century were inflationary, then we'd be on our own in the world. We'd have the highest inflation in the world. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? Germany's at 10%. The UK's at 10.1. The US is at 8.2. EU is at 9.9. Australia's at 7.3. We're at 6.9. That doesn't make a difference to the people at home, Mr. Speaker. What does is dental supports and rental supports and doubling the GST tax credit, not the proposed cuts by the Conservatives. We've got the backs of Canadians. They've got bluff and bluster.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Canadians are out of money, and the spend Liberal government is completely out of touch. People are losing confidence, faith, and patience. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, people cannot afford these record high taxes and inflation any longer. They are sinking in debt. Families, business owners, seniors, students, all Canadians expect more from their government. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister commit to no new spending and no new taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Sure, you know what Canadians can't afford? They can't afford an official opposition that is proposing cuts, and cuts to the things that they rely upon, like employment insurance, Mr. Speaker, like the Canada Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker, like the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, like affordable daycare, like Canada Dental Benefits, like housing supports, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians can't afford right now when they're feeling the economic pinch is the cruel spending cuts that the Conservatives are suggesting.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians can't afford are no new taxes.
Exactly.
This Liberal government and their NDP backers have routinely made their intentions to Canadians very clear. They're going to implement a punitive tax on financially broken Canadians to pay for their higher spending agenda. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians trust a government that has openly shown disrespect to them?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, at every opportunity over the last 7 years, have voted against measures that have supported Canadians, whether it's Canadian children, families, seniors, people who are in need of housing, whether it's Canadians with disabilities, Mr. Speaker. We have brought forward important measures that add thousands of dollars into the pockets of our most vulnerable, of middle-class Canadians who are spending it on basic necessities. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians don't trust is the official opposition that's not there for them in their time of need.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, $1.3 million. That was the cost of the Governor General's unnecessarily week-long trip to the Middle East. And that is the figure that the Canadian Taxpayers Federation arrived at when it tallied up the bills for the Governor-General's office, but also for Global Affairs, Defence, and the RCMP. It turns out the monarchy costs even more than we think. In addition to the $70 million it costs every year, you have to add the bills passed on to various government departments for first-class travel by the King's representative and his entourage. Seriously, when are we going to stop paying for this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Governor General undertakes important work representing Canada at home and abroad. Costs are a product of a number of factors, including the size of delegations, destination, and local fees. Mr. Speaker, as always, our government makes every effort to ensure that spending on official trips is responsible and transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the cost of monarchy doesn't just cost a lot in terms of money. Let me take you back to 2019 with the case of the two Michaels wrongfully imprisoned in China. Last Thursday, the Wall Street Journal revealed that in this case, the Prime Minister was unable to negotiate with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Why? Simply, the Chinese head of state refused to speak with the Prime Minister, demanding instead to speak to the real head of state of Canada, Queen Elizabeth II. Doesn't the government find it embarrassing that the real head of state of Canada is a foreign monarch? The
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the world is facing a more assertive China. At all times, Canada's foreign policy will be able to defend our national interests and our values. In this context, Canadians expect us to navigate strategically through this complex reality. We will do so with eyes wide open. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the more the Liberals tax and spend, the more expensive life gets for struggling Canadians. This Prime Minister racked up more debt than all others before him combined, and he claimed it was so Canadians wouldn't have to. But today, Canadians can't make ends meet while government contracts are up 74%, $14.6 billion a year to insiders, former Liberal MPs, anti-Semites, foreign consultants, and hundreds of millions the Liberals won't account for at all. When will the NDP Liberal costly coalition stop their tax hikes and wasteful spending?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, later today we're going to learn more about our fall economic statement, but the Conservative Economic Action Plan 2022 is in. Cut employment insurance benefits, cut Canadian pension plan, cut child care benefits, cut climate action checks. Mr. Speaker, typical Conservative austerity in the face of Canadians in need. Mr. Speaker, we've got the backs of Canadians. We're investing in them. That's our plan. That's what we're going to do.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But in fact, Canadians' paychecks and savings go up in flames as the Liberals fuel the inflation fire that they set. The Bank of Canada says inflation is due to what's happening in Canada. BMO says sending checks as inflation support is inflationary. Even Liberal Mark Carney says inflation is, quote, a domestic story. Canadians are using food banks at record levels. Half are almost bankrupt, and 1 million can't afford home heating. Now, the Liberals are fine with spending the average Canadian's yearly rent on a single hotel room, but will they actually give Canadians a break, cut taxes, and cap spending?
The Honourable Minister Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, Stephen Polo's former Bank of Canada governor was very clear that our investments in Canadians during the pandemic prevented a deflation in our economy. What do the Conservatives say on taxes, Mr. Speaker? When we lowered them on the middle class in 2015, how did the Conservatives vote? Against. When we lowered taxes on Canadians in 2019, the Conservatives voted against. In 2021, when we lowered them on workers, how did the Conservatives vote? Against. And when we lowered them on small businesses this year, Mr. Speaker, they voted once again against. How do they vote on dental and rental? You know the answer. It's against.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the real effect of Liberal economic policy. The original Trudeau spending legacy was 14 deficits in 15 years, an inflation, housing, and energy crisis for Canadians at the time, and as a result of the crippling debt, devastating cuts to health and education transfers a generation later by another Liberal government. It's the classic Liberal economic 1-2 punch. Short-term pain, and long-term pain.
Yeah.
Would somebody please have the courage to stand up over there and tell their Prime Minister to just stop making the problem worse?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's a bit strange to hear from members opposite about economic records because when they were in power, that Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, had the worst economic record since R.B. Bennett in the Great Depression, Mr. Speaker. Whereas under our government, we've had record low unemployment, Mr. Speaker. We're supporting vulnerable and low-income Canadians, and we're making sure that we're setting up this country for success for future generations. So, Mr. Speaker, the history books are clear. There is one party on this side of the House that has a good economic record. I can't say the same for my colleagues opposite.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, immigration is the lifeblood of the Canadian economy, helping businesses find the workers they need and enriching our communities. No matter where they come from or why they are here, Canada has always welcomed newcomers. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship update us on our government's immigration plan? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, clearly Canada needs more people. We need to look at immigration as a strategy to grow Canada's workforce, and we need to reunite families and meet our commitments. That is why I introduced Canada's 2023-25 Immigration Levels Plan. Immigration that just not is something focused on one area, but on several regions of the country. Canada was built on immigration, and it's part of who we are as Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal NDP coalition's policies and resulting higher interest rates have fanned the flames for this cost of living wildfire. Given the debt that this Prime Minister has accumulated, how can Canadians now trust him to control spending? After all, do you trust the arsonist to put out the fire? We cannot inflate our way out of this mess of debt either, because that just erodes Canadians' purchasing power. The only positive action is to unlock investment from the private sector. Will the Prime Minister stop his new spending and no more taxes?
Yeah.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the other side rising in the House today talking about being compassionate for Canadians is a bit rich, given the history of that government when they had a $13 billion surplus in 2006, frittered it away, and then to try to get some sort of fiscal semblance of responsibility, they cut veteran services, they closed embassies, they raided EI, they forced working Canadians to work for 2 more years, and they had a systematic destruction of social services. That is not the future Canadians want. They want our supports. They want us to have their backs. That's what we have.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, a recent survey from the CFIB indicated that 60% of small businesses would increase the paycheck of workers if this government reduced their tax burden. Instead, on January 1st, this costly coalition is planning to increase payroll taxes for workers and employees. So my question is simple. Will this Liberal NDP coalition government rescind their plan to increase payroll taxes on January 1st and give small business owners and their employees the break that they need?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, it is on this side of the House that we have supported small businesses and entrepreneurs every single day. It is those contributions that are made by both the employer and the business and the employee that is going to provide for those very workers that these small businesses employ. It is on this side of the House that we work for small businesses. We stand for small businesses. We are the ones cutting taxes for small businesses and helping thriving communities from coast to coast to coast.
Good job. Good job. Well, Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to pay their bills. They're laying in bed at night wondering how they're going to survive the devastating effects of the Liberal government's inflationary spending. Canadians simply can't afford any more of this costly coalition. Today, this Liberal government is presenting its economic update. Conservatives have a very clear demand. Will the Liberals commit to no wasteful spending and no new taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what this side is committed to, and that's being there for Canadians in their time of need, Mr. Speaker, just as we were throughout the pandemic, where we supported 9 million Canadians with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We supported hundreds of thousands of Canadian businesses and organizations to ensure that we were there for them the whole time.
I'll have the minister start over, because what I'm getting is from people who are way in the back, they're having a hard time hearing because, wait, let me finish, because of some noises that are made in the forefront here. So I'm going to ask everyone to listen quietly. I think we got everyone quiet already, so there's no need to give them more instructions. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are committed to on this side of the House is being there for Canadians in their time of need. And whether that was through the pandemic when we were there with income supports, with business supports for both individuals and organizations that needed to get through those dark times, we were there. Or whether it's for ensuring that we're there for families who are struggling with the high cost of living, be it through the Canada Child Benefit, be it through the Canada Dental Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit for low-income renters, as well as affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do that, and we're not going to take lessons from the Conservatives, whose whole objective right now is to cut important social services and supports for Canadians.
Honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, a Scarborough Agincourt constituent recently emailed me because he was distressed about reading alleged illegal Chinese police stations in Scarborough and Markham. These alleged police stations or administrative centres are used to exert pressure on Chinese nationals located in Canada. How can we reassure Canadians who feel intimidated or coerced? Can the Minister of Public Safety provide an update on what actions are being taken?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. Protecting the public from the threat of foreign interference is precisely what Canadians have mandated our government to do. I want to assure her and all members of this chamber that the RCMP are actively investigating these alleged so-called Chinese police stations, Mr. Speaker. I also want to assure members that any harassment, intimidation, or coercion by a foreign power will be investigated and appropriate charges will be pressed independently by police. And finally, Canadians can rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to make investments in our national security apparatus that the Conservatives cut the last time because we...
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, 300,000 people live in northern BC, yet there isn't a single passport office. Residents are having to drive up to 17 hours to pick up their passports in Vancouver. One person had to spend $2,000 to fly all the way to Victoria to pick up his family's passports. It's not acceptable. Now, this government has added passport pickup services at 13 locations across the country, and yet nothing in our region. So my question to the minister is a simple one. When will this government finally add a passport office in northern BC?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'm very proud of the fact that over the summer we've added 13 passport pickup locations across the country, including for the very first time in Canada's north in Whitehorse in the Yukon, which is really important. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to ensure that we are delivering passport services for Canadians in a timely manner, and I can assure my colleague that we are looking across the country to make sure that those services are available and accessible to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, an independent analysis of the Liberals' second carbon tax, the Clean Fuel Standard, has found that it will actually increase net international greenhouse gas emissions. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, and they're trying to heat their homes and put food on the table. Why does the government want to add $1,277 to annual household energy costs? Mr. Speaker, what's being cleaned here are the pocketbooks of Canadians without any environmental benefit. If the government insists on proceeding with this high-cost hypocrisy, will they at least delay the Clean Fuel Standard by 6 months?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And, Mr. Speaker, we're working on many fronts to reduce oil and gas emissions. We, of course, are going to be capping emissions from the oil and gas sector. We're going to be investing in carbon capture. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be implementing a clean fuel standard. And, Mr. Speaker, we're also going to be phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2023, 2 years ahead of schedule. We've already got a good start, Mr. Speaker. We're phasing out 8.
And that's all the time we have for today for question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. And Churchill Quetnuk Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That given that billionaire companies like Irving have been using captive insurance scams for almost 50 years, the CRA recently identified more than $76 billion in unpaid taxes in the Panama and Paradise Papers, including from Irving. Out-of-control inflation is making it harder for Canadians to afford basic...
I'm going to interrupt. We've got a whole side here who's saying they were not consulted and will not be giving the unanimous consent, so I'm going to have to stop it there. I'm sorry.
Hey, we've got an opposition day. That's what it's for.
La présidence souhaite...
The chair would like to address the point of order raised yesterday by the member for La Prairie concerning alleged unparliamentary language. I'm sorry, is anyone interested in hearing what I have to say?
I don't want to interrupt anyone. Okay, thank you.
The chair would like to address the point of order raised yesterday by the member for La Prairie concerning alleged unparliamentary language heard from the sidelines during question period yesterday. Since the alleged events, the chair has confirmed what was said. The chair is of the view that these were indeed disrespectful comments.
Between members of the House are sometimes heated and intense, but the chair expects everyone to conduct themselves in a dignified manner and to choose their words carefully. Comme je l'ai expliqué.
As I explained in my decision of March 29th, 2022, on page 3739 of the debates, and I quote, "We are all here as elected representatives, and each of us is entitled to respect. Personal inflammatory language has no place in our debates." Unquote.
Nous avons été dûment.
We were all duly elected to fulfill our mandate and represent our constituents. Our presence in this chamber is legitimate and appropriate. I thank members for their attention.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill S5. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Oui, là, on a déjà commencé le vote.
Yes, we've already begun the vote. So we're going to wait till after.
Les cloches sonnent, il n'y a pas d'appel au... Les cloches sonnent, il n'y a pas appel au règlement.
So there can be no points of order once the bells have begun to ring. It will have to wait until after.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Guilbeault appuie.
Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act, and to repeal the Perfluorooctane Sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
The 10-minute period for voting members electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Annan.
Ms. Annan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs. Jazik.
Correction, Ms. Jazik. Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Miss Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Miss De Brussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Demoff.
Miss Demoff.
Mr. Frediscatos.
Mr. Frediscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Miss Lanceman.
Miss Lanceman.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Ms. Gray.
Ms. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Rempel-Gartner.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Jawahari. I believe you're on mute, Mr. Jawahari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
I for poor.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Scheer for poor.
Mr. Zimmer.
In favor.
Mr. Zimmer for poor.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 319. 79. Nays contre 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands deferred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Now, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, la Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs. The question is as follows.
Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs presented on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Annan.
Ms. Annan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Sidou Brampton East.
Mr. Sidou Brampton East.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Baptiste.
Miss Damoff.
Miss Damoff.
Mr. Fredescatos.
Mr. Fredescatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss Sidou Brampton South.
Miss Sidou Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Biden.
Mr. Van Biden.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab,
Mr. Gahir,
Mr. Gahir,
Ms. Hefner,
Ms. Hefner,
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe,
Mr. Noor Mohammed,
Mr. Noor Mohammed,
Ms. Taylor-Roy,
Taylor Roy,
Ms. Thompson,
Ms. Thompson,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Kimmich,
Monsieur Deltel,
Mr. Deltel,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mr. Upal,
Mr. Upal,
Miss Landsman,
Ms. Landsman,
Miss Lewis Homeland Norfolk,
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk,
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Baldinelli,
Mr. Janis,
Mr. Janis,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Monsieur Bertol,
Mr. Bertol,
Miss Finley,
Ms. Finley,
Mr. Abouteif,
Mr. Abouteif,
Miss Gray,
Ms. Gray,
Mr. Barrett,
Mr. Barrett,
Mr. Vidal,
Mr. Vidal,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Davidson,
Mr. Davidson,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Cooper,
Monsieur Martel,
Monsieur Martel,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Goodridge,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Miss Ferrari,
Miss Ferrari,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mrs. Vecchio,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Aitchison,
Mr. Melillo,
Mr. Melillo,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Williams,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mrs. Cramp Nyman,
Mrs. Cramp Nyman,
Monsieur Lou,
Mr. Lou,
Monsieur Généreux,
Mr. General,
Mr. Tucker,
Mr. Tucker,
Mr. Van Papta,
Mr. Van Papta,
Monsieur Gourde,
Monsieur Gould,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Caputo,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Monsieur Brassard,
Mr. Brassard,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Williamson,
Miss Rempel Gartner,
Ms. Rempel Garner,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Curick,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Tolmie,
Mr. Tolmie,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Hoback,
Mr. Hoback,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Shipley,
Mr. Redicop,
Mr. Redicott,
Mr. Morant,
Mr. Moran,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Falk Provencher,
Mr. Falk Provencher,
Mr. Vierson,
Mr. Vierson,
Mr. D'Entremont,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Dowdall,
Mr. Dowdall,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Dalton,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Motts,
Mr. Motts,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Madame Normandin,
Madame Normand,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Madame Michaud,
Madame Michaud,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Vignola,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay,
Madame Posé,
Madame Posé,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Trudel,
Monsieur Trudel,
Madame Bérubé,
Madame Bérubé,
Monsieur Désilet,
Monsieur Désilé,
Miss Blaney,
Blaney,
Miss Kwan,
Miss Kwan,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Miss Idlout,
Miss Idlow,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Gazan,
Mr. Gazan,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Miss Barron,
Miss Barron,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes,
Miss Cirillo,
Mr. Willow,
Miss Matheson,
Mr. Cannings,
oh, Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Cannings,
Mr. Desjarlais,
Mr. Desjarlais,
Did she tell you the corporations are again in St. John's?
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Jawari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
I for poor.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scheer for poor.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 318. 78. Nays contre 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Pardon me? No.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for La Prairie. Based on your decision that was given with respect to the point of order I made yesterday on the unparliamentary language of the member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, well, first I'd like to thank the chair for giving that position, but can I have your attention, please?
Please. Order. Order. S'il vous plaît,
please go ahead. Mr. Speaker, I also asked for an apology from the member that did speak that parliamentary language, and I'd like to benefit from this opportunity to ask him to withdraw his language and apologize. The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, does he have anything to say? Nothing to say. We withdraw everything. We're willing to move forward. The honourable member for La Prairie, and then the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we heard terms that were clearly unparliamentary. You said this was the case, and I think that if he's a gentleman, he would rise in this House and apologize for saying that unparliamentary language. I do not have the right to do that, but the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable would like to say something. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising for the traditional Thursday statement. We are all preparing to go back to our ridings now during this very important week, where most of our colleagues here will be celebrating Remembrance Day to honour veterans who have served our country and who have given their lives for the freedom that we have right now in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, before this week, there is a day tomorrow, and there is the following week after the Remembrance Day week. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader of the House to give us some details about upcoming work.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we will all be returning to our ridings next week to pay tribute to those who have fought for our freedoms and the values that we hold so dearly in Canada. Before that, though, for today, obviously, we will be hearing the fall economic statement shortly. Tomorrow, the first order of business will be a vote on the Ways and Means motion regarding the fall economic statement. We will then return to second reading of C-27, the Digital Charter Act, and then following and when we come back after the break, Madam Speaker, our intention will be to immediately return to the fall economic update. We want to give Conservatives as many opportunities as possible to speak to that, so that hopefully we can get a vote on that in the fall and not in the spring, which we did last year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C'est-tu reprise au débat?
Ordre du jour. Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bill.
Reading of Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act.
Resuming debate, l'honorable. The honourable member for Avignon, La Matisse Matan Matapedia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to debate Bill C-20. And this is take 3 because I know that the government has been waiting to legislate on this for several years. But neither C-3, that was tabled in the 43rd Parliament, nor C-98 in the 42nd Parliament were put on the front burner. They died on the order paper. But what is encouraging is that all parties supported the principle of these bills, which is essentially the same as what is in C-20 today. So we always say things come in threes. Let's hope that this third time is the charm. But it is unfortunate that this initiative was not made a priority earlier, because it's been more than 18 years now since Judge O'Connor recommended the creation of an independent process for public complaints against the CBSA. And this has been the case since 2004, and now it's 2022, and the government has finally decided to take action. So what C-20 does, as the minister explained a little earlier, is to amend the RCMP Act and the CBSA Act with respect to the civilian complaints process. And it would create a Public Complaints and Review Commission, or PCRC, to replace the Civilian Complaints Commission for the RCMP. And it would allow for the review and the investigation of complaints about the conduct and the level of service of the RCMP and CBSA personnel, as well as the review of specific activities of these two organizations. And it's true, Madam Speaker, there already is an independent oversight mechanism, but this mandate is only for national security matters only. And it's quite surprising that the CBSA is the only public safety agency in Canada without a body that gives citizens recourse against it. And sometimes it can abuse its authority. So are there a lot of people talking in the chamber? And I'm not sure if they realize that there is a debate going on right now. So I would ask everyone who would like to have a discussion in the chamber to leave and go out to the lobby for these discussions so we can give the necessary respect to the person who is speaking. The honourable member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. So I said it was rather surprising that the CBSA is the only public safety agency in Canada without a body that gives citizens recourse against an organization that can sometimes abuse its authority, unfortunately. So my goal here is not to put the CBSA officers on trial, and it must be said that in any organization there are some abuses, and we have to give people the necessary forums to denounce these abuses and have the results of the investigations examined if they find them unsatisfactory. On the other hand, we all know that leaving it up to an organization to investigate itself never yields good results. The importance of an external oversight body is therefore quite appropriate. The fact that complaints are currently being handled internally means that if a complainant is not satisfied with the outcome of an investigation, there's nowhere to turn if the findings of the investigation are to be reviewed. And also, when complaints are being handled internally, it means that access to information requests have to be made to get more details, and we know what that's like these days with information requests. And like my colleague was saying, the government is so transparent sometimes we can see through the pages it provides us, and she was referring to the 225 blank pages that Health Canada sent in response to an ATIP request back previously. So I was talking about the Justice O'Connor earlier, but there's also a Privacy Commissioner of Canada who found major flaws in January of 2020, particularly with respect to the search of travelers' electronic devices. Therefore, I'm very pleased to see that the government has tabled C-20, and we can count on the support of the bloc to ensure that it is studied quickly. I'd also like to stress the importance of hearing from the various groups involved at committee, such as the CBSA Union, whose president has expressed certain reservations with respect to this bill. Obviously, we understand that the CBSA is facing a serious staffing shortage right now, which can contribute to delays and create tensions between officers and travelers. The government will therefore need to ensure that customs officers have the adequate resources to do their jobs properly. There is no excuse for abuse, but I want to be clear. I want to make sure that the CBSA Union is involved in the process leading up to the passage of C-20.
And I spoke in French, so I'll speak in English right now. There is quite a buzz going on in the House with discussions right now, so I would ask members to please take the discussions into the lobby with respect to, in order to respect the individual who is actually the Member of Parliament who is actually speaking at the moment.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis-Matane. Once again, I really appreciate that, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I can't remember where I left off now. Well, I was saying there's a serious lack of a shortage of labor at CBSA right now. But the president of the CBSA Union said that this could be part of the problem right now. Otherwise, where was I? Yes, the union president said that he would like that the new organization that deals with complaints should also look into investigations into executive misconduct as well. He noted that if a complaint indicates a systemic problem, the Commission should address that problem rather than directing everything to the one person with whom the traveler interacts. He also said that CBSA officers are often forced to work mandatory overtime and sometimes deal with hundreds of people a day, which can sometimes contribute to tension. And I see that this bill proposes amendments to the CBSA Act to provide for the investigation of serious incidents involving not only employees, but also CBSA officials. So I think this is pretty good news to address Mr. Weber's concern with respect to systemic problems that may exist within the CBSA. Madam Speaker, C-20 would also allow the new Commission to recommend or impose disciplinary processes against people who are the subject of a complaint. In my opinion, this is a significant step forward that can help restore the image of the CBSA, particularly with respect to public confidence. It would also allow for the investigation of serious accidents involving CBSA officials or employees. One of the things that I think is most important is the ability to conduct a review of the CBSA's operations. The Commission will be able to make findings and recommendations, and the RCMP and the CBSA will be required to respond in writing to the reports of the Commission. And this Commission will be composed of civilian members and not former members of the CBSA or the RCMP, thus ensuring that the Commission's decisions are not biased. The bill will also require the Commissioner of the RCMP and the President of the CBSA to report annually to the Minister of Public Safety on what their organizations have done during the year to address the recommendations of the Commission. The Minister will be required to submit a report to the House of Commons and the Senate within 15 days. The bill also provides for an awareness campaign to inform travelers of their rights, and I find this interesting. I think the best way to inform people of their rights is actually by doing this type of campaign, so I pay tribute to that being in the bill. It's also important to put a clear process in place because, unfortunately, there have been abuses in the past, and also we need something that is accessible and easy to use. C20 proposes a somewhat long and complicated process, and it's likely that most people will give up the process before it's complete. For example, if an officer makes a sexist or racist mark to a traveler, making a complaint to the CBSA and then waiting for a response, and then referring the complaint to the PCRC could be very complicated or more complicated than simply turning a blind eye to it for most travelers. Whether the process proposed by C20 is adequate or needs to be reviewed will have to be discussed at committee. But we do agree that the process itself is necessary. Mary Foster of Solidarity Access Borders said in 2019 that we have enough experience to know that filing a complaint against CBSA about CBSA goes nowhere. Having the ability to challenge the findings of CBSA investigations is therefore critical to maintaining public trust. It's important to remember that CBSA has broad powers, including the ability to detain and search Canadians and to deport people. The Library of Parliament, in its legislative summary of Bill C-20, cites the case of Maher Arar, a Canadian and Syrian citizen who was deported, then detained, and even tortured in a Syrian prison for almost a year. And at the time of his arrest by U.S. authorities in September 2002, he was returning from a trip from Tunisia to Canada with a stopover in New York. He was questioned by both the FBI and the New York police without being allowed to contact a lawyer or even make a phone call. And this is what led the Justice O'Connor to suggest the creation of a new civilian body to overview the activities of the RCMP and CBSA. It's a rather extreme case, but the number of investigations into border officer misconduct increased in 2020, despite a dramatic reduction in international travel due to the pandemic. In a CBC article, it reported that misconduct is mostly related to the granting of privileges or a lack of respect for customers. CBSA reported 215 investigations into its officers in 2020, up from 171 in 2019. The nearly 200 investigations conducted resulted in 117 officers being reprimanded, mostly with temporary suspensions, while 8 CBSA officers reported were terminated since 2018. One officer, for example, was fired for interfering with immigration process. The internal investigation found that he'd attempted to assist an immigration attorney by illegally removing items that would have raised questions in a client's case, and it involved a temporary residence permit. So other officers were dismissed for demeaning clients, making inappropriate comments about colleagues, abusing their authority, or sharing private CBSA information. There have also been complaints about alleged sexual harassment and assault. And once again, these are very important cases that show once again that we do need an external and independent review board for CBSA. And I mentioned earlier this has to be independent. And I mentioned earlier that the search of travelers' electronic devices is happening and that there have been many cases where travelers have found themselves in situations where their privacy is invaded. Customs officers have the right to search the contents of digital devices, but they must put the device in airplane mode. Commissioner Danielle Tallien said CBSA and its customs officers have crossed the line of what is acceptable to respect the personal information of Canadian citizens returning to Canada. According to the commissioner, officers must put in writing their reasons for searching devices. And in one case, an officer shredded handwritten notes 3 days after the commissioner's investigator called. In another case, a customs officer allegedly photographed the contents of a digital device, which is prohibited, while another looked at a traveler's bank statements, this traveler was forced to open their app on their phone. So I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. There are many cases. And what I want them to know is they'll be able to count on the support of the bloc to move forward this bill so we can study this at committee. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Matisse Matan will have 7 minutes when we go back to this topic. In the meantime, as it is 4 p.m., pursuant to order adopted on October 28, 2022,
the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the Fall Economic Statement 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I would also like to table, in both official languages, a notice of a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I would ask that an order of the day be designated for the consideration of this motion. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the past several months, I have been traveling across Canada to more than 24 cities and towns to meet with Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. I visited an auto parts manufacturer in Etobicoke, a potash mine outside Saskatoon, and the women and men in Sherbrooke who make the boots our armed forces wear around the world.
I visited the port of St. John in New Brunswick and a family farm in Olds, Alberta, and in Dartmouth and in Brampton and in Calgary. I spent time with some of the truckers who keep our economy humming. The Canadians I spoke to were all so proud of our country. They were proud of the hard work they do every day to feed Canada and the world, to build our cars, to send our goods to global markets, to raise their children. But they were also anxious about whether our future will be as prosperous as our past, and anxious about paying the bills today. And that's where I want to start, with the high cost of living so many of us, so many Canadians are concerned about. I know that it has felt like just one thing after another since COVID first reached our shores. we turned the economy off, and then we turned it back on again. Vladimir Putin illegally invaded Ukraine. And now we're dealing with inflation. These are related, of course. Global inflation isn't created by the decisions of any one government alone, but by the combined aftershocks of 2.5 years of historic turmoil.
Inflation was 6.9% in September, after following for the third month in a row. That is lower than in the US, the UK, and the Eurozone. But for Canadians feeling the pinch at the checkout counter or when they fill their tanks with gas, it is still too high. This is a challenging time for so many of us, for our friends, for our families, for our neighbors.
It's important, as both the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, that I'm honest with Canadians about the challenges that still lie ahead. Interest rates are rising as the Bank of Canada steps in to tackle inflation. And that means our economy is slowing down. It means there are people whose mortgage payments are rising. It means business is no longer booming in the same way it has been since we left our homes after the COVID lockdowns and went back out into the world. That's the case in Canada. That's the case in the United States. And that is the case in economies big and small around the world. Canada cannot avoid the global slowdown any more than we could have avoided COVID once it had begun infecting the world. But we will be ready. Indeed, we are ready. That's because for the past 7 years, our government has been reinforcing Canada's social safety net. We have improved many important programs and added some new ones, too.
These investments in Canadians are like a well-built house with a solid roof, needed in all seasons and in all weather, but most essential when the temperature drops. And that is why, as fall turns to winter, we will continue to stand up to those who would cut the EI and the pensions Canadians have been contributing to for their entire working lives and need today more than ever. It's why we created the Canada Child Benefit and why we are making childcare more affordable. It's why we enhanced the benefits that those who served with our flag on their shoulder depend on. It's why we doubled the Canada Student Grant to make it a little easier for all young people to go to college or university or to pursue an apprenticeship. It's why we enhanced the Canada Workers' Benefit and why we increased both old age security and the guaranteed income supplement.
That is why it is so important that the Canada Pension Plan and our most important benefits are all indexed to inflation. And in today's fall economic statement, that is why we're delivering on a plan that millions of Canadians voted for just over a year ago, and why we're delivering new measures to enhance the social safety net that is there to support all Canadians. We're working to deliver lower credit card fees so that small businesses don't need to choose. So that small businesses don't need to choose between cutting into their already narrow margins and passing fees onto their customers. We're taxing share buybacks to make sure that large corporations pay their fair share and to encourage them to reinvest their profits in Canadian workers and in Canada. We're delivering a multi-generational home renovation tax credit, which will help families across Canada afford to have a grandparent or a family member with a disability move back in if they want to. We're tackling housing speculation and making sure that homes are for Canadians to live in, not a frequently flipped investment asset. We're delivering on our commitment to make home ownership more affordable for young people and new Canadians with a new tax-free first home savings account that will make it so much easier to save for a down payment. And we're delivering with a doubling of the first-time home buyers tax credit to help cover the closing costs that come with buying that first home of your own. We are permanently eliminating interest on the federal portion of Canada student loans and Canada Apprentice. We're working to make sure that families don't need to choose between taking their child to the dentist and putting food on the table. We're creating a new quarterly Canada Workers Benefit to deliver advance payments and put more money sooner into the pockets of our lowest paid and often most essential workers. This means the Canada Workers Benefit will now support 4.2 million Canadians. We're providing hundreds of dollars in new targeted support to low-income renters. For the Canadians who need it the most, we are doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. And I have some very good news about that. For the 11 million Canadian households who need help the most, those GST checks will start arriving in your bank account or in your mailbox tomorrow. Nous doublons le crédit.
And for the Canadians who need it the most, we are doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. And I have some very good news. For the 11 million Canadians who need help the most, those GST checks will start arriving in your bank accounts and in your mailbox starting tomorrow.
Nous offrons.
We are providing targeted inflation relief because that is the right thing to do. And as the Bank of Canada fights inflation, we will not make its job harder. We are compassionate and we are also responsible.
Canada has the lowest deficit and Canada has the lowest deficit and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. In our April budget, with inflation in Canada and around the world elevated and still rising, we knew we had to chart a fiscally responsible course. And we did. In April, we committed to bringing the deficit down to just 2% of GDP this year. Today, we forecast it will be just 1.3% of our $2.8 trillion economy. we can bring the deficit down today because our pandemic spending worked. Thanks to the historic support we provided, and thanks to the incredible resilience of Canadians, Canada is entering this time of a slowing global economy from a position of fundamental economic strength. There are 400,000 more Canadians working today than before the pandemic. Our economy is now 103% the size it was before COVID hit. So far this year, Canada's economic growth has been the strongest in the G7, stronger than the United States, stronger than the United Kingdom, stronger than Germany, stronger than France, stronger than Italy or Japan. Thanks to that enviable economic performance, we're able to provide targeted support to the most vulnerable while still shrinking our deficit. In the months to come, we will be able to invest in the Canadian economy and to be there for the Canadians who need it the most, because we were responsible in April and because we are keeping our powder dry today. Canadians are tough, and the Canadian economy is resilient. And that's why we can all be confident we will get through this, just as we have gotten through so much over the past 2.5 years. In fact, there is no country in the world better placed than Canada to get through. There is no country better placed than Canada to get through the coming global slowdown.
And when we do, with our fundamental economic strengths preserved and the pandemic recession behind us, there is no country in the world better placed than Canada to thrive in a post-COVID global economy. We grow food to feed the world, and we mine the potash that farmers here and elsewhere need to grow their own. We have the critical minerals and metals that are essential for everything, from cell phones to batteries to appliances to electric cars. We have the natural resources to power the global net zero transition and to support our allies with their energy security as that transition continues to pick up speed. And critically, Canada is the democracy that has all of these resources in abundance.
The global economy is at a turning point. We're entering an era of friendshoring, a time when our democratic partners and their most important companies are seeking to shift their dependence from dictatorships to democracies. That's why the Prime Minister and Chancellor Scholz signed an agreement in Newfoundland for Germany to buy Canadian hydrogen. That's why the United States has moved from a Buy America to a Buy North America policy on critical minerals and electric vehicles. C'est pourquoi.
That is why our Minister of Industry has been signing agreements with global car manufacturers and battery makers. A new one almost every day, it seems to me.
That is why our Minister of Natural Resources is pitching Canada's critical minerals to the world and working hard with provinces and territories to get them out of the ground and to global markets. Because the world knows Canada can build the electric vehicles of today and tomorrow. Canadians can mine and process the critical minerals that those vehicles our phones, and our computers are all made of. And Canadian energy workers, the very best in the world, can make Canada the leading provider of energy as the global economy moves to net zero. Our allies are counting on us, and our government believes that this ongoing shift is the most significant opportunity for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses in a generation. Les investissements.
Seizing this opportunity is what our April budget invested in. And it is what this fall economic statement invests in too. With major investment tax credits for clean technology and clean hydrogen, we will make it more attractive for businesses to invest in Canada to produce the energy that will power a net zero global economy.
We are launching a new Canada Growth Fund that will help attract the billions of dollars in new private capital required to fight climate change and to create good jobs in Canada at the same time. From critical minerals to ports to energy, we will continue to make it easier for businesses to invest in major projects in Canada. Projects with meaningful Indigenous participation, projects that meet the highest environmental standards, projects that will create good jobs, and projects that will allow Canadian workers to drive our economy forward. We will continue to invest in tackling the productivity challenge that is Canada's economic Achilles heel. We will continue to invest in making sure that Canadians have the skills they need to get good-paying jobs, and we will continue to bring to Canada more of the skilled workers that our growing economy requires. But we know that these investments represent only a down payment on the work that lies ahead. And so, in the months to come, we will continue to work hard to ensure that Canada is the best place in the world for businesses to invest and create good-paying jobs from coast to coast to coast. Now, these investments, the ones we're making today and the ones we will continue to make, will be crucial to the future of the Canadian economy. They will help make Canada a leader in the industries of tomorrow. They will help to build an economy that is more sustainable and more prosperous for generations to come. But what matters most is what these investments mean for Canadians. If you're an energy worker in Alberta, investments in clean energy mean there will continue to be good-paying jobs for you and your children. If you're a young couple in Vancouver, more workers in the building trades means more affordable homes for your new family. And if you're an auto worker in Windsor, Canadian leadership on electric vehicles means you will build the next generation of the cars that have powered our economy for more than a century.
Bravo.
Canadian workers know how important our social safety net is, and that is why our government will never deplete the contributions that keep Canada's employment insurance and pensions strong. Et les Canadiens.
And Canadian workers know how important training is to equip them for valuable, good-paying jobs. So we are investing in that as well. But Canadian workers also know that the single most important thing, the difference between managing to pay your mortgage and fearing you could lose your home, the difference between paying the bills at the end of the month and falling behind, is a well-paid, stable job. doing work that you are proud of with people who respect you and your skills. That's why our overriding economic objective during COVID was to preserve Canadians' jobs. And that's why today, what Canadian workers need is a government with a real, robust industrial policy, a government committed to investing in the net zero transition, to bringing in new private investment, and to help create good-paying jobs from coast to coast to coast. And that is exactly what we've been doing. And that is what we are continuing to do today.
Now, Mr. Speaker, in 1903, Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier stood in this House, and he said, "This is not a time for deliberation. This is a time for action. We cannot wait because time does not wait. We cannot wait because in these days of wonderful development, time lost is doubly lost. We cannot wait because at this moment there is a transformation going on in the conditions of our national life, which it would be folly to ignore and a crime to overlook." He was speaking then about the Transcontinental Railway, one that connected Canada and the Canadian economy from east to west, and which helped usher in a new era of prosperity for the people of our growing country. That project, like Laurier himself, was imperfect. The prosperity and opportunity it brought were not shared equally with Indigenous peoples, with women, with new Canadians. But his message then is one that we should heed today, that we must heed today. At the turn of the last century, Laurier and a generation of Canadian statesmen understood that Canada was at a turning point and that we could seize it or risk being swept aside by the manifest destiny of more ambitious leaders. Today, we are likewise at a pivotal moment. The global green transition calls for an industrial transformation comparable in scale only to the Industrial Revolution itself. And Canada is blessed with the talented people, the natural resources, and the manufacturing base needed to drive that transformation. At the same time, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine has upended geopolitics, reinforcing for our allies the value of turning to each other, to us, for the critical elements of their supply chains and for their energy security. Together, these two great shifts represent a generational opportunity to build a thriving and sustainable Canadian economy. We can lead the world in a way that far exceeds our footprint as a country of just 39 million people. Nous pouvons mener la lutte contre les...
We can lead the fight against climate change, and we can do it in a way that creates good jobs and new businesses for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We can build affordable homes and deliver affordable childcare, helping our economy grow and making life more affordable for middle-class families. And we can ensure that everyone in this country can enjoy the prosperity we are investing in together. That is the future that we can create for ourselves and for our children. But we cannot wait, because time truly does not wait. We cannot wait because in these days of wonderful development, time lost is doubly lost. I know that times feel tough right now, and they are. But we have a well-built house with a solid roof, and we have survived far colder winters before. And just as fall turns to winter, so too does winter turn to spring.
Ahead, and we will reach them together by building a country where everyone can earn a good living for a hard day's work, by building an economy that works for everyone, by investing in the Canada we are all so proud of today, so that we can be even prouder of our amazing country tomorrow. Because of all the countries in the world, the 21st century will surely belong to Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Prime Minister's policies have caused 4-year highs in inflation, leading to massive interest rate hikes on Canadians, which will cost Canadian families $3,000 a year. Today, the Prime Minister had a chance to give Canadians some relief by cancelling the carbon tax on home heating, but they refused. They refused, despite the fact home heating bills will increase by 50 to 100% this winter. They refused, despite billions in new tax revenue on the growling stomachs of Canadians. Will the Prime Minister stop punishing Canadians and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand that times are tough for so many Canadians today. And that's why I was so glad to share some great news. And that is that the GST credit will start arriving in the bank accounts and in the mailboxes of 11 million Canadian households tomorrow.
Wow.
That is much needed support. It is going to provide such valuable inflation relief to the Canadians who need it the most. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward with $500 to support the Canadians who are struggling to pay their rent. Again, much needed support for the people who need it the most. And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward to ensure that never again in Canada will a mother have to choose between buying groceries and taking her kid to the dentist. That is not right in Canada, and we are going to change that, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot more we're going to do, and I'll talk about it in a minute.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. She spouted a lot of rhetoric, but when we look at the concrete measures that are in the economic statement, when we try to see what is new relatively to the spring budget, well, we can see that there isn't much. She has just given 2 examples, which are measures that were already passed before today's presentation of the statement. What I like in her speech is that she recognizes that we're in a financial crisis and that there's a recession coming. But what I'm upset about is that there are no new tangible measures to tell Canadians and Quebecers what the government is going to do to support them. For example, the Bloc Québécois said, well, if we're heading into a recession, then we know that the EI system doesn't work. It's broken, and it's now or never. It's time to repair it before we hit a recession. But there is nothing announced to that end in the statement. And what about the increase in prices? What are seniors going to do, especially those aged 65 to 75 who did not receive an addition to their benefits? There are no new measures for seniors, and they can't make ends meet anymore. There are no tax measures either to incentivize workers if they want to, for example, seniors who want to work a few days a week. And finally, when it comes to health care, we know that all provincial and Quebec health systems, they're all broken. And in a few days, the health ministers are going to be meeting across the country with the federal health minister. But what are they going to discuss if there are no new measures? We were hoping that we would get the $28 billion and a firm commitment to have an increase of 6% per year. And they're going to meet in 4 days. But what are they going to discuss? Because there's nothing new in this statement. So we know that there are problems coming. We know we're in the midst of problems. But there are no new measures in this statement. So how is it going to work? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by underscoring that this is a fall economic statement. It's not a budget. It's a continuation of the work that we began in April and that we're going to continue to do. And I have a great deal of respect for the member across the way, but I would like to point out that we have already announced and implemented and delivered support measures that will make a huge difference in the lives of Canadians. For example, the GST credit. That is real support. What about rental relief? That's a real measure. What about the new dental care plan? That is real support as well. And I will be announcing new measures, major new measures, in the coming weeks and months. We understand that times are particularly tough right now. And for that very reason, our government will be there for Canadians with assistance for our students and for our most essential workers as well, because many of them are very poorly remunerated. So I think that's a very important measure. I think it's a targeted measure, and it's going to help people who need it the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are certainly some items that the Finance Minister has mentioned that are very familiar to us New Democrats, because they're the things that we have been pressuring this government into doing, whether that's dental care, whether it's the Canada Housing Benefit, frankly, whether it's child care, or many other things that we could go on about, including the GST rebate that's coming to Canadians tomorrow. But today was an opportunity to go above and beyond those things, to address the real challenges that people are facing as we come into a fall and they're worried about home heating and the cost of groceries. And as we learn that Loblaws is making $1 million a day more in profit above their latest banner year. So what we thought we might have seen, in addition to things that the NEP has required of the government to move on, were things like more serious consequences for price fixing in the grocery industry. We wanted to see a windfall profit tax so that these companies that are making extraordinary profits in the pandemic context are required to pay more in order for there to be assistance for Canadians. We want to see the GST on home heating removed, a measure that would apply across the country and not just in provinces that are subject to the federal carbon tax. We want to see that the government is now starting to indicate there may be a recession coming, except that they just reverted to the pre-pandemic broken EI system just as people are starting to worry about looking for work. Where is the promised EI modernization reform that the government has been talking about forever? And I also want to say I was very disappointed to note that the only reference to health care in this document is about dental care. That's a good thing. We should be moving forward on that. But at a time when most Canadians don't trust that if they go to the emergency room, they're going to be seen and helped, we need way more investment in healthcare, working collaboratively, of course, with the provinces. But we need to see that the federal government is willing to come to the table with those dollars. So on all these many things that this was an opportunity to take action on, why haven't we seen any action on those important issues?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that I've answered a question from the member for Transcona since the death of his father, who served honorably here. And I do want to start by paying tribute to him. He was a very important person for Canadians, for his constituents, and for progressive causes in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this is a fall economic statement that will make a difference in the lives of Canadians. It will make a difference in the lives of the Canadians who need help the most. And Mr. Speaker, one of the themes in this fall economic statement is support for hard-working Canadians. And you see that in the Canada Workers Benefit. We are moving this to an advance payment because people who work really, really hard for really low pay, they can't wait until the fiscal year is over to get that top up. They need it while they're working. And I think they deserve it, Mr. Speaker. We should be rewarding them for doing those hard jobs and encouraging them to do it. So this is an important measure. I am really, really glad that it is here. And I want to say how much I thank all of those hardworking people who get the Canada Workers Benefit and how much I respect them. Mr. Speaker, there's another element in this fall economic statement which is directly about supporting hardworking Canadians and making sure there are great jobs for them. And that is that in our green tax credits, in the hydrogen credit, in the clean tech tax credit, we have included provisions for high-wage, good jobs and apprenticeships. That's the first time we've done that, Mr. Speaker. It will make a big difference.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we learned that the Costly Coalition would be introducing this economic update today, we had two demands: no new taxes on workers and seniors, and no new spending unless matched by equal savings. Today, this inflationary scheme triples the tax on home heat, gas, and groceries, and adds $20 billion of inflationary spending that will drive up the cost of living. And so, Conservatives will stand for the common people, their paychecks, their homes, their savings, and we will vote against this inflationary scheme. Quand les conservateurs ont appris que la coalition
When we Conservatives learned that the Costly Coalition was going to table this fall economic statement, we had two demands. First, no new taxes. Second, no new spending, unless that spending is paid through savings made elsewhere. But today, we're learning that this inflationary scheme is hiking up the cost of home heat, gas, and groceries. Conservatives defend Canadians, regular Canadians. We stand up for their savings, their paychecks, their quality of life, and we stand against this inflationary scheme.
How do we get here? Well, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that we pay. Inflationary taxes have increased the cost of businesses, farmers, and workers to produce those very same goods. Now, Liberals will pretend that they had no choice but to double the debt. This Prime Minister will claim that it's not his fault that he added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Let's start with the fact that he added $100 billion of debt before the very first COVID case was ever discovered here in Canada. He can't blame COVID for that. In fact, he blew through his promise that the deficit would never exceed $10 billion. Well, it was already $100 billion in total before the first case of COVID. Then when COVID came, 40% of all the new spending measures had nothing to do with COVID, according to the Prime Minister's own named parliamentary budget officer. $200 billion of spending unrelated to COVID. And even amongst the COVID spending was an all-you-can-eat buffet of waste and mismanagement. They sent CERB checks to prisoners. They sent them to public servants who were simultaneously drawing public salaries. They gave wage subsidies to wealthy corporations that were rich enough to pay out dividends and bonuses to their executives, even after I warned that they should ban that hideous practice. They tried to give $500 million to the We Charity, an organization that had given $500,000 to the Prime Minister's own family. They spent $54 million on an app we didn't need, that didn't work, and that could have been designed in a weekend for $250,000. The previous Conservative government had successfully delivered apps that were actually necessary and useful of a similar complexity for $200,000 or $300,000, but somehow this one went to $54 million. Many of the recipients admit they didn't do any work. They just hired other people to do work. Wow. So they gave the money to people who didn't do anything other than delegate the work to someone else. Don't we have public servants getting paid within the government to deliver those sorts of contracting? And now the government won't even tell us all of the identity of the recipients of that money. Yeah. So don't tell me they had to double the size of the national debt. Don't tell me that every dollar of inflationary spending was necessary. They were irresponsible and they were unnecessarily profligate with the dollars of Canadians, and now people are paying the price.
That's right.
Yeah. Now the Prime Minister will say, well, Russia caused the inflation in Canada. Yeah. Well, of course, we do less than 0.3% of our trade with Russia and Ukraine combined, beyond which the stuff they make is the stuff that we have here already. They have energy and food. We have energy and food. If only the Prime Minister would get out of the way of our farmers and energy workers and let them produce. Beyond which, under the previous Conservative government, there were wars. There was massive war in Afghanistan, another one in Iraq and Syria, and we never had inflation anywhere over 4%. In fact, we were able to successfully contribute to defeating terrorists and tyrants in those conflicts while keeping the inflation level low here in Canada. Right. We were able to get our spending under control and our budget back into balance. This government, by contrast, has spending today 30% higher than in the pre-COVID year 2019. Why? They said all the deficits were the result of COVID. COVID now is behind us and spending is still 30% higher, because we know that it is not COVID that has caused the cost to rise. It is a costly coalition and an irresponsible Prime Minister who have put these burdens on Canadian shoulders.
We all know that government spending today is 30% higher than it was the year before COVID. Why? Well, because COVID is not to blame for all this rising spending, exorbitant spending. What is to blame is a Prime Minister who has no control over Canadians' money. The more the Prime Minister spends, the more Canadians pay, and that's why we have just inflation, the highest inflation in 40 years.
Also loves to blame all the cost of living rises on other people. Well, why is it then that house prices in this country are the second most inflated anywhere on planet Earth?
It's true.
Thank you. Why is it that land costs have gone through the roof? Land is not imported from Ukraine or Russia. Land is right beneath our feet. And we have the second biggest supply of it anywhere on Earth. And yet, Vancouver is the third most overpriced housing market on planet Earth, and Toronto the 10th. Can you imagine that? Two of our biggest cities have more inflated housing prices than New York City, than London, England, than countless other big metropolises that have more people, more money, and less land. In fact, Vancouver's house prices are more inflated than Singapore. Singapore is an island. Wow. They're out of land. Canada has more land where there's no one than we have land where there's anyone. So why is it that we cannot find a place to house everyone? Well, the first reason is that local government gatekeepers prevent housing construction by piling on massive delays that drive up the cost and drive down the supply of housing. This Prime Minister has had 7 years to stand up to the municipal and provincial gatekeepers that stand in the way of housing construction. But he would never do that because he does not want to confront the Liberal, NDP, radical left at city halls across the country that have made this problem worse. And so what he's done instead is continued to shovel money into their local bureaucracies to reward them for blocking the poor, for blocking the immigrants, for blocking our working class kids from ever owning a home. When I'm Prime Minister, we will impose conditions that if cities want more federal infrastructure money, they'll have to remove the gatekeepers. We will connect their infrastructure dollars to the number of houses that actually get built so that young people can find a place to live. And we will sell off 15% of the 37,000 federal buildings so that they can be converted into housing and our young people can have affordable homes. The second reason that we have such expensive housing and such expensive everything is because the Prime Minister engaged in a massive orgy of money printing over the last 2 years. Now, he said that money printing wouldn't cause inflation, right? Even though that's exactly what it has done every single time it has been tried over the last roughly 3,000 years, right? Right. So here's how it worked. The Prime Minister wanted to be able to claim that he was borrowing all this money on the cheap. He loved to stand in the House and say that his debt wasn't costing any money because interest rates were so low. Well, the only reason he could borrow for next to nothing is because his central bank was creating the cash out of thin air. If it had been real lenders, they would have demanded a real rate of return on their loans. So what happened is they created something called quantitative easing. Whenever they invent new incomprehensible terminology, Mr. Speaker, you can be sure that there's something sinister behind it. And here's how it works. Very simple. The government sells bonds to lenders. Bank of Canada buys back those bonds at a higher price. The lenders love it. That's why the banks thoroughly endorse this strategy, because they made the money on the difference. Simple arbitrage. The government sells them something on a Monday and buys it back for them at a higher price on a Wednesday. Who wouldn't go for that deal? Well, unfortunately, only about 100 financial institutions are eligible to participate in it. The rest of the ordinary, hardworking Canadians who pay for it are not. But the banks and the insurance companies and other financial institutions profited off of this transaction. Now, the Bank of Canada pays for those bonds by depositing money in the accounts of those large financial institutions held on reserve at the Bank of Canada. And so those reserves skyrocketed over the last 2 years, and as the bank bought up to $400 billion of new debt. And what happened? That exploded the money supply, and more dollars chasing fewer goods reach higher prices. Much of the money then funneled into the financial system and was lent out in mortgages to wealthy investors who saw a massive expansion in the number of real estate holdings they could accumulate. Thus, housing prices went up 50% in 2 years, creating the biggest housing bubble in Canadian history. And now that the central bank is forced to raise interest rates, it risks bursting that bubble. And all the people that got on the balloon when it was on the ground floor and it went up into the sky now risk coming crashing down as that balloon is bursting. And worse than that, the Bank of Canada now has hundreds of billions of dollars of deposits that it made into the accounts that it has on its reserves of those large financial institutions. Well, what's happened to those deposits? They now bear more interest because interest rates have gone up. So the wealthy bankers that participated in this arbitrage transaction at the beginning and were paid for it by having their more money deposited into their accounts at the Bank of Canada now collect 3.75% because that is the policy rate that the bank pays. Now, what does that mean? That the central bank is now losing money for the first time in its history, and Canadian taxpayers are forced to bail them out to a tune of $4 billion every year. This entire wretched scheme, of which I warned 2 years ago, will maybe in the end amount to the single biggest wealth transfer from working class people to ultra wealthy insiders, from the have-nots to the have-yachts at any time in our history. Mr. Speaker, and now we see the painful consequences. It's not just about numbers on a ledger. It's about 1.5 million people forced to go to a food bank in a single month. It's about 1 in 5 people skipping meals or cutting portions because they can't afford their food. It's about the forthcoming winter, of which the minister spoke in metaphorical terms, who are now not going to be able to heat their homes as the cost of home heating is expected to double or even more for those people who are on home heating oil. It is about the 35-year-old living in his parents' basement, despite the fact that he did everything we asked him to do. He got a job, he got an education, he worked hard at every day, and now he can't afford a home, which means he can't build up collateral, cannot build credit history, cannot build savings for his future, and therefore cannot start a family. In Canada, a country with among the most abundant supply of land on earth, we can't find places for people to live. These are the real-world consequences of irresponsible decisions. And meanwhile, the Prime Minister sits and smirks at the fact that he took a $6,000 a night vacation to sleep in the fanciest hotel on planet Earth, staying up in opulent hotel lobbies, jazzing it up with his friends while people back home cannot pay the rent. Canadians are out of money, and this Prime Minister is out of touch. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is, we're going to inherit this mess, all of us.
Yeah.
We're going to have to fix the problem. We have a big job ahead of us, don't we?
Yeah, we
have a very big job ahead of us. He'll leave a big mess just like his dad left. He'll be off on a beach somewhere surfing, and the rest of us will be busy working in here cleaning up the mess he left behind. The sooner that happens, the better it is. His own hotels, right? Because we won't be paying for them anymore. He'll have to pay his own way, like Canadians are today. So how are we going to clean up this mess? Well, for one, we're going to bring in a pay-as-you-go law so that every time we bring in a new dollar of spending, we'll find the savings to pay for it. You know who does that? Everybody in the real world. Everybody in the real world does that. C'est comme ça que les mères monoparentales payent leurs factures.
That's how single mothers pay the bills. When they want to take their children on vacation, they find savings, they make savings in order to pay for it. That's what small businesses do. When they want to spend more money on advertising, they find ways to save elsewhere in the business. That's normal. That's what people do. That is what people do in the real world.
Is the condition that faces every creature in the universe. If there's only so much to go around. Every creature in the universe except for the Prime Minister just takes everyone else's money to pay for his own wants and desires. But we're going, in the real world, when people, if a family wants a new deck, well, they might pass up on their vacation, or they find a deal on both the vacation, and maybe they pick up some used lumber at a local construction yard in order to save some money, right? So that they can do it all within the same budget. Imagine if instead of just piling on new spending all the time, the government actually had to find savings to pay for it. That would force the same real-world trade-offs.
Just going to interrupt the honourable leader of the opposition. I thought everything was going very smoothly and very nicely. We're respecting each other. Let's keep up. Let's keep that up. And we'll let the honourable leader of the opposition continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not allowed to mention the presence or absence of the Prime Minister, but I will just say that some people bring happiness wherever they go and others bring happiness whenever they go. So we're going to cap government spending. We're going to get the Bank of Canada back to its core mandate. For 25 years, the Bank of Canada had a very simple mandate: 2% inflation, brought in by the Mulroney government. Stick to 2%. Interest rates, money supply were all governed to that purpose, and it worked. It worked until this Prime Minister came along and pushed the bank to print cash to pay for his spending. We're going to have no more of that. We will fund our programs with real money rather than printed cash, because we know that there are no freebies in this world, and we know that ultimately the taxpayer and the consumer pay for everything. We will reinstate that mandate, and we will audit the central bank through the Auditor General to make sure that never again is there such a horrendous abuse of our money as we have seen over the last couple of years. Instead of creating more cash, we're going to create more of what cash buys. We're going to grow more food, build more houses, and produce more resources right here in Canada. Here's how we'll do it. Here's how we'll do it. We'll incentivize our municipalities to remove their gatekeepers so that we can build more houses on the ground. We will remove the gatekeepers off the back of our farmers by canceling the tariffs and taxes on their fertilizers and on their fuel so that they can produce more in this country. And we will remove the government gatekeepers that stand in the way of our resource sector. Do you know that in Canada today, we have the second slowest building permits of any country in the OECD? Second, the only worst country is the Slovak Republic. In Canada, you take all the types of building permits that exist, everything from a renovation permit on a house all the way up to a full uranium mine, and you average it out. In Canada, the average permit time is 250 days. In South Korea, it's 28 days. Wow. So you want to wonder why investors are taking their money to places like South Korea, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, Ireland. Why? Because you can actually get things built in those countries. So that's what we're going to do in this country. We're going to compress the timelines and speed up approvals. We're going to challenge all levels of government to meet the goal of having Canada as the fastest place to deliver a building permit anywhere in the developed world. The minister said today she's going to go and pitch the world on our critical minerals. Problem is she can't get them out of the ground, right? She's going to tell everyone that they exist. Oh, out there in that field, there's some lithium and copper and nickel. But if you have to wait 7 years for us to give a permit for anyone to dig that mine, she said she's going to give out a bunch of corporate welfare to mining companies. But those mining companies who can fill their bank accounts with taxpayers' cash, if they can't get a permit to dig the mine, they won't be able to turn it into anything other than big, fat boondoggles for taxpayers. So we will repeal the anti-energy law, C-69, so that we can build Canadian pipelines with Canadian steel that take Canadian energy to Canadian marketplaces and to around the world. We're going to eliminate the anti-investment taxes that pile on the back of our entrepreneurs so that it is actually rewarding to build things in this country. We are going to axe the carbon tax so that it's actually possible for our industries to compete and for our people to afford energy in this country. And as for energy, there are two very different approaches. Over there, they believe that we should tackle climate change by making traditional energy that Canadians rely on more expensive. We believe in tackling climate change by making new alternatives more affordable. You'll do that. Yes. We will do that by incentivizing and speeding up permits to mine lithium, copper, cobalt, graphite, and other necessary minerals that will eventually go into Canadian-made electric cars and to other forms of renewable energy. We will incentivize the production of these energies here in Canada. We will incentivize nuclear energy here on Canadian soil so that we can power our economy emissions-free. And yet, oui, aussi, on va enlever.
We will also cut down on red tape for dams in Quebec. We know that in Quebec, they don't sell enough electricity for the future of electric cars and for the other needs of a green future. Their solution is to build dams. The Premier or the Prime Minister wants to delay the construction of these dams by duplicating procurement processes. We agree with the government of Quebec. We don't need to add another 3-4 years of delays for these projects because the government of Quebec already has processes in place to protect the environment. Quebecers are able to protect the environment, and we will help them by allowing the construction of hydroelectric dams.
And finally, we will make this a country where work pays again. It doesn't pay to work for a lot of people, whether you're on disability and you've recovered to a point, or you've arrived at a point in your life where you realize you could work 10 or 15 hours and you want to get out into the world and contribute. The clawbacks right now mean that many people on disabilities lose more than $1 for every extra dollar they earn. This government published a report showing that a single mother with 3 kids earning $55,000 a year who earns another dollar loses 80 cents on that dollar. So she earns about $25 an hour. She loses in clawbacks of her benefits and taxes on her income 20 of those dollars. So her real wage on that extra hour worked is $5 an hour. Nobody in Canada should be expected to work for $5 an hour. That is an outrage, and that is why my government will reform our tax and benefit system to ensure that whenever somebody works an extra hour, takes an extra shift, or earns an extra bonus, they are always better off. They always keep more of that dollar. We will do this to restore the Canadian promise. You know, I look around this chamber and I see many inspiring stories, like my finance critic who rose up today to ask the first question. The son of immigrants who grew up in a tough neighborhood with a difficult childhood, but was able to get a diploma in accounting, which he's putting to very good use in this house. He started a business, built homes, got elected to serve in a G7 parliament. I myself am the son of a 16-year-old unwed mother who had to put me up for adoption to 2 school teachers. But they always taught me that it didn't matter where I came from. It mattered where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew. It mattered what I could do. That is the country I want my children to inherit, and that is the country we will fight for every single day in this house.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for that response because he was honest with Canadians, the Canadians that he's not going to be supporting through this fall economic statement. He told them right away, students, for example, that he's not going to support the permanent elimination of interest on student loans. He told the lowest income workers that he's not going to support the continuation of the Canada Workers Benefit and making sure that they get that in advance. And he talked about incentivizing companies to invest in Canada, but actually in the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, there are really important measures that are going to help us build the economy of the future. But Mr. Speaker, this is very consistent with his actions to date, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, whether it is the Canada Dental Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit, whether it is supporting low-income workers and those most vulnerable in our country. He has consistently refused to stand up for them and to support them. Mr. Speaker, he talks a big game, but when there's actual action to do, he doesn't deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, first of all, the Conservative government created what this government now changed the name to the Workers Benefit. We created that benefit in the first place because we wanted to allow, along with increasing the personal exemption, to allow more and more Canadians to be off the tax rolls altogether and keep a bigger share of their paychecks. Furthermore, the child benefit, they wanted to take the money away from parents and give it to bureaucrats. We were the ones that put the money directly in parents' pockets. And you know, all they talk about today, they don't realize is something very simple. That the government can't give people anything without taking it away. The government doesn't have any money. First, they try taxing it, which makes people worse off. Then they try borrowing it, which means that future generations are worse off. And then when they ran out of those two options, because they'd run out of other people's money, they tried printing the money, and now we have 40-year highs in inflation. You know, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. Stop the insanity. Stop the inflation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The economic statement sets out a number of problems, as the member for Joliette mentioned. Supply chain problems, inflation. It also mentions a possible recession coming. Unfortunately, what we've quickly noted is there is a lack of concrete measures. The Bloc Québécois, contrary to the Conservative Party, had proposed a number of progressive measures to help Quebecers and Canadians in the coming years. In the coming years, that will probably be difficult. You'd really say that the Liberal government works in silos. Not only is it not listening to the concrete measures put forward by the opposition, but they work in silos. Two examples. We've been promised EI reform for a number of months. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it. The economic statement says that it isn't even planned in the coming 6 months. Another example, the Minister of Industry has promised a reform of the Competition Office, but there's nothing on that in the economic statement. Can the member for Carleton give his opinion on the fact that the Liberal government really seems disconnected and doesn't seem to work as a team?
L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Yes. Yes, the government is disconnected, but we shouldn't be surprised. We have a Prime Minister who spends $6,000 per night in London, taxpayer money, when Canadians can't pay their bills, when Canadians are skipping meals. He's forcing those same people to pay for a $6,000 a night hotel. Yesterday, he admitted that it was him in the infamous $6,000 a night room. By accident, he told the truth. That's the only way we get the truth from this Prime Minister. It's important not because $6,000 will bankrupt the Canadian government, but because it shows that it's a Prime Minister who's disconnected, who doesn't understand the daily reality of Canadians who are working hard but can't pay their bills. Conservatives will stand up for the average Canadian, for their paycheck, their savings, their house, and their country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Speaker, and in the brief time that I have, there are two aspects of the Conservative leader's speech that I'd like to address. The first is his comments about home heating and the Conservative desire to remove the carbon tax on home heating. Of course, he'll know that New Democrats are prepared to work with people here across party lines to get things done. He and I, in fact, did that at the Finance Committee before he was leader in order to ensure that an iteration of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program wouldn't allow for the payment of dividends to companies while they were on the take in respect of the wage subsidy. So we've extended our hand here a number of times in the House to say that while we support carbon pricing, we want to see an elimination of the GST on home heating. And we've seen Conservatives refuse NDP amendments to that effect. So I wonder if today here we might get a commitment from the Leader of the Official Opposition that he will work with New Democrats in order to take the GST off of home heating. And if I have a little bit more time, Mr. Speaker, I'd love to get into that second issue, which of course was his comments about building permits. Because building permits are a municipal issue. I'm glad he's taking an interest. I think that's important in order to address the housing issue. But I know that when it comes to workers' rights and the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause, he's claimed that because it's in another jurisdiction, he won't comment. Seeing as he's willing to comment on other jurisdictional matters today, will he get up and condemn the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, on the first of all, I'd like to offer the Honourable Member condolence on the loss of his father, who was indeed a wonderful gentleman. Secondly, on the issue of, he is right, we did work together to try and stop the government from giving tax money to companies so that they could spend it on bonuses and dividends for their wealthy executives. Third, on the issue of building permits, well, actually, it's not true that building permits are exclusively municipal. We have federal permitting for large-scale resource projects, and those, for large-scale resource projects do require federal permits. In fact, there are far too many projects that require federal permitting, and one of the reasons why we can't get pipelines and many other resource projects built is because of the immense delays that are imposed by the federal government on local projects. When we were in government, we made a rule during the Economic Action Plan: one project, one approval. Because prior to that, oftentimes the same consulting firm was hired to do 3 separate environmental assessments, delaying the project and driving up the costs. So we said one project, one permit. That's what we're going to do when I am Prime Minister, and that is why we're going to get more dams built in Quebec. We're going to deliver more Canadian clean, low-carbon, upstream oil and gas projects. We're going to deliver civilian-grade uranium, and we're going to have more nuclear energy, and other major projects are going to happen quickly and effectively. And finally, yes, I will attach conditions to federal tax dollars that go to municipal governments. These woke left-wing mayors keep telling us they're out of money for housing, but yet they're the ones driving up the cost of housing. If they want me to burden taxpayers by sending more money to their municipal governments, they need to get out of the way, remove their gatekeepers, and build more homes.
Questions and comments, commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A 1-minute question, and hopefully we'll have a 1-minute answer as well.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I do believe brevity is the soul of wit. I'll try to go faster than 1 minute. To the Honourable Opposition Leader, definitely comic timing is his forte. But my question is this. He suggested the Liberals have invented a complicated term called quantitative easing. Does he really believe the Liberals invented it? And if so, I urge him to ask Dr. Google, quantitative easing, quotes from Jim Flaherty.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, in 50 seconds or less, please.
Google that, because Jim Flaherty was against quantitative easing. Against it. And, you know, we specifically said we wouldn't do it, and we didn't do it. And we proved this nonsense today that this government had to do quantitative easing because the Americans did it. That's the excuse. The Americans did it in 2008, 9, and 10. They printed money like crazy. They ballooned income and wealth inequality as a result. Here in Canada, we said no. We banned our Bank of Canada from doing that, and as a result, we didn't have an inflation crisis, we kept our debt low, and we kept income inequality lower than they would have been. We can have an independent monetary policy. Our mothers taught us, just because all your friends are jumping off a bridge doesn't mean that you have to.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd say, Mr. Speaker, to begin, that along with my colleagues, we were very excited this morning to go to the lockup to find out about this important economic statement. Looking at the first pages, we were encouraged. We said, this is a government that recognizes the problems we are experiencing. The inflationary crisis, a global problem that has real impacts for the average person. People are having a hard time making ends meet. Prices have increased at the grocery store for energy, gas, all of that, not to mention the price of housing. So people are facing significant challenges, and the government said we have an inflationary crisis, and the finance minister a few days ago said, listen, there will be my economic statement because there's this inflationary crisis. Likewise, for the risk of a recession. Once again, that's at a global scale. Most economists and analysts are saying there's reason for concern. We could have a recession in 2023. The Bank of Canada, central banks, have decided to target a 1 to 3% rate of inflation. There's that 2% target. And to do so, there's monetary policy that is increasing interest rates. But when you increase interest rates, the economy slows down because there's less demand, and there's the risk of a global recession. This country's economy is facing the risk of recession in the coming year. And this government and the minister in her statement recognizes that. And so we congratulate them on that. When you go further into the document, the more you look over it, when you look at the charts and the numbers, when you compare it with what was in the budget last spring, you realize that it's nice rhetoric. They recognize the economic problems we're facing, but what solutions are put forward to deal with them? So, Madam Speaker, I must unfortunately say that we are left wanting. In fact, there are practically no new measures in this economic statement. We'll think of what has been put in place since the beginning of the fall, the commitments from the last budget. In 2024, there could be new measures, but today, what is there that's new? Not much.
In fact, there is something for students, and we in the Bloc Québécois, I'm the member for Joliette, but that doesn't help us really, because Quebec has its own separate loans and scholarship program. But for Quebecers, well, we can see that this is a measure that doesn't affect us directly. And then the government says, well, we're going to spend more to hire more public servants so that we can make sure services are better delivered. Because we saw with the matter of passports in the summer, there was a real backlog. There are a great many problems in terms of wait times. But that remains a very minor expenditure. And obviously, they talk about the sums that were announced for people in the Maritimes and Eastern Quebec, further to Hurricane Fiona. So we are very happy to hear about that commitment, but that is those are very minor amounts. So as we go through the economic statement, we see the word inflation more than 100 times. But what's the solution? Well, they're using solutions that they put in the spring budget, and so they're talking about this inflationary crisis, but they're simply serving up the same thing that they served up in the spring budget when inflation was never mentioned. So in Quebec, we love to eat this delicious dish. And it's something that is better heated up. And that is kind of like what we're seeing with this fall economic statement. It's simply a repeat of the budget. So we're seeing now a risk of recession, and the Bloc Québécois had already talked to the government about this and said, listen, we need concrete solutions to this coming inflationary crisis. There's a risk of recession. And the Bloc said, the EI system is broken. So how are we going to help the workers? We need something in place that works. And the government has recognized that the EI system is broken. It's not working. In fact, only 4 out of 10 workers who lose their jobs have access to EI. Since 2015, the government's been telling us, yes, it's coming, we're going to put in place the EI reform. It's been the same thing over and over for the past 7 years, and we were hoping that this time would finally be it, since the pandemic special measures were ending, but no, the government still hasn't fixed this broken EI system. Now the government is saying, well, we're heading into a recession. Okay, fine. Well, that means that the EI system desperately needs to be reformed. A number of consultations have been conducted. We know what needs to be done to fix this broken EI system. But once again, in this economic statement, the government has missed a golden opportunity to make the EI system better. So they announce that they're making an economic statement because they say, well, Canada's heading into a recession, but they don't fix the EI system. And I would just like to repeat what my colleague from Terrebonne said, which is this government working in isolation? Does the minister who's working on EI reform, did that minister talk to the Minister of Finance? Because it would have been the perfect opportunity to do so. Madam Speaker, we're in the midst of an inflationary crisis. Prices are going up, and the very first victims of these price hikes are people who have income that's not adjusted to inflation, and I'm talking about seniors. The government decided to help people aged 75 and over, but completely turned its back on seniors aged 65 to 75. So this government is creating 2 tiers of senior citizens. And now we're seeing major price hikes. Renovictions, we're seeing housing prices skyrocket, we're seeing grocery prices rise. And so we're seeing these seniors aged 65 to 75 who are running out of money. They don't have enough to buy groceries, and they have to go to food banks. It's very humiliating. And in this statement, which recognizes that we're heading into an inflationary crisis, it recognizes it, but does nothing about it. It does nothing about these 2 classes of senior citizens. It does nothing to help the senior citizens aged 65 to 75, and that's simply against social justice. Madam Speaker, I'm going to posit something. Why is the government refusing to help seniors aged 65 to 75? Well, I think they want to ensure that the payments are no longer enough for seniors aged 65 to 75. And as such, these seniors will be forced to return to the labor market. I think that's the government's plan. So in 2015, the government was all proud that it had overturned the Conservative Act that had pushed the retirement age to a later date. But when we look at these people now, age 65 to 75, in the face of inflation, the government is bringing back a similar policy through the back door. That is, it's trying to ensure that people aged 65 to 75 don't have enough money through public funds and pensions to make ends meet, and therefore they'll be forced to return to the labor market. That is highly hypocritical if that is the objective that is being targeted. And if that's not the objective, well, I don't know why the government is doing this. I imagine it must be crass incompetence, but it could also well be hypocrisy. It is unjust because often low-income people, when they reach retirement age, Those are people who have worked hard all their lives. Often they're single women. They have no pension fund because they've been caregivers. They've stayed home to raise their family. And this government says that it's feminist, but it does not recognize their work and simply turns its back on them. So this government is making a statement. It says that we're in the midst of an inflationary crisis. But for the worst victims of this crisis, they are doing nothing at all. It's deplorable. So we should have seen assistance for these seniors in the statement, and it's not there. Shameful. Madam Speaker, we are seeing price hikes, we're seeing a risk of recession and an inflation crisis. And also our different societies in the provinces in Quebec, well, this crisis is the healthcare crisis. There's no access to family doctors. The healthcare system is simply broken now because it was put through the ringer during the crisis. Our healthcare staff are burned out and the system is underfunded. And the problem started to happen back in the 90s when the federal government in Ottawa said, well, we're going to try and solve this problem of deficits and debt, so we're going to cut the health transfers. And then after the pandemic, when things started to get a little bit better, well, all the screenings, all the surgeries, all the health, the surgeries were simply stopped. And the provinces in Quebec didn't know what to do anymore. So there's simply a lack of resources across the healthcare system. Why? Because for a very long time now, Ottawa has not been playing its rightful role. The governments in the provinces and the Quebec government, they have said, Ottawa, step up. Fund us to the proper standards for our healthcare systems. And the PBO has said this year after year. He has said, there's a gap of $28 billion. So the provinces in Quebec need a 6% hike per year to cover the costs of healthcare. That is essential. And during this public health crisis, the federal government has a duty to fix this now. And it should have done so in the statement, especially since the government has just announced that in a few days, it's going to invite all the provincial healthcare ministers and the healthcare minister from Quebec to discuss the funding of healthcare systems. What is the federal government going to say? There's nothing in this statement. So what is there to discuss? Madam Speaker, when the very liberal and very colorful minister Gaétan Barrette, when he was in his position, said that this government practiced predatory federalism. For example, he says the government put in place conditions but doesn't attach the necessary funding. So that liberal minister said that this liberal government practices predatory federalism. So we can see that all is not well in the liberal family. So the prime minister had a perfect opportunity to say, well, we're going to set the table for this meeting by attaching some funding. But how many times have the Bloc Québécois members, the members stood in this place to say, increase our funding? The government says, yes, it's coming, don't worry. We might believe that once or twice, but over 7 years, it's been happening constantly, and now we're fed up. What kind of message does that send to provincial health ministers? They're trying to fix their healthcare systems, which are collapsing, which have been put through the ringer during the pandemic, and now they're holding a meeting. And the figures have come out in this statement, and there's not one more cent for healthcare for this healthcare funding. It's shameful. And they stand up and they try to teach us lessons, but when it's time for them to play their role, they're simply not there. They're missing in action. And, for example, we've seen it with the passport system, with the immigration debacle. Everything that this government touches turns to dust. It becomes a fiasco. and the service is simply not there. And then they try and tell us how to do things, but they don't provide any additional funding. Madam Speaker, I referred to immigration. What the immigration minister announced a few years ago, that is an increase of targets to 25% by 2020, and so we're talking about 500,000 new arrivals per year. Well, that is set out in the statement today. And that is something that concerns us for a number of reasons, but I'm going to start by the most practical reasons. We say that those targets are unrealistic because what we're seeing in our riding offices is that we're simply flooded with urgent requests because the Immigration Department and its employees cannot keep up with the requests that have already been submitted. There are lost papers, there are backlogs of months and months and months. And so what we say is before trying to raise this target, then the Immigration Department should try and do a proper job with the problems that already exist. This government has made no reference at all to housing. There's a housing shortage, so where will these new arrivals live? We're lacking housing across the country. Why? Because this Liberal government has simply withdrawn from social housing funding back in the 80s, and nothing has been done since. Sure, there have been a few funding announcements recently, but that simply is insufficient to meet our needs, to meet housing needs. And the private sector doesn't have the capacity to build apartments and condos to meet current needs, and all of a sudden the government is saying, well, we're going to increase the immigrants we intake. But where are they going to live? What do we say to young people who, they have this American dream, a middle-class dream. They want a stable job and they want to be able to buy a house. But we're seeing that this dream will never come true for young people. They simply cannot aspire to becoming a homeowner because with the supply and demand, there is simply no housing available, and the housing that is costs astronomical amounts. And all of a sudden, the government is saying, well, we're going to increase the population of Canada by bringing in new Canadians, but there's no place to house them. I gave an example of housing, but and this applies to schools too. There is no room in schools. And obviously, for us in Quebec, given that we're not a country yet, the opposition leader says, well, when I'm prime minister, and I'm saying, well, when we're a country. And once that happens, we're going to work hard to we see how much this nation ignores us, and then we'll be able to take our destiny in hand. But how can we welcome so many immigrants with no housing? It's simply impossible. There is no way to guarantee the respect of the French language also with this number of new Canadians coming in. We're looking at for example, the government's Bill C-13, which simply rejects the amendments that mean that we could perhaps protect French in Quebec because the figures have collapsed in terms of the use of French in Quebec. Even in Quebec, as I say, the use of French is dwindling, and now the government, with the complicity of the fourth party, is going to make sure that the demographic weight of French speakers is going to dwindle further. So we don't have the capacity to welcome these people. And it's a dilemma Because if we say, well, we're going to take in fewer immigrants so we can better integrate them, well, that means that Quebec's demographic weight is going to drop as compared to the population of Canada. So we're going to be marginalized, and it's the very survival of our culture that's at stake. And I want to be sure everyone understands me. We are all for welcoming new Canadians. Immigration is a source of wealth and a cultural asset, but we need these people to integrate into Canadian and Quebec society. We want to be able to say bonjour. We want to be able to discuss with them. We want to be able to share our cultural assets between each other. And we want to engage in a dialogue with them. And with these new thresholds, it's simply not going to work, and it's very concerning. Madam Speaker, I digressed slightly on this subject, but it's a very important subject. I'd like to come back to the economic statement. We said, or rather it was said in this reform, the minister, or rather we said that the Minister of Employment didn't speak to the Minister of Finance. But it's as if when we read this economic statement, it's as if the Minister of Industry didn't speak with the Minister of Finance either. So we'd like to know, within the Liberal government, the way of working with colleagues, is it kind of it's like, working in silos. It's as if the ministers don't speak to each other. They don't consult. Because we can't see any of this in the economic statement. So that is very problematic. And so we need rigor, but not austerity. We still need measures for the most vulnerable people in Canada and Quebec, for example, seniors aged 65 to 75. And so that's very important. But we don't want austerity measures. And so what we're telling the government is that it needs to focus on its very fundamental rules. What is the primary mission of the federal government? Well, whatever it is, please do your job correctly. For example, funding health. That's one example of its primary mission. And we were very surprised to see in the spring budget that the government announced an array of new policies, mostly around healthcare, and most of them meddled in provincial jurisdictions. So instead of focusing on its work, the government simply wants to encroach on the fields of jurisdiction in Quebec and the provinces. Once again, the government is announcing the creation of a employment secretariat, but in Quebec it's already going very well. Well, in fact, Ottawa's taking the example from Quebec for this secretariat, and you can be sure that they're going to attach conditions to this, and they're going to tell us that they know better. And Quebec will no longer have the freedom required to continue with this model that has worked so well for Quebec. In fact, we were inspired from Germany. So once again, encroachment. Instead of doing its job properly, the federal government simply continues to meddle in provincial and Quebec affairs.
Annonçait là que les rachats d'actions par une entreprise seraient imposés.
The buyback, we find that interesting. We're going to look into that. But if you read the fine print, it says that it will apply in 2024. Well, today it's 2022. That is pretty far away. It's not this year, nor the following year, but the year after that. So will the government make the same announcement of the same measure 6 times between now and then? Madam Speaker, the fall economic statement is not going to go down in history. There were some nice sentences about the economy, about the challenging times that we are going through. But when it comes to actual action, this is just repetition and some action that will be taken far in the future. This was a golden opportunity to take action, to take stock of the seriousness of the current crisis, but the minister did not do so. The minister should come to the Finance Committee more often. The minister should be in more constant communication with finance experts and counterparts everywhere in Canada, and should always remember Quebec too. This could help us take actual financial action. On that note, I thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague on his speech. I thank him for his speech and for his comments about our statement. I disagree with most of what he has said, and I disagree with his analysis of our statement. Our fall economic statement is a good example of the fact that our government is here for Canadian workers who need our support. We're here for Canadian families. We're here for Canadian individuals, and that includes Quebec individuals and families. This includes vulnerable people in Quebec too. Here's an example. Doubling the GST tax credit. Is my colleague against that? This is a GST tax credit which is being doubled. This will help many Quebecers. Is he against that? He also mentioned the student loans program. He said that that's not a Quebecois program. Well, I encourage Quebec's government to follow in the federal government's footsteps then in eliminating all interest on student loan repayments. The federal government, in fact, contributed pretty significantly to Quebec's system mentioned by my colleague. So is my colleague in agreement with what I've suggested? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. Now, he is my Member of Parliament for the area where I have my secondary residence. I'd like to remind him that doubling the GST credit is a measure that the Bloc was calling for even before the spring budget. It's a very good measure. It was passed unanimously in this House. In committee, we studied it clause by clause. We rarely see bills pass so quickly. The government should act like that more often. The more often the government takes inspiration from the Bloc suggestions, the better the government will be. We talk to people on the ground, organizations, people, groups. We ask them what they want, then we share that with the government, and when the government actually listens, then everybody wins at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, I remind you that education is a provincial jurisdiction. Quebec feels strongly that that is our jurisdiction. So as for measures that affect education in other provinces, well, that doesn't involve Quebec.
And I thank my colleague for his speech. He touched on one thing about a lack of action and a lack of action on basic services. You know, when I travel through York Simcoe, people are talking about the lack of children's Tylenol right now. Yeah. They're talking about lineups at airports. They're talking about passports. They're talking about a public service that has increased people by employees by 30% for worst outcomes. This government is failing us with basic services. And, you know, in my riding when I go around, people are talking about 15, 18 months for a specialist. They're saying, Scott, I don't have a doctor. Now we have a dental plan that this government has come out with, and truly people are saying, before we spend $1 billion on that, Scott, I would love a doctor. So I'd ask my colleague, why are they going around the provinces when there's already a provincial system in there? And if he could touch on the failure of this federal government on basic services.
Yes, good question.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question and for his comments. Yes, absolutely. In every riding, Canadians are experiencing similar things. The government has shown us that it is incapable of offering the basic services that it is supposed to deliver and administer. I have mentioned the example of passports many times. Also, as my colleague said, there are healthcare issues everywhere in Canada, but there is a direct correlation between those problems and the federal government's refusal to fund healthcare as it should. That is unacceptable. Of course, it has to change. So, Madam Speaker, you're indicating that I have to wrap up. When it comes to dental insurance in Canada, we already have dental insurance in Quebec, but the federal government didn't even bother to try to link up its new dental care system with Quebec's system. The member for Elmwood-Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to discuss housing. Earlier, the leader of the official opposition made a speech. He said that government spending contributed to the housing crisis. A plausible argument to be made that that puts oil on the fire, a fire which was already burning, a problem which existed before the pandemic. We know that there are a lot of people with a lot of money, regardless of whether the government stops spending now or not, but we know there are a lot of people with a lot of money who are going to continue to buy property to rent them to Canadians who have enough money to pay rent. There are some measures which are targeted in order to address housing issues. Housing shouldn't be a commodity. Some say that we should use market tools to fix the problem, which doesn't really address housing in a non-market context. So could the member speak to that, please?
Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Elmwood-Transcona, with whom I sit on the Finance Committee. We often work very well together. It's a pleasure to work with him. When it comes to housing, the main problem is with supply. There isn't enough housing, be it houses, be it condos. There aren't enough houses for the needs of the Canadian people. So we need more housing, but construction and the construction sector is not keeping up and balancing supply and demand. Another solution in order to ensure that homes are affordable is to have properly funded social housing. It can't cost more than 30% of someone's income to pay rent. There are a few exceptions, but generally the federal government is funding affordable housing. But the government has to start properly funding social housing again. In C31, well, those who live in social housing in Quebec are excluded from receiving help, so that's unacceptable, and the government is refusing to help them.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are in the middle of a climate emergency. Big oil and gas are netting record profits. In these times, I'm sure that, like me, the member for Joliette was relieved to hear that the governing party is not introducing any new subsidies for fossil fuels through its fall economic statement today. Is my colleague also concerned that no new taxes were introduced for taxes on windfall profits? There's also no investment in windfall taxes. The member for Joliette, just over a minute to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his very important question. My quick answer is yes, and I thank my colleague for asking his question entirely in French. That's great. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well done. Madam Speaker, Radio-Canada reminded us today that Canada is the second G7 country in the rankings of subsidizing oil and gas companies, second highest subsidies to oil and gas in the G7. The government said that they were going to stop subsidizing oil and gas companies, but it was all talk, no action. In this economic update, the government restates something that was announced previously, a credit for green energy, an investment credit, and it's for small modular reactors. Small central plants who will be extracting from oil sands, and the government is going to use taxpayer money to support that. That's the government's environmental policy? Madam Speaker, well, if that's their environmental policy, then I'm very worried.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all those assembled. I want to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about respect and what it means, because I think we're living in a time where people are finding it hard to feel respected. If you're working hard at a full-time job and interest rates are going up and the conversation you're having around your table is whether you're going to continue to be able to afford your home, whether that's because of mortgage payments or rent that continues to climb much faster than any possible justification for it, I think you feel like you can't get respect. People that are young people that are working in the economy, they're working at 4 or 5 different jobs in the gig economy trying to make a go, who are giving up on the dream of home ownership and wondering if they're going to be able to afford to buy their food as they try and figure out time to eat between the different jobs and the places that they have to get in order to work them, don't feel like the effort that they're putting in is respected right now. People facing layoffs and know that there isn't a decent employment insurance system to count on because some of the improvements that were there just for the last couple of years during the pandemic were taken away by the government in September, even as it begins to talk about the possibility of recession, or feeling like they're not getting any respect, that their government isn't there to put in place the kinds of things that they need in order to weather the storm. People living with disabilities that can't work at all or who can only work part-time. And I think, there's many people that, due to COVID, have had the experience of either not being able to work for reasons beyond their control or who haven't been able to get enough work. I think a lot of Canadians now know that pain, which is one that people living with disabilities in Canada have known for far too long. They can't get respect. And when they see that the meager disability pensions that various levels of government offer that have been legislating people living with disabilities into poverty for years, even before the pandemic, aren't going up in the context of inflation, it's hard to feel respected. If you're a senior that worked your whole life and you're now trying to make it on a fixed income that doesn't really grow, certainly doesn't grow at the pace of the extraordinary amount of inflation we've seen in essentials, you don't feel like the career that you had to fight for that pension and to earn that pension over time is being respected when it gets burned up so that companies like Loblaws can make another $1 million a day of profit. If you're an Indigenous person in Canada who's part of generations of people who haven't been able to access good economic opportunities and services at home, who find systemic racism and jurisdictional disputes getting in the way when they move to the city to being able to access those opportunities and services, that's not respect. And that's a long and ongoing disrespect that Canada has paid far too often to its Indigenous people. If you're a sick Canadian right now and you just need to go to the hospital, you need to take your kid to the hospital, your parent to the hospital, it's hard to feel respected when you walk in and you see the incredible need that is there and the fact that governments have not risen to the occasion to invest in the training and the employees and the infrastructure that we need in order to be able to deliver good health services. So on top of all the real financial distress that people are experiencing, I think there's also this tremendous feeling of disrespect, of working really hard, of doing the things that people can in order to make it, and that more and more not being enough, and the people that should be there to have their back and try and create structures and systems that allow people that are working hard in their own way to succeed aren't doing that job. And respect requires a few things, Madam Speaker. I don't pretend to have a comprehensive list today, but I want to offer up some of the things that I think are particularly pertinent to debate in this place and some of the policies that we could adopt here in order to make life a little bit easier for Canadians. Certainly one thing that respect requires is civility. We have to treat each other well. Respect requires that we're honest with each other. There's certainly a lack of that in this place far too often. And the third thing that I think it requires that speaks to some of the problems that I opened up the speech with are results. Because you can talk at people all you like, and if at the end of the day things don't actually get better, if there isn't actually material improvement that they can feel in their household budget, then it doesn't matter what we say in this place. At the end of the day, we're not respecting people if we're not coming to the table and working together to implement real solutions that are going to make a difference in their life. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about civility, which is something that we've talked a lot, unfortunately, this year about because there's just such a pronounced lack of it. So it starts by us at least being able to, even though we disagree, we have some strong disagreements in this place. That's okay. That's what this place is for. But we need to do that in a way that respects that other people can have a different opinion and that doesn't make them demons or monsters or traitors or treasonous or whatever else, whatever other word you want to substitute in. Just because somebody disagrees with us doesn't mean that we should adopt a conspiracy theory that they're part of some kind of world movement to undermine everybody. Just because somebody disagrees with us doesn't mean that it's okay to promote the use of violence or to attack them physically. That's not okay. We've seen too much of that in Canada, and we've seen too much of it encouraged, frankly, in the kind of irresponsible rhetoric that too often finds its way to the floor of the House of Commons. Yeah. And so that's why, and I am going to disagree with some people today, and I'm going to be harsh in my criticism. That's okay. It's when it gets taken to the next level that it's a real problem, and I think it's a problem that's too present, and it's undermining Canadian democracy. And unfortunately, I think we're living in a time where that's not an alarmist thing to say. It's a truth that needs to be spoken. So it's in that spirit that I'm going to engage in what I hope is some meaningful and constructive criticism here today. I think we have to be honest with each other if we want to show respect to ourselves, to each other in this place, but to Canadians. And so I want to highlight some things, some issues where I think there is a pronounced lack of honesty about what's really going on. And that's important not just from the point of view of respect, but in the sense of just being honest for its own sake. It's important because if we want to get to that other part, the results, we have to be honest about what the problems are. And if we can't be honest about what the problems are and where they come from, or if certain political agendas are allowed to obscure too badly what the real causes of the problems are, then we won't get to the solutions and we won't get the results that we need. So we talk a lot about inflation in this place, and inflation is a real problem. That much is true, and that's honest, and you'll hear that from all sides. But if we want to get to tackling the problem of inflation, then I think some of the narratives around here are quite unhelpful. For as much as I think it's true that the liquidity that was offered to banks right at the beginning of the pandemic, just as it was under the previous Conservative government when the Great Recession of 2008 hit, even though I think it's plausible that some of that liquidity did pour more gasoline on the fire in our housing market, I don't think it's plausible to try and pretend that that moment in 2020 caused the housing crisis in Canada. How do we know that that's true? Well, anyone with a memory that extends back past 2020, which I hope is anyone serving in this place, will know that housing was getting more and more unaffordable then, and that it was breaking household budgets then, and that we've been on a trajectory for the last 20 years that has seen housing prices skyrocket. So just in the case of inflation in the housing market alone, it is simply not true to say that this is a new problem since 2020 and it's all been fueled by government dollars. In fact, the people buying up these properties are private actors in the housing market. And they were sitting on tons of cash before the pandemic, thank you very much, and also finding ways to buy properties in the housing market and make housing more and more unaffordable for people that don't have a lot of means so that they could rent those same places out to renters. And one of the places where this started was when the Harper government refused to renew the operating grants of affordable housing that was built in the 60s and the 70s. And that wasn't even the starting place. It was just another place. You can go back to 2015 and a little bit earlier to see where real estate investment trusts started slobbering all over formerly affordable buildings that they could pay for with the money they already had in hand, mostly due to corporate tax cuts that were initiated in 2000 by the Chrétien Liberals and continued by the Harper Conservatives, that Jim Flaherty himself complained businesses weren't spending, reinvesting in real capital that enhanced Canadian productivity. Those piles of cash were being used to get into real estate. So let's not pretend somehow that public spending alone manufactured a housing crisis in Canada. It's not true, and we won't fix the problem until everybody in this place, including the leader of the Conservatives, acknowledges that. So let's have a little honesty about the root causes of that stuff. Let's also have some honesty and recognize that we're in a time of serious global supply chain shortage, and that is driving a lot of inflation when it comes to the price of many things. People who have been fortunate enough in this time to purchase automobiles who have complained about the long wait. Well, that's because they can't get the chips from China, because China has a zero-tolerance COVID policy. So they often don't have workers in the factories that make the chips, partly because of the free trade agenda of Liberals and Conservatives alike that outsourced that work at the end of the 80s and the early 90s instead of building that stuff here. So it's a little rich to hear Conservatives these days talk about reshoring and free trade out the both sides of their mouth at the same time. Thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about the role that corporate greed is playing in inflation. We've seen reports that say as much as 25% of the current inflation that we're experiencing comes from price increases that go above and beyond the cost increases that companies are experiencing. So that's a real thing. And when we look at the report about Loblaws today, and we see that mad money is being made by a number of companies, we see that profit happening in the oil and gas sector. We saw it with big box stores in the pandemic. We know that these price increases are being charged on the very market principles that Conservatives and Liberals alike love to defend, which is charge what the market can bear. It's why the government doesn't want to implement a windfall profit tax, because they think if you're in the right place at the right time and you own something that you can charge a lot for, that's good. That's what you should be doing. Doesn't matter if that's food, doesn't matter if that's socks, doesn't matter if that's rent, doesn't matter if it's a Nintendo, to them it's all the same. And what New Democrats have been trying to say in this place for a long time is that not all goods in the market are the same. There are goods that people can't do without. They are not goods. They're not wants. They're not desires. They are needs. And we should have a government that structures our economy to make sure that people can access the things they need and leave to the market the things they simply want.
That's right.
And that's a meaningful difference. I think we need a little honesty in this place when it comes to what it means to defend the rights of workers. Because we have a leader of the opposition that gets up all the time and pretends that he's defending workers. I remember that he was part of the government with Bill C-377 and 525 that was a direct attack on workers' ability to organize, and I have noticed his pathetic silence when it comes to the Conservative government right now in Ontario preemptively using the notwithstanding clause in order to deny the collective bargaining rights of workers. And I find it difficult to see the Prime Minister pretend to be a champion for those same rights when I watched in this place as his government introduced and railroaded through, with the help of the Conservatives, back to work legislation for Canada Post workers and workers at the Port of Montreal. So if he's upset just that the Ford government preemptively used the notwithstanding clause, you can be sure he doesn't have an objection to taking away collective bargaining rights by legislating people back to work. Let's have some honesty about that in this place as well. One of the ways that we could help people is by removing the GST on home heating. That's a long-standing NEP position. I thought maybe we'd find some help from the Conservatives, but they're obsessed with the carbon tax. Well, let's have a little honesty about the fact, first of all, the carbon tax doesn't apply everywhere in the country. BC, Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, the Northwest Territories all have their own carbon pricing system. Removing the federal carbon tax from home heating won't do a whit for people who are concerned about the cost of home heating in those provinces. Maybe the provincial or territorial government will do that, but it sure as heck ain't going to happen here. What would help everyone across the country is if we removed the GST on home heating, because that does apply all across the country. It's why it's a better solution. It's why we proposed it in an amendment to a Conservative Opposition Day motion that presumably was about affordability and helping people, and they said no. Why? I'm not going to take that as their permanent answer, because I believe that we have to believe here that people can come to their senses and make better decisions. It's why I asked the leader of the Conservative Party just earlier this day, after his remarks on the fall economic statement, if he would join with us in order to work to get rid of the GST on home heating, and he dodged the question. He never once mentioned the GST in his answer. I found that passing strange. The Liberals are inadequate on this. They should have done something about this in the fall economic statement. It was a clear opportunity to get something done in a time where, yes, they have done some things to help. I'm going to give them that. What have they done to help? Well, they talk about dental care so that children can get access to dental services. For some of them, it will be the first time in their life. They talk about the Canada Housing Benefit, another $500 a month for low-income renters. They talk about the GST rebate that's going to be rolling out tomorrow, a doubling of the GST rebate for the next 6 months. They talk about investments in childcare. Those are all good things. I remember those things. I remember when we first raised those things and got laughed at by the Liberals, whether it was on the GST rebate because, we didn't need that, the economy's roaring, everything's fine, this inflation is just transitory. I remember running in 2015 on a national child care strategy. I remember the Liberals running against it. And we kept up the pressure. We kept talking about it. We went out. We talked to Canadians that need childcare in order to be able to go to work. We knew we weren't going to drop the file. We kept pushing until the Liberals came to their senses. I remember just about 18 months ago when the Liberals stood up with the Conservatives in this place in a previous parliament to vote against dental care. And it was through the power of our 25 votes in this parliament that we held them over the barrel and are getting them to actually get it done. So yes, I'm quite aware of some of the things that the Liberal government is doing in order to bring help Canadians. I'm also quite aware of the extent to which those things would not be happening if Canadians in their wisdom hadn't elected a minority parliament and given New Democrats the opportunity to fight for the things that we've always said we would, and that is exactly why we are fighting for those things.
That's right.
One of the things that's in the fall economic statement that, again, has been something, it's in the supply and confidence agreement, is a pandemic dividend. What is that? This time, it's actually a dividend that comes back to Canadians instead of Canadians paying for the dividends that go to shareholders. It's on banks and insurance companies that made record profits during the pandemic. It's a one-time payment of some of those enormous profits back into the coffers of the Canadian government, not so that it's in the pocket of the government, but so that it goes out in the form of the GST rebate and the dental benefit and the Canada Housing Benefit. That's something that we fought for, including a permanent 1.5% hike on the corporate tax rate for those very same financial institutions. I was glad to see the elimination of student loan interest permanently in this economic statement. That's something I've watched New Democrat MPs get up for the last 7 years that I've been here and talk about, and again, get laughed at by folks on the government benches, and it's because we're here and it's because we're pushing that we see things like that in the fall economic statement. I want to talk a little bit about housing again. There are a few initiatives here. There's a anti-flipping tax. There's a doubling of the first-time homebuyer tax credit, which is something New Democrats have advocated for. But I'll say that these measures are still part of that market-based approach to housing that I believe we really need to move past if we're going to find a solution to the crisis in housing. We have to invest a lot more in non-market housing, and that has to be the priority. If the government isn't going to challenge the culture of housing as a commodity, which it could do by moving on real estate investment trusts, which it could do by buttressing the position of nonprofits that want to build non-market housing. Unfortunately, one of the needs there now is just to cover the difference that interest rates have made for projects that are on the books that now can't go ahead because interest rates have changed the math. If government would come to the table to help them acquire buildings and land quickly when they're having to compete with these REITs, that would be helpful. If they would come to the table to say, we're going to cover the difference in your business plan for your nonprofit housing that you're suffering because of higher interest rates, that would be something that would help. They also need to get serious as part of that, and I want to give a shout out to my colleague from Vancouver East from Question Period earlier today, who was talking about the need for a meaningful and well-funded urban Indigenous housing strategy. The government talks a big game. They want to say that a $300 million investment is a record investment. I think if that's true, what a shameful testament to Canadian history that Indigenous people living in urban centers haven't been able to access more funding for affordable housing far sooner. And it's the kind of thing that we need, but that again is outside the market framework that largely dominates liberal thinking about the housing space. And if we can't break out of that, we're never going to make the difference that we need to make for Canadians in these challenging times. So I've talked a little bit about some of what is in the fall economic statement, but I want to spend some time talking about what's not in it. And as I said earlier, I mean, we're in a very challenging moment as a country. And for all of the things that New Democrats have fought for, some of which the government is doing, some extra things that the government is doing, like the 2% tax on share buybacks, which I think is a positive measure, and I'm glad to see. I don't think it's going to make all the difference. It has to be part of a bigger package. But in addition to those things, there are many other things that really ought to have been here, and that an NDP government would have been keen to put in our own fall economic statement. Consider the question of employment insurance, Madam Speaker. The government just today is starting to talk about a recession in the offing. But just a couple months ago, they took an employment insurance system that had been made better, not perfect, but better during the pandemic. It was easier to qualify for benefits. There was actually a benefit floor. So if you're a part-time worker or somebody working a couple part-time jobs and it's hard to get all the hours, and 55% of your income from those jobs that you've been cobbling together isn't enough to live on, we actually had an income floor so that when you're laid off, you could hope to be able to pay the rent. All of that went by the wayside on September 24th. It's just gone. And we've been saying for years during the pandemic that when those rules expired, when the government was ready to let them expire, that they had to be replaced with meaningful structural reform to the employment insurance system, and that in no way should they let those new rules lapse, because those rules were a lot more on the way to a functional employment insurance system than anything that we had before. So at the very least, they could have kept that in place until they came with their new fix. We still haven't seen what that new fix is. There are rumors about maybe them acting on it this fall. Well, I sure as heck hope so. Because if the rumors about recession in early 2023 are true, people are going to need that employment insurance to be there for them. And only about 4 in 10 working Canadians before the pandemic qualified for employment insurance. That's why it was such a broken system. So we have to find fixes to that, and I had hoped at least that there might have been a reference or a hint as to what the government has in mind for how to fix that system. I was also disappointed to see that the only reference to health care in the fall economic statement was dental care. I'm glad that dental care is there, but man, is there ever a lot more that we need to do. The provinces need more funding for health care, and I believe, as New Democrats do, that the federal government can play a positive role in convening provinces to talk about best practices, to develop a human resources strategy that isn't based on some provinces poaching people that other provinces train, but to have a truly national training strategy where the provinces participate on their own terms, but somebody's got to bring them together in order to have those conversations and to make that happen. And there's a role for the federal government to play there. And we need to acknowledge that a big problem in our healthcare system right now is just not enough trained people available to do the job. That is a national problem right now, and it requires a response with every part of the country working together arm in arm to figure out how we meet that challenge, and it is going to require federal funding to be sure. Not a word about that, and yet that is the reality that so many Canadians are living as they go to hospitals, including the 350 people who are dying from COVID every week still in Canada and are going to the hospital before their death seeking help and finding that they have to wait for hours if they're lucky, days if they're not, in order to get service. How do we pay for many of these things? Well, I talked earlier about a windfall profit tax. We know there are companies that can afford to pay more and ought to be paying more. This is not a time where we should be tolerating exceptional profit well above pre-pandemic levels without asking those same companies to pay a little bit more on that extra profit. It doesn't make sense, because that is some of the money that Canadians are giving up due to higher prices, and we need that money in order to bring the cost of those essential things down. So I would like to think, I hope others will agree, that that was a pretty honest talk about some of the problems that we're facing. I don't expect that everyone's going to agree on some of the solutions that New Democrats are putting on the table, and fair enough. That's what we're here to do. We're here to put ideas out there. We're here to debate them. I hope we're here to find common ground as best we can in the course of debates like this, to be able to move ahead on important measures, like, for instance, removing the GST from home heating as we prepare to go into another cold Canadian winter. So I offer, as I say, what I hope is an honest analysis of the problems that we face, and I've tried to offer some solutions that I think it would behoove the government to take up. And we stand ready to work with anyone in the House who wants to talk about these solutions or propose other good ones that we haven't thought of yet in order to make life better for Canadians as they stare down a very difficult fall and beyond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg for his speech and for showing Canadians the overlaps with the fall economic statement and the differences as well. It's important for each party to have the opportunity to explain their position on this common ground between their political party and mine. I'd like to ask a question, a very clear, perhaps a very short one, to my colleague from Winnipeg. Does he think there is enough in this economic statement for him to vote in favor of the Finance Minister's economic statement?
L'Honorable Député de Elmwood-Transcona.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona, I think one of the important considerations when we talk about confidence votes is always, would Canadians be better served by an election, a costly election, at this time? And the answer is no. We will vote in favor of the motion tomorrow to ensure we can continue here to do the work that we should all do to put in place real policies that will really help Canadians during these difficult times, and not ask them to participate and pay for an election as an alternative. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moose Jaw. Hold on here. I just want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, Moose Jaw, Lake Central, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I used to fly airplanes, but I know a little bit about sailing. And one of the things that you want to do is you want to keep the water out of the boat. But what seems to be the policy right now with this Liberal government is throwing water into the boat and drowning Canadians. So I'm going to ask my colleague, who's just spent a bit here on this fall economic update, is he willing to vote against this budget and actually campaign on their own terms and put their own budget compared to what this one has been? Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, when an election comes, we will be campaigning on our own terms, just as we work here every day on our own terms to advance the things that we committed to the people who voted for us that we would advance in this place. And we're doing that to the best of our ability and rather effectively on a number of items, I would say. That's right. When it comes to, inflationary spending, I would say look at the GST rebate. That's targeted at people who have the least amount of money in the country, who have seen extraordinary increases in the price of groceries and rent. That money isn't going to chase more goods. That money is going to try and keep their boat afloat and just buy the things that they used to buy. So the idea that somehow doubling the GST rebate is inflationary is simply false. The poor are not driving inflation in Canada. And if the goal of government policy is to help them get through these difficult, trying times, it won't be contributing to inflation.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend the Honourable Member for his speech, but I'd especially like to talk to him about the first part of his speech where he talked about respect. And that's important because we're here to debate ideas, and we all have convictions here in this place. We have ideologies, but we definitely have deep convictions. But what a conviction is that sometimes it doesn't take into account the consequences. Now, if we look at our ideas, we get to the idea of accountability, and that means thinking about the consequences of our convictions. But the member went even further, and he said, let's have respect for each other, and let's promote our ideas, but let's be civilized. That's what I heard in the first part of his speech, and I would like to put the following question to him. What are the risks associated with not promoting respect, and what are the risks associated with shifting to less civility? I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think we see those consequences here already in Canada, but we see it elsewhere as well. I'm thinking particularly of the United States, where there was an attack on Capitol Hill itself, on the legislative building, and that is very serious indeed. I think that democracy is in English we say it's an achievement. I don't know. But it's something that we also always have to do for ourselves. It's not something like a box or a pencil that we can hold like an object, a concrete object that remains the same over time. An achievement is something that we have to do ourselves. So we have to work at it ourselves. And if we abandon our democratic culture, and if we lack respect for differences, then we're going to lose our democracy. And personalities who have a great deal of success in undemocratic contexts will take up more and more room and more power.
Commissioner Centre?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for Elmwood-Transcona for showing members in this place that it's possible to vigorously and passionately disagree while still being respectful of other people. And I think if we had more of that here, Canadians would be better served by members in this place. And so I thank him for his contribution in that way. My question is that he was able to also point out both areas where money can be saved. For example, if we were, and revenue could be generated for government, if we were to properly tax real estate investment trusts, for example, as well as speaking about the important needs that Canadians have. For example, Canadians with disabilities who are crying out for emergency supports while living in legislated poverty. Can he speak more about the important connection between both the dollars that are needed to be raised in order to fund the investments that are required to meet these important needs?
Member for Elmwood-Transcona?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly happy to do that. I think, we need to see in this time where we see companies making extraordinary profit well beyond what they were making pre-pandemic. In a time of massive need, that's a lost opportunity to ensure that people that are struggling, who don't have the extra money in the bank account, can continue to do well. And that is important from a moral point of view, but it's also important from a financial point of view. Allowing large corporations to accrue larger and larger surpluses to pay out to their already rich shareholders it means that the people that don't get the help and support they need, that end up homeless, that don't get access to health care, end up in emergency rooms, end up on the street, end up in the justice system, end up in difficult circumstances that are themselves very costly to remediate. Everyone ends up worse off, and that's why having a fair tax system with proper investments in people who need that investment is a smarter way financially over the long term, too.
That's right. For a brief question, the honourable member of Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member actually raised the issue around housing, and he's exactly right in the sense that housing costs went up over 70% under the Harper government and by another $300,000 under the Liberals. Now, on urban Indigenous housing, in my own riding, we're the third largest urban Indigenous community in the country. The $300 million that's been committed will not even address the housing crisis in my own riding. The PBO actually said that we're short over $600 million to meet that gap. So my question to the member is this. How could it possibly be that the Liberals refuse to see reality? Why are Indigenous people's lives always put in the back burner?
A brief answer for the member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. And I think the member for Vancouver East makes an excellent point. I can't speak to why this continues to be such a, blind spot of the government. A blind spot is putting it too lightly because it's a desperate need, and it's an issue of justice for Indigenous people in Canada that they should have the right, which everyone in Canada should have, to a decent home. And that is going to require investment. And you can tell that $300 million, if you do some quick math, which I'd be happy to do at a future time, Madam Speaker, because I see him out of time, is not going to build enough units to get the job done.
That's right. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank all my colleagues here in this House. And I'd particularly like to thank the Liberals, the Bloc, the Conservatives, the NDP. They've decided to give the Green Party of Canada the opportunity to rise and speak in this House, and I'm very grateful. So I'd like to thank all of them very, very much. We have now heard the Fall Economic Statement 2022. It's not a budget. We're looking then we've had a foretaste of what budget 2023 might look like. And the Minister of Finance has given us a glimpse of the trends that are to come.
Is an honest assessment, more honest than many finance ministers, in saying things aren't going to be great very soon. C'est important d'être honnête. C'est important de faire face à la réalité économique parce que ce n'est pas seulement nous, Canadiens, qui doivent faire face à la réalité les problèmes mondiaux. Nous avons les problèmes mondiaux et c'est la
It's the growth of costs. Everything is costing more and more. But in my opinion, it's not inflation.
Facing now, and I think the Minister of Finance was honest in saying, as was the Department of Finance, we're not looking at economic growth in the next couple quarters. We're looking at a slowdown. And yes, the minister has said we have a good house, we have a good roof. Those are good things, but we are facing unprecedented global challenges. And I think in looking at this statement, I'm going to be as nonpartisan as I can possibly be in saying that we've got some new indications here that suggest a growing awareness of something that I'm going to say probably more boldly or baldly than other politicians will say. So first, let me just go back and say there are some good news pieces to this budget, some less good news, some missed opportunities, I should say. I really would have hoped to see a tax on the windfall profits of enormous oil and gas and other fossil fuel enterprises. They have been clearing in the billions of dollars every quarter what has been described by others, not just certainly the Secretary General of the United Nations. These windfall profits are not due to the economic wisdom, the genius of those in the fossil fuel industry who know how to ready their industry for great success. Let's be clear, this is because of Putin's war in Ukraine. This is war profiteering. No sector, no CEO should be proud to be able to return profits to shareholders because of war profiteering. They should not be proud to do that when they're raking in unprecedented levels of profit and Canadians are suffering. That's something of which no business CEO should be proud. I'm from the Maritimes. I'm friends with the Irving family, so forgive me if I mention the Irvings, who not only are the only refinery in Canada that imports Saudi Arabian oil, have also experienced windfall profits, and it turns out from today's news, figured out a way to avoid paying taxes in Canada through a bit of a shell game with their own insurance company offshore. Well, Canadian corporate leadership needs to be able to look itself in the mirror and say, what are you doing for Canadians? All of you. And I think the Minister of Finance missed the opportunity today to set a course that says, if you're experiencing windfall profits, be you in the fossil fuel sector, banking or insurance, and banking insurance have had some increase, but not sufficient to really deal with the excess profit problem. If you're dealing with a handful of Canadian families who hold a great percentage of Canadians' wealth, shouldn't we be looking at a wealth tax? Because when a government says we see that rough weather is ahead, we see that Canadians are going to be facing increasing costs for many things, shouldn't we right now be saying we need additional revenue to be able to ensure that those who are suffering the most from this can pay their rent, can cover their mortgages, take their kids to the grocery store and not the food bank? How do we make that possible? Well, it's not from trickle-down economics that the economy is going to do so well in a year or two or three that that's going to lift everybody up. We know that story. The rising tide, they said, will lift all boats. Trickle-down will work. Well, we know how it works. The rising tide lifts all yachts. It doesn't lift all boats. And we know that people are going to need help with their own little boats very soon. Another place to have more revenue is to stop spending money on hand over fist handing billions of dollars, particularly to a sector that we know is responsible for us having to spend hand over fist other billions of dollars in the climate crisis. We have promised in this country, since Stephen Harper was Prime Minister in 2009, he was at a G20 summit, I recall.
The honourable member has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that there's no quorum.
Just a moment. I'll just double check on virtual as well. So I really appreciate the honourable member rising on a point of order. We're going to ring the bells to get the quorum into the House. Okay. So we have quorum. So the honourable member, I'd like to call on the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands to continue her speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank all my honourable colleagues for their keen interest in ensuring we have quorum. I also particularly want to thank the honourable member for Whitby, who I know had to interrupt a very important meeting on climate finance. I do want to recognize that one of the pieces of this fall economic statement, which will be much improved, is when we move ahead with climate finance reforms. I particularly want to mention from the other place, we eventually, I hope, will be seeing Bill S-243, which will ensure that the financial sector lines up and aligns with climate goals. But back to what I was going to be saying before, Madam Speaker, when we look at the situation in which we find ourselves, Canadians do need help in the short term. The source for that help must be by going after the excess profits of large sectors such as the fossil fuel sector, such as the financial sector, the banking and insurance sectors, and indeed grocery store chains, if it can be established that those are indeed excess profits, as has been alleged so very effectively by colleagues in the New Democratic Party. We do know that there are things that we can do to weather storms by taking care of each other. In looking at this financial update, I think it's very notable. Je pense que c'est la première fois.
I think that this is the first time that I have read something prepared by the Department of Finance, and it's so clear that the climate emergency is not being dealt with the same way as an environmental problem that we should spend on. So, for the first time, this fall economic statement in the government's explanation of problems, crises, challenges which are ongoing, well, it's very clear that the climate crisis isn't one of the crises, it's actually a cause of problems.
It appears in reading this fall economic statement that increasingly Finance Canada recognizes a threat to our economic health and a cause of the instability globally that we face is the climate crisis. References in this fall economic statement, not just for we're going to have a fund that's going to, and I'm pleased to see investment tax credits to more clean tech development. I will flag that small modular reactors should not be on that list, but for solar, for wind, for low flow hydro, for geothermal, and for the technologies that allow us to avoid waste of energy. All of this is really good stuff, but that's not what I'm talking about. Talking about where Finance Canada notes that the disruption of supply chains is caused, at least in part, by climate crisis events. Disruption of supply chains like goods can't get to market when the water is so low in the Mississippi River that Canadian bitumen can't reach refineries in the U.S. Interruptions to supply chains created by things like atmospheric rivers that wipe out the roads to the lower mainland of Vancouver. We're still paying. This fall economic statement points to the costs that will continue to be experienced and the need to help Atlantic Canada and Eastern Quebec. So they've got ongoing costs to help people recover from Hurricane Fiona. We still have billions of dollars from last year's fall economic statement to help British Columbia recover. And in that set of atmospheric river events we had last fall, recall that every single land connection to Vancouver, the largest city in Western Canada, every single land route was disabled for a period of time. That had effect on supply chains. So supply chains are affected by the climate crisis. So too are the large economic events created by the climate crisis. And in real terms, Droughts in other countries around the world drive up food prices for what Canadians pay in the stores. So the climate crisis is not a separate environmental issue that requires spending. It's actually becoming and begun to be seen in Finance Canada as a fabric, part of the fabric of the economic situation in which we find ourselves. And I'll go farther. When I said earlier that this is not your classic inflation. This is not your classic demand inflation, demand-driven inflation. Largely, we're experiencing now is supply-driven increase in costs because of, yes, Putin's invasion of Ukraine and climate crisis events, which are in real terms making things cost more. When things really cost more, the tools we have in monetary policy and Bank of Canada raising the rates won't have the same salutary effect. What we were dealing with, as in the early 70s, we had an inflation crisis. Former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau brought in emergency wage and price controls. That's not what we're experiencing now. We have real cost increases because of a real war and because of a climate emergency, and the costs and the prices are uneven all over the map. So when we look at the threats to our economy of the climate emergency, we have to realize we need to do much more. And it's clear from the way this document is prepared that whether it's being said out loud or not yet in Finance Canada, I've never read a document from Finance Canada ever which had so many references to the multiple ways in which the climate crisis is impacting our economy, all of them negative. I look to one point, though, and I think we are ignoring an opportunity that we need to seize. And the Honourable Minister of Finance's introductory remarks point to a moment back in 1903 when former Prime Minister Sir Wilfrid Laurier told this House that we cannot wait, that it is the time for action. And he was referring to the challenge to build a transcontinental railway. Well, for the moment, I'll skip over the cost in human lives, the impact in seizing Indigenous lands of building that railway. But let's just say right now we have a similar challenge and we are ignoring it. And that is, how do we link our electric grids together? The essence of a 100% carbon-free, not carbon neutral, carbon-free electricity grid with the electricity moving through it from solar power, and Alberta will be the big winner in solar power. Cheaper electricity can be produced by solar in Alberta than anywhere else in the country. Our existing hydro in BC, I wish to goodness we weren't talking about Site C, but we can do much, much more with renewable energy across Canada. And the storage system that we mostly need is that our grid should work. Grid should work east, west, and north, south. We're not talking about that in this fall economic statement. We're not really addressing it anywhere because we run up against the perennial problem of federation. We can't ship beer across Canada and we can't ship electricity. We can't get electricity from Manitoba Hydro across from eastern Manitoba to western Ontario, so we don't have interties. And that area, I happen to know well, is important boreal forest. We should have interties, but that's Indigenous land. If we honor UNDRIP, which we must, it requires free prior informed consent before we even start drawing lines on the map for the electricity grid. We know that there are private sector entrepreneurs already who see the way that they can get electricity from Hydro-Quebec to Nunavut. We have to think big, and we have to recognize that just as in 1903 the challenge was building a trans-Canadian railway, we need, as a modern industrialized country, to have a trans-Canadian electricity grid, because the grid is the battery. I just, for one moment, Madam Speaker, give the one short example. In Europe, with separate nation states within the European Union, they actually coordinate and work better together than our provinces and territories work with the federal government. It's appalling, but true. Denmark produces so much excess wind energy that Denmark sells its excess wind energy to Norway. Norway buys the cheap and green wind energy from Denmark, and if it doesn't need it that day, it pumps it up into existing reservoirs. This is called pump storage. It's one of the technologies mentioned here. And it stays there till Norway needs it. Then they open up the sluices, the water follows gravity, drives the turbines, and then when the cheap wind energy comes over from Denmark, they pump it back up. It's elegant, it's simple, it's international exchange of electricity that we cannot do in Canada because we don't have the interties, and it's a big project. And it needs to be mentioned, and it needs to be thought through. I'll just close on these points, Madam Speaker. This increase in costs that Canadians are feeling is not our normal inflation. It is not demand-driven. It is not that either, I say to my honourable friend from Kingston, the Islands. I can hear him, and I'm not going to say that out loud because I know it's prohibited in this House. This is not normal inflation in the sense that it is not demand-driven primarily. It is partly. It is largely being driven by a war in Ukraine, which we must, and I did want to mention this, Canadians, we support Ukraine. We believe that President Zelensky and his bravery and that of the Ukrainian people must be reflected in our solidarity with them. But in that solidarity, we must do much, much more to achieve a peace, to push for, and this is relevant to the fall economic statement because so much of the increased prices we're experiencing here are because of Putin's brutal, illegal, immoral war on Ukraine. We must use every lever as a soft power to push for peace talks, to push for ceasefires. It's not good enough to say, we stand with Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We have to do more for peace because we're a country that can do that. And we may have to say to our NATO allies, if belonging to NATO means we really can't help Ukraine, maybe we don't belong in NATO. If NATO can't work for peace and NATO can't work for nuclear disarmament, maybe it's time to ask our NATO allies, what's the good of an alliance that can't protect Ukraine because of nuclear weapons inside NATO and inside Russia that threaten us all? But we have to face the real costs that are going up. We have to face multiple crises at the same time to avoid a global food crisis, to avoid a global water crisis. We must do more in this country as global leaders on climate change. And that means stopping the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, converting that Crown Corporation to other uses that are actually beneficial for Canadians, such as building resiliency across this country, building the infrastructure we need. We do not need the Trans Mountain expansion. It is, in the words of Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the United Nations, it represents moral and economic madness. So too does expanding to drilling off the coast of Newfoundland and Bay du Nord. So too does continuing fracking across Canada while pretending that Canadian liquefied natural gas is somehow better than coal. On doit faire face à toutes ces réalités.
We need to face this reality. We need to face this economic reality. We also need to address the reality of this ongoing war and the ongoing climate crisis.
The worst of climate change. By changing course quickly. We can follow the indicators that the Minister of Finance has given us in this budget and say by spring 2023, let the budget stand for Canada laying down the markers that we move, according to the science, to move off fossil fuels, protect the workers in that sector, and make sure that Canadians are in a house that can stand the coming storms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. Before the pandemic, one of our big concerns was the gig economy, and a lot of people looking at 2 or maybe even 3 very low-paying jobs to make a go of it. Now, that sector seems to be short of people. as the people who used to be in the gig economy move up to take the place of guys my age who've retired. Some of us haven't got the memo yet, but still, we have a lot of older Canadians now who backed out of the labor market. So we have an immigration plan that will bring more people into the country to fill those jobs. But I wonder if the honourable member could reflect on whether or not we should make an extra effort to avoid a new class, a new generation of low-paid gig workers in Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague for a great question. We are also facing, and the Canadian Labour Congress published a piece on it a couple of years ago, the new world of work. What does our economy look like for workers when we look at artificial intelligence? So we have a gig economy that's already made many people insecure in the jobs they've got. I completely agree with my honourable friend that we are seeing, as people retire, we have a demographic bubble of boomers who are leaving the workforce, and we don't have enough people coming up behind us. That's why we're looking in this fall economic statement at increases in immigration and hoping that those people are trained professionals, workforce, construction workers particularly are mentioned in the statement. But we could do far more to prepare for artificial intelligence by moving to guaranteed livable income as quickly as possible to protect our economy from the coming shocks. And then people can choose, knowing that they have just enough income to be above the poverty line, to maybe work a bit in the gig economy, maybe have a garden at home, maybe spend more time in community volunteering, but we'll be a healthier society and better able to withstand any shocks that are coming once we adopt a guaranteed livable income.
Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Whenever I listen to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands speak, I learn a lot. I wish to thank her for her excellent speech and analysis of the fall economic statement. Madam Speaker, here's my question. The Honourable Member mentioned that this inflation is not typical. It's not what it usually is. The Finance Minister and her department did acknowledge that. Now, I have a very honest question to ask of my colleague. I often listen to my colleagues speak, and we all know that even if we were to stop all economic activity, there is a lag between our activities and greenhouse gas emissions. So there will be modifications and there will be changes to our climate, regardless of what we do now. Is she also telling us that from here on in, there will always be inflationary pressures due to climate change, which will last for a long time? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I thank my colleague from Hell Aylmer for his very good question. We are currently in a period which is not short. This is the title of a book.
Chancellor, about a decade ago, called The Long Emergency, which predicted that we were going to see our economy significantly rocked by what will happen as fossil fuels become more expensive, as we move away from fossil fuels. And the long emergency was about where we are now. Real costs increasing, a real dislocation. Now, that doesn't mean ongoing inflationary trends. It does mean thinking about how a society flourishes despite these very unusual headwinds. They're unusual now because they're new, but they're not going away. So we have to think about that and make sure that we design our economy and our economic signals of what makes us better off. The GDP is not a good set of measurements to help us chart a course through ongoing climate emergency We need to chart our course, and I think this is a global challenge that just as at the end of the Second World War, nations met at Bretton Woods to figure out what are the global and shared financial institutions that help us get through this. We need new institutions and a review, a new Bretton Woods, if you will, that will help both the post-COVID impacts on our economies, the current climate impacts on our economies, and we can't rewrite the laws of atmospheric physics and chemistry. We can easily rewrite the way we want our economy to work if all the economies and central banks of the world get together and say, all right, this is what we're looking at. How do we protect the citizens and the communities of all, and I would hope, the non-human species of Mother Earth?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a previous question, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands spoke about a guaranteed basic income. In this House, there is legislation put forward, it's Bill C-22, that would provide that for Canadians with disabilities who are living in legislated poverty. However, in this fall economic statement, we didn't see anything with respect to funding the benefit, nor did we see anything with respect to emergency supports, like was done with CERB, to address the conditions of those living in poverty and those living with disabilities across the country. Can she speak more about this opportunity that, if it's not in this fall economic statement, how all parliamentarians can work together to continue to advocate to ensure that, if not now, then perhaps by budget 2023, that these critical supports are put into place?
The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre. This is one of the big disappointments in the budget, in the fall economic statement, I must say, is that with work being done on C-22 in this place, with the unanimous support that C-22 received at second reading, I would have hoped we'd see something of an emergency short-term fund to ensure that no Canadian in the disability community is living below the poverty line, and we know that all too often people living with disabilities are in fact disproportionately part of the community of the lowest income Canadians. So yes, I think we need an emergency short-term support. We don't have to wait for the next budget. It could be brought forward anytime. We know we're going to see a Budget Implementation Act at some point. A Budget Implementation Act would be a good place to see an emergency short-term payment for people living with disabilities until C-22 can come through and be fully funded and fully enacted.
Time for a brief question. Bref question. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to follow up another item that is mentioned in words in the fall economic statement, but not so much in actions, is addressing the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. And so it's in the preamble, but then when it comes to actual measures, there's only one mention of moving forward on a flipping measure to assignment sales for homes, but nothing when it comes to, for example, ensuring homes should be places for people to live and not simply a commodity for investors to trade. Can she comment on measures and what she might have wanted to see that would have more directly addressed not just the rhetoric that we need, but the measures to address the housing crisis?
Brief response. There's 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks, my honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre. Is that the minister's speech talked about, quote, tackling housing speculation, but the flipping piece that's the only measure in here was already announced. We need to do much more. I would recommend with the 10 seconds I have left probably, we need to address how much of our homes and housing has been taken out of access for people to live in dwellings and has become part of an Airbnb market that is global, unaccountable, and pays very little taxes in Canada.
It being 7:05, pursuant to order made on Friday, October 28, 2022, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. See you all tomorrow.